forget, link your accounts. That's your YouTube account and your Activision account, and you can get all of these sweet goodies on screen. Weapon charms, emblems, calling cards, you name it. Sprinkles the weapon blueprint as well. I believe that's the Cooper Carbine, an absolute treat. And Nameless, you had a great idea. Actually, no, was it Chance? Someone had a great idea in the green room about a new calling card. Yeah, a new calling card.
Alright, here we go. We're live now.
I think it was me. Well, I was saying they should use the first blood at Toronto Ultra because they were getting blooded yesterday.
Oh!
We have some great ideas in the green room.
Toronto.
It was Eagle, wasn't it? Eagle Shout. More on that later. I have butchered this joke. You know what we're not going to butcher, though, is MW2. Here it comes, friends. Don't forget, on Sunday, lots more fun to be had. Tune in on Championship Sunday for a special segment on Modern Warfare 2. Find out what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview taking place on Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun. Very interesting indeed to see what happens there.
I'm live.
Who knows? Maybe we'll give some things away along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, it is almost time to get today's matches underway. Day 2 of the Call of Duty Championship weekend starts right after this.
I'm gonna see me there, watch.
But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy. Let's get it going!
You just saw me wave, so I'm not one day anymore.
The crowd fired up.
Here we go. This is going to be a spicy one indeed.
Oh my god!
It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake.
Oh my god!
What is going on? How does he do it?
Give it to him, he will take it. This is a heavyweight matchup.
I hit the ground running on the day I arrived. Now it's time to shift this whole thing into overdrive. Check the dash, tank full of gas. Everything's in place to dominate the race. In my mind's eye, I can see the finish line. Ain't no way in the world they gon' steal my shine. Walk how I walk, they can't do that. Talk how I talk, they can't do that. Move how I move, and they can't do that.
The 1v3 clutch. It is hard not to be a believer.
Do that. Come on, talk how I talk. They can't do that.
Shot from Sid.
They can't do that.
Absolutely destroying. Here comes the glide.
Do.
This is a special one. He's done it. What? For the king. Alcides gets Chris rocked. One way or another, it was inevitable. That is unbelievable. We got a squad, baby. Still looking like the best player in the world. That is disgusting. Ice in the veins indeed. It's done. It's done.
Walk how I walk, you can't do that.
I'm ready to run through a brick wall after that video. Boy, are we hype! Almost ready to get the New York Subliners versus the London Royal Ravens underway here in the Galen Center, starting day 2 with an absolute bang. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Guys, this is it. Day 2, almost ready to rumble. Everyone pens down, finish your notes. We'll get on with the series in a moment. Chance, what do we think, man? We saw both these teams play yesterday. High-level thoughts?
I think these are like two teams that have been, what, top 3 in the game at different portions. Literally at the last major, New York was getting like second place. So these are heavy hitters, and one is going home. So they are staring down the barrel of heartbreak and who can show up on the day.
Well, we'll find out who shows up on the day, and now we're going to find out where they're going to show up. Maps and modes, ladies and gentlemen, now as the Vetoes are all done. Gavutu, Desert Siege Gavutu, and a double Berlin to close out the series. Because let's face it, guys, Game 5, it happens, Ali.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those series where most of the maps, I mean, these teams are really squaring up on some of their best, except for that Game 5, Miles. Now 3-10 on the side of the London Royal Ravens, so they want anything but a Game 5. What a
Cage versus.
I'm interested for that Gavutu control. Like, I mean, we've seen New York play well out there at times, but also like that's a map. London, like, at times have been good on as well. So that's
no, you won't.
Yeah, London is going to be a tough one. Chance again. We saw them.
You won't come for Oliver.
For them, I think would have been a lot more fun.
I'm saying Oliver won't go through.
You know, have that cushion in this tournament, but you know, they find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. Do they have what it takes?
Well, they have what it takes, but I think the question is the ARs, right? Like, Gizmo has not been the same player from online to LAN. We've yet to see it, and I'd say honestly, for both of these teams, I trust all of the SMGs. It truly is the ARs, especially on maps like Gavutu, where we got 2 in the mix that I just want to see if they can show up. Like, obviously, Trey, one of the most legendary EU players of all time. We have high expectations for him, but it is really just that AR counterpart. That is where I'm staring at. And, of course, the same can be said for Paul X. It is 2 guys that have underperformed.
I'm right there with you. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, they need a rebound series from Nasty. He had a .77 versus Seattle yesterday, but a 1.0 at Major 4. What's interesting about a player like Nasty is I feel like he always gets better on land. So to see that KD for me is a little bit surprising, and I am expecting a big bounce back today, but also in control. I'm not that worried about it because it is Gavutu, and Afro is one of the only SMGs in the league that is very comfortable on that map. When London is doing well, it's because Afro is in his element. He had a slow start yesterday, but he was absolutely frying by the end of that series. So unfortunately, they still lost it, but I'm hoping he got his
Walk how I walk, you can't do that. Talk how I talk, you can't do that.
New York subliners, though, will they be worried? And I mean, for them, heartbreaking loss against FaZe yesterday. Put on a good show, has to be said. Yep. How are you feeling about the boys coming into today?
I mean, just a tough draw. I mean, there was opportunity for them to win that Tuscan hardpoint.
Oh, yeah.
Close that series out. I mean, they just kind of threw it away on a couple sloppy rotations. Also, like, trying to one-by-one challenge on the P3 for the break just didn't work out for them. But, you know, if we're talking about individual performance, like Kismet, he just wasn't exactly the same in the second half of that series. Then also, Paul hasn't been able to beat that same slaying that we've seen from the online hardpoint New York team.
If I've got bad gravy, it's calm, but
matches were kind of easy, realistically. And then also for the game fuel keys to victory, Chance, what does New York have to do?
I mean, I'm just going to even focus on the second point, just to keep hammering home, like the Gizmo versus Paul. There have been significant drop-offs from online to land, so I just want to see him break it out. I know Paul X after Major 4 was talking about having like hand issues, and obviously that can play a major factor, but a couple weeks have gone by. There's no more time for any sort of excuses. All 4 players have to be ready to
walk
play.
how I walk, you can't do that.
Even still, like, as good as New York has been at hardpoint, still for the Gavutu, it's one of, like, their least played. I know you get a big one against FaZe, but also they nearly blew, like, a 100-point lead, so I think it'd be very fun to see him run it back.
Well, it's going to be fun to see it. Ali, final point?
I was just going to say, like, obviously it's hard to compare a team like London to the Atlanta FaZe when it comes to that Gavutu hardpoint, but to Chance's point, they had, like, an over 100-plus lead, and Atlanta FaZe flipped the switch, and there was almost nothing New York could do about it. I mean, it ended up being, like, a 7- or 8-point game. So even though London has been struggling in hard points, if they come out hot, we don't know what New York we're going to get.
Well, it's time to find out which New York.
Let's go, Josh.
We're ready to roll. The walkouts are ready.
Josh is already here.
Let's get it.
Let's get it, Miles.
Come on, Joshua. No, Joshua said he was going to be here. Joshua said he's going to be here.
And it's going to be an elimination matchup coming all the way from the east.
How you doing today, Joshua?
Let's see what London is all about.
Josh, I'm on like a call with my friends as well that you can't hear, and they said shout out to Josh. So, I mean, Josh is the guy. Yeah, how you doing today, Josh? Hope you're having a good day. I've had a great day so far, and I'm ready for some more champs action. Alright, Josh and boys, I'm just gonna eat dinner real quick. Yes, I'll be like 10 minutes. I'll be back in time for the game. So, Josh, drop your prediction. What you think is gonna happen in the game, and I'll be back and we'll have a little talk. Yeah.
On this team's back. They want to make their hometown proud. They want to pop off here. We saw Afro midway through the series yesterday. He started to pop off. If he can do that early on in this series, they have a good chance to get that lead. Let's bring out the other team, Blaze.
Yes, it is. It's time to bring out the boys from New York. Stand clear, because here comes the subliners.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids. it for their kids, just kids, that's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Los Angeles, give it up for the New York Subliners. We got Paul X, Hydra, Kismet, and Crib 6, your New York Subliners.
They did the impossible, but the story is not done yet. And honestly, all eyes are on Paul to retake the crown. And you know what? What better team to take it from than the London Royal Ravens? The loser bracket run has to start here, Blaze. Let's get this match underway.
I am so ready, Allie. One team has to go home, and we're about to find out who it is. To cast the match, give it up for Ton and Bryce.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Yes, we are live here in this beautiful day 2 of Champs. And make no mistake, yesterday was one of the best days we've ever seen at the championship for all of Call of Duty esports. But today gets even more spicy. One of these two teams we are going to say goodbye to straight away. For London Royal Ravens, they have tried to get themselves into a position, the promise, the potential has been there, but it has not been realized. And today, they need every single scrap of it. For New York, the Cinderella story was written at the major, but it could all come crashing down. Does the glass slipper fit? Have they got that carriage, or is it a pumpkin here at the championship time?
You have prepared that this morning. My goodness. You know, the storylines are beautiful heading into this one, though, as you said. You know, for the side of the Ravens, it is very much that promise that we have not seen when it has come to the stage of being on land. Whereas for the side of New York, it was like that for a while as well, wasn't it? We didn't really see what we did expect from that team when it has come to land. But both these two teams now at this point need to bring everything they possibly can. Looking at the map set, I'm sure we will do in just a second. I agree with Ali. There has been some ego channels on this one. There has been a couple of occasions where people are like, oh, you want to go on your best map? Yeah, bet we'll do it. No problem whatsoever. I definitely feel like New York Subliners, though, will be looking at this. I was talking to Jay backstage. These guys have went for the AR side of things as best as they possibly can. They want to try and nullify Afro, if at all possible. He was firing yesterday, and he's going to need to be firing today if London want to continue their season.
They certainly will. The pressure is on. Make no mistake, you do not want to be the first team to leave Champs. Going into this one, we actually looked at the statistics before this. It's pretty good for both teams in the first half of it. The problem is going to be statistically in the second half of this series, it will favor New York. So London need to start strong and try to convert that into a win early.
It's a tough map, number one, it has to be said. For the side of London, we need to see more from them on the hardpoint for just overall how good they were in the online stage during stage 4. Needs to translate here to LAN, or they're done. The same applies to New York as well as we get into Gavutu to kick off day 2 of Champs.
All right, let's get right into this one. Straight into P1, you can see both teams, the nades are raining. And the players are trying to break straight through. Obviously, New York first in, but it will be Afro. Managed to get it, and there's a few kills already going down for London. But Hydra and Kismet, they stop the bleed.
It's such a huge matchup, isn't it? When you're thinking about Hydra, you're thinking about Afro. Two of the best SMGs in the league. Both from Europe, going at it up against each other. Good play from Nasty here as well. And again, I agree with Des. We need to see more from him. Typically, he has been one of the more consistent players when it's come down the line for the side of London. But to kick things off, it is New York with a slight lead and heading over towards P2. New York already thinking about that. Want to try and lock down this last final 15 seconds here for the side of Ravens. They'll get a hold of that.
Yeah, they have got it. You can see already on the minimap. Nasty's going to try and make a little bit of a play towards green. I don't know if he has been seen. He has Hydra. Gets him before he can do any damage, and both will be fully in New York control. If they try to get this lead back, it's obviously very little difference between the two teams at the moment, but they are trying to put them into the blender here, Ton.
Trying their best. London going to have to fight their way out as best as they can. It's a difficult position to be in. Kismet now, front door. Is he going to be able to find two? Yes, he is, all on his own. And London really in a tough spot here. New York has set this up quite wonderfully. They've got control over towards P1. Gunfight is continuing over there. Afro will get the better of Hydra, so we'll be thinking about the rotation over towards P3. Kismet was doing a great job. Eventually will get taken down. But this is great time for the side of Subliners if they had somebody inside the point.
Well, they're trying, but unfortunately they haven't let the players get through. They're now going to execute straight back onto this point. Nasty, the only player left alive, has to stay and get into a position, but New York shut that door right in their face already. And at the moment, you've got to say New York maybe taking a little bit of the momentum in this game.
Yeah, you would think so, but you looked at that spawn trap that they had. London were nowhere near the point. New York running up 20. We didn't see a lot of time actually being picked up for all the map control that they did have there. So best case scenario for London, I suppose, but that rotation over towards P3 has been there for the subliners as well. The rotations have been somewhat flawless so far. Plenty of Gavutu left to go though. Having a look over towards the side of the London Royal Ravens on 2 and 7 from Afro. It's a hard map for an SMG. You guys at home will know that. Let's see if we can get things going. Not going to happen this time, Ro. On the other side of things, look, Hydra 8-4, make it 9 possibly, not going to happen.
With a slap there, shuts him down, and now Kismet at the back though, it's Nasty, he finds the first, and now New York are isolated. They have not got the position for it, they're going to try and go through. Kismet is still alive somehow, eventually goes down to Gizmo. It will be the scrap time for the Ravens. They've got to be careful, they do not want to give away the rotation that is just on the cusp of being crucial.
Yeah, this next minute or so is super crucial for the side of London. He'll start to flow through though, and New York will pick up that final 20. If you're London though, you want to make sure you batten down the hatches. This kill could be important. If Kismet can find it on a Gizmo, he gets taken down. Rotation is going to be there for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Taking a step back though, so far so good for New York. They've been the first ones there to pretty much every single hill outside of P1, and they are the team that are finding the most points. But we know how much time can be made up over towards the back P4 side. Pressure starting to come in from New York. A big kill from Afro.
Kismet's now going to be a good position. He's going to be looking for a kill straight out of the gate here, and Crimsix gets one. But shut down, the spawns have flipped away. And I think London are going to realise, you can see them pushing through Cliff now, trying to lock this one down. Players going to go towards Dark. London are putting bodies in position to try and shut this one. And even with the stack from New York, it is difficult to get in a position. Gizmo shuts it down.
It's such a tough one. We see so many teams do this to the opposition. They force them to spawn over towards the back. It was a really good push from New York, but it didn't work out on the other side. London survived at the point, and all of a sudden New York spawned towards the back. Kill still coming through here for the side of London. 13 and 7. Coming out from Nasty. He's on a 4 spree. And London have done so well since New York got that back spawn. They haven't had a sniff.
They certainly haven't, and I'll tell you what, New York, they are going to lose the lead here. Let's find out how they recover with the New York subliners. Listen in.
Take your time, take your time, take your time. Be careful crossing beach. He's watching the cross. He's got a bomb, he's got a bomb, he's got a bomb.
I got by. I'm getting a sub.
I
don't see anyone R1, R2.
I'm taking Ivy.
Pushing up mid. Nice. You'll play the same,
Top up, pushing up, pushing up. I don't have any text.
I'm pushing up close strong. Yo, one's R2, R1 going S1, and one's weak. I'm watching S1, we got time somewhere.
Back green weak Gizmo. He's top green Gizmo. He's not picking me, I dropped down.
I don't see him.
One guy's gonna be S1. I got one
top green. One's gonna be S1. Gizmo dead. I'm watching over you.
I'm pushing. They're gonna be close to you again.
Lookage, let's see.
All right, the patience from New York as they try to apply the pressure here onto London, but London are holding strong at the moment, but X tries to make the hero play, but it's not good enough.
It's 2 back-to-back hills that have been fantastic for the side of the London Royal Ravens. New York were sensational over the first 3. I said those rotations were crucial, but when they've lost the rotation, they haven't been able to find a way through. Speaking of rotations, though, P1 is under their control. The other side of Ravens, though, keep an eye on Zero. He's going to be the one pushing on the flank, but the rest of the team go through the front door. Here they go. Gizmo through there. He's not going to be able to find it. A 92% hold rate for the side of either one of these two teams when you get there first. Sorry, I wasn't sure if it was anybody in particular, but it is one of the highest hold rate in terms of hills. But it is going to be London to break through with 40 to go.
Well, they've got it. Zero's trying to get out of there. They know exactly where he is. He needs a little bit of reinforcements from up top. You can see the guns of London are swinging this way, but already the trade has gone through. They've got to lock down the stairs. Kills going back and forth. New York are slowly but surely trying to make their right position. Nasty's got the awareness, and thank you very much. And London hold it down.
So much of a better game here from Nasty so far. 20 and 11, and he may well be the difference maker across the board for each 2 teams. Looking at what London are doing now, though, they're pretty much doing what this side of NYSL did to them. They're forcing them into those back clip spawns, and there's Zero with all 3. There's another player pushing him as well, as Crimsix going to be the next on the chopping block. It does not matter, the damage is already done. Zero is just refusing to die outside Cliff. Eventually will fall down, but is the damage already done? That rotation's it for London.
They have it, but they don't have the numbers. Keep an eye on that mini-map. You can see New York are here in force as X pushes straight through with 6 health. And now London, we're in a great position, and they are in a great position on the scoreboard. New York will be looking to drag this one back with as much time as they can physically squeeze out of both.
It was a big fight over towards P3. That Nasty wins up against Hydra. Stops the push coming on through for the side of Subliners, and Ravens can just about hold off. Nasty still having a hell of a game. Subliners not out of this one yet though. Good 25 seconds left to go here. The pressure is on for them to push through P3. They want to try and get control of green if they can. London have been very stubborn here though. They have not pushed themselves forward. They have not overextended. They want to lock in the spawns for P3.
Yeah, London would have liked a little bit more P1 control, and they don't have it. Hydra is here though, gets that first kill, and now London are reeling. They don't have the bodies, they don't have the position. Afro has to stay alive, keep that available for his teammate to get through. As Hydra keeps cutting his way through London, he now gets under the point. One more chance. Of course, the French Phenom breaks this open, and London have taken a step back. 80 points in the lead has evaporated.
The Subliners fan said, "Vive la Francis." Hydra pushes his way through all on his own. The rest of the team doing the job over towards green, but London, we talked about them being stubborn over towards P2, not wanting to make that push. Nasty gonna have to call this in to help his team out. He got this, nothing, as he pushes them towards P1. London have stopped the bleeding momentarily, but New York are not in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's actually a really good recovery from London. They managed to find the kills, they pushed it all the way back. It was looking disastrous for them. But now they have to be careful. This rotation could be crucial. Hydra may try and take the scrap time away. I think that's his plan here. Just don't get London any more points. He flies about in here and has stayed alive. Eventually goes down, but it has denied London time. We are off to the races. We are going to P4, and it is crucial that New York dig their heels in.
It was London who were here first last time around. Subliners looking to lock in a good amount of time here. Just keep an eye on London, which side of push they're going to go for. It's looking like it's a full cliffside break. Hydra's going to be the first one to try and defend here. Gizmo will be the first one to fall. He is. Shots are in. Hydra defends on his own. Nasty still continuing up his good form. Will find another, but he's the only one on London who can find a kill.
I try to look at the spawns come in. I don't think New York know exactly they're about to be pinched completely out of oblivion. But no! Paul X, Kismet, and Crimsix have shut it down. London are now spawning halfway across the continent. They have to go so far. This is looking like New York taking the lead.
The thing is though, London did not want to spawn towards the back there the second time around. When you got 4 down, all of NYSL can spin around and stop you even getting anywhere near this next hill. London took their time on the kill cams. If you noticed on the minimap, they did not come in quickly. They are now there for the rotation over towards P5. So smart play from London, even though they did get wiped. It is going to be New York with an ever so slight lead as we head over towards green. It's always a good first hardpoint when we're on the cast price, and we're getting a good one here.
And it may not be the slaying that is New York and Hydra, but he has been crucial. He's been making plays that matter, and they need him once again to break this. Finds one on the boat. Now going to spit forward, knows exactly where Nasty is. It's Hydra again. He is cutting it down London. He's giving his team the opportunity to flood boat and get towards it here. The time is ticking away from him, but London have not got the point.
I love that from Afro though. He's managed to push his way through boat. Now he's going to start causing all sorts of issues around this area. Trying to just cut off the head of the snake, stop New York getting in. Makes a good movement through P1. He's found a couple of kills on his way there. Eventually Hydra will deal with him. Nasty though in the position over towards P1. Will have to back on down, but this time is going over towards London. They cannot quite win it here, but look for that P1 control. There's 20 seconds to go on P5. We're thinking of P1 shortly.
Nasty trying to tell everybody down. Found it. Afro found another one as well. It's pressure for New York. They have to worry. They aren't going to get this rotation. They aren't going to get the scrap time. And Nasty's ready in P1. New York have everything to do. London have to get the reinforcements here.
It's a mountain to climb. They've got to go if you're New York. Nasty inside the point. London 4 away.
And now they come. Here come New York. Seconds are ticking. And Paul X is trying to make it. It's not going to be good enough. New York were not fast. They were too slow.
I'm back. I'm back, people. Zach OK. Zach OK. The man from the guy from United Arab Emirates.
Consistency from the ARs of London helping them out there.
No way New York's going to win this. London was ahead by far. I don't know, man.
It was a really, really nice hold from New York. They won it.
London's a good team, but I think New York's going to win, personally.
London took their time. They did not want to spawn instantly. You know what it's like.
I predicted New York to win 3-1. Fair enough. I just think London's going to take it to a game 5. They're not going to go down without a fight. But I think New York takes this. Have you been though, Zach?
New York was starting to heat up. All of that time goes over towards London, and it is a mountain to climb for the side of Subliners.
How's life in the United Arab Emirates?
Throughout that game actually is a 30 and 21. not quite the highest damage in the game. Gizmo having a good time as well. We talked about his performances online, not quite replicating what we've seen online. That's a bit more like it from the.
That was a close game, though.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that can be quite frustrating about COD Esports, right? We talk about the KD, we talk about the slaying. Nasty obviously had a good game. But the reason we highlight
Yeah, I've been doing good, Zach, man. Been doing good.
you can get 1 or 2 kills and it can translate.
Yesterday the stream went alright. Obviously, I've seen you, then obviously you had to go because it was quite late for you. Then I had a couple people join, Joshua and Sam. There was a guy from the Netherlands and someone from the UK. Then I had this guy called Crafton join, he's from New York. So it's always cool to meet people from different parts of the world, you know what I mean? One thing that I enjoy about doing this.
Nasty finds this rotational kill heading over towards P1. It's so difficult for New York to get themselves back in. It was pretty much done and dusted. The number 2 hill when it comes to rotations of teams locking down the most of the points is this one. And London did not let a single one go over towards New York.
What do you guys think about Pred getting what's called Rookie of the Year and Selim getting MVP of the Year? MVP of the year, or MVP of the season, whatever it's called. I think, yeah. I mean, yeah. But true to say though, if it was the other way around, people, if like Dashi didn't win a chip, and he's been playing as good as Selim, and Selim won a chip, people would probably still say Dashi should get it.
Yeah, that's a record they dunked there for London. We haven't seen a hardpoint win from them in some time. So the fact that
if FaZe won a chip this year, then there would be no debate. That'd be Selim, but just because Dashi's been as good as he has and they won a chip as well. Should you order sushi or pizza? I mean, personally, I've never had sushi, so if I was you, I'd order pizza. But order pizza. Pizza's a nice one. You have a nice little pizza. Feel slumped a little bit. Feel a bit chill while you're eating. My prediction is New York will win in this S&D. I mean, I don't know. Anyone could win this S&D, to be honest. Desert Siege is random as hell. Dogs, Alana, dogs. Dogs always. Always dogs.
It looks good for London. And that 4v3 win percentage just went up. They were so good at it yesterday, up against Surge.
The dogs are better.
Single round. Even if Surge were in the better position, looked like London were going to win it. There were so many clutchable moments that they somehow found.
Let me bring this light to the bottom of the screen. On the way.
91% of the time, that round goes their way. All right. So there was something I forgot to mention. Yes. So there was something I forgot to mention in the intro for these two teams. You got to remember, back at Major 3, London were the team that basically broke the back of New York. They are the team that forced the Cinderella story to.
What's your prediction for this game, though, Zach? You reckon New York's gonna win, or do you reckon London's gonna win?
New York then had to do the business in the qualifier and at the Major again. New York were the team that fell to London at Major 3 for no points. And they could kill that Cinderella story again right here and now. And this is one of the things that people have been a little bit critical about Gizmo, right? The online to the LAN hasn't performed as well. But I have said this, and I will reiterate this. We believe the first half of the series is actually good for both teams. We do believe the second half is better.
And played very well yesterday. They did, to be fair, they did.
Even though 2-0 over the last 2 in control, you're still not too sure on how that mode is going for them. Look at this aggression from New York, though. Afro will quite literally revel in the moment. This sort of play is very much up in his wheelhouse, and he will happily fight fire with fire inside a Palace. He gets the first blood that London need. 91% of the time, they are converting these 4v3s. Let's see if they can maybe make it further towards 92%.
Well, you can see they try to get a little bit back there in the Palace. Hydra was taking on now.
Yeah, New York played yesterday versus FaZe. It was the very last game of the thing. They went to game 5. New York got reverse swept as well. They were up 2-0, and then yeah, FaZe just smoked them. Especially game 5. Game 5 was not close at all from what I remember. They just blew him out. I think New York will be very disappointed if they went from almost beating FaZe to losing to London. But we'll see. A lot of turn-ons have happened on this B site, so watch out for that. I guarantee it's going to happen. Guarantee it.
On the clock. Nobody really moving. It's a very slow execute from them. And I'm going to see whether or not New York can figure this one out. You can see London trying to reinforce. They need to get towards this bomb site now. Crimson going around for a different position. And it's a Legion of Fuse!
All ninja diffusers.
I'm sorry I didn't hype it up, but at Lion you keep quiet and you watch it unfold. And New York had no vision. The stretch came in.
That's a misplay. That is a misplay. Crim is in the position to be watching that. I don't know if it's a bomb carry if the bomb's not planted in the right.
How do the MVPs get voted on? Is it like the players and the coaches, or?
Well. Some of the fans in the area are not entirely enthused because that did not go the way they were thinking. But
We're on to London.
London on the attack. They do prefer an air site hit themselves. For all that New York have their struggles here, London do not. 79% of the time when they are attacking A, they are finding.
I can see London. I can see London winning this S&D in New York reverse sweeping.
It is Kismet though, first blood, and Nasty's going to try and thread the needle here. Paul X might find his ankles bit and away, but no, it's been traded down. Kismet is looking over his teammate. He is safe, he is good, and now New York have the advantage.
2v4. So we've seen yesterday from the side of London, though, they're quite happy to take their time, find these picks. Desert Siege, well, they may well not find one here. Gizmo will get taken down. Afro inside of Polis is where he likes to apply his trade. He's going to find much here. Shots bringing on through the Polis, and Afro now trying to get out, trying to find something. He surely will be taking down New York, even the
Really good regain there from New York, getting it straight back into it. Let's have a little replay of that needed defuse, and like I said, we were trying not to give anything away here in the arena. But Afro, patience.
So Crim, you can see he's looking at it. You can see he's checking it from where he is. You know, honestly, I think that bomb's just a little bit too close. You maybe put it up closer to where Afro's player cam is, a little bit further towards that side. And he would have been like, well, I couldn't see him. I think, honestly, that comes down to the bomb plant. But when it does come down to New York, Kismet, 4 kills to his name, Polex only the 1. Only 1 for the side of Ravens, but they have a round. That's the more important thing. That's it.
They do. Here come New York again, though.
Kismet's having a very good game so far.
Breakoff's not working for them usually.
Oh, Hydra gets across, though. Afro isn't able to convert anything for this. New York in a better position. Map control slowly but surely.
To be honest, New York played really well yesterday. I think Paul X underperformed a little bit, so you can play anywhere near his potential. I've seen New York make the run.
Bomb though will go down. Hydra will get it. Will he get out as well? That's the
wow.
Thing. Yes, he does. Still a 4v3 now, a 4v2.
And New York will now put as much pressure onto this side as possible. They know New York have to check it. Keep an eye. It is all the way around the back, and that's going to hurt them. Afro finds one more, though.
No, Kismet killed the streaks. Damn.
London had too many bodies left alive. The defuse in the end is easy, and they go up 2-1.
Yeah, Kismet just a little bit unfortunate at the timing there. Finds the first kill, but needs Paul to stay alive in that moment. Because he's run from behind, because now he makes it a 2 versus 3, of course, still in London's favour. That chaos is then created, though, isn't it? You're behind them. If you're Paul, you just stay alive as best as you possibly can at that stage, but London forced it out. Good play from them. And once again, it's another round over towards A that does not work out for New York. Attacking rounds have pretty much been their downfall, I'm going to say, on Desert Siege, albeit one of the better teams on this map. So far, so good for London.
Well, London now on the attack again. They won't want to let this one go. They'll try and get this lead as far forward as possible. Zero with the sniper. At the moment, New York only really have 1 player over towards B, but London are playing a little bit coy. They are waiting to see if anybody gets aggressive.
First blood over towards New York. We talked about those first bloods for London being so influential. Not going to find them this time, Afro. Be careful.
Yeah, did you know that? Yeah, all the COD players play on controller, like in terms of like the COD League anyway.
Gizmo's in a little bit of no man's land. He might need some reinforcements.
Warzone is keyboard and mouse or controller, but wow, Gizmo.
How on earth did Gizmo stay alive there? Nasty gets another one, and Paul X is left alone in a 1 versus 2 with the sniper.
One needs to go huge.
He cannot believe his teammate has gone
down.
Oh my
god.
He gets the first one. Brings it down
No
on
way.
1v1 versus Nasty. And the boomstick is banging. Can he find 1 more kill?
Nasty will find his way out. 40 seconds to play with here, and he just has to be patient. He's holding the angles. He's gonna see.
No way.
Comes in, Nasty survives.
He's gonna defuse it straight away.
And now Nasty's gonna be a little bit worried for
it. Yep.
it.
Oh no, he's not
Does he
defusing.
hold this? Does Paul X hold it exactly where each other are? They don't know. They come into it as well.
Wow.
Nasty in the end. Holds it.
No way. Paul X is vexed. He just got a hit marker of a sniper.
New York. Paul X did basically everything right. A millimeter, a pixel further up into the lethal area, and it would have been the clutch.
I think it might have been his arm, to be honest with you. It's a tough one, isn't it? One of those situations you just can't really apply it, can you? It's one of those where you expect him to drop if you hit this shot. And the shake of the head there. Yeah, that is tough. That's a round difference. That him. I'll get 3-1 now to the Ravens. Nasty on a 5.
What do you reckon, boys? You think anyone's going to make a mad losers run? From losers round 1 to the grand finals.
He's being aggressive, but they haven't traded effectively. London now down a man.
I could see New York making a run.
Hydra gets out of there as well, and he stays alive. Nazi's worrying about it. I don't know if they can do anything for this one. Nazi's going to try.
I'm a keyboard and mouse player, and it's kind of disappointing you can't play on the league.
He does not want to give away his
I mean, I get what you're saying, but COD's always been played controller.
Of course, they will still try and go on and win it. Zero trying to look to find the pick to maybe then release Nasty to do something. Oh, watch your head!
Wow, good snipe.
He jumps on up, and Zero will say thank you very much. 2v2, but look at the flank.
That's what's kind of good about Warzone, because Warzone's like more like inclusive, like you can use everything.
He's going to find Hydra. That's the glide in the pocket.
15 seconds. He can now try for this.
I don't know, Tan. I really don't know. Time, when it's that short, it causes all kinds of issues. And realistically, he knows it's not going to go for him. Kismet just says, all right, thank you very much. The clock killed them in the end.
Yeah, I meant more so the fact that he finds that glide bomb, it kind of releases that pressure. I wonder if London maybe played that a little bit differently if he's not in that situation. But I think, you know, in that scenario, you're in a 3v4, the bomb is down. Anything you can do, anything you can find is fantastic. Kismet 8-3. Nasty 7-3.
I played the controller for a while, but switched as soon as I got a PC. Yeah, I've always been a controller player, and I can't lie, I need to work on my keyboard and mouse skills because I'm awful at that.
Kind of opportunity to keep that.
Yeah, I mean, aim assist is also a big thing as well, Joshua. You got to remember that.
It does favour them, but
even with like Fortnite, a lot of the players like near the end were like the best ones are controller players. I don't know. For the most part, I think like both controller and keyboard and mouse are viable. At the end of the day, because if you're the best player, it doesn't matter what you're using, you know what I mean?
Attack here for the side of Royal Ravens, it does work out quite often as well. The attacking round's very solid, but the defense even better. If we can find another attack here, they will feel super confident heading into the rest of it, but New York just trying their hardest to slow them down. But Ravens quite happy to be slow. Crim6 has been spotted, tagged up. Plenty of health left remaining, but we'll have to back on down.
And now, with the time remaining, New York have an opportunity here. If they can find a pick and slow down the Ravens just a bit, they can bleed off that advantage.
Sees him. Wow.
Find something, but
how did he see him?
Is that going to give the moment though?
This guy must have been peeking through.
Do something here. Just a little bit of pressure. Unrelented slightly, and New York have a 2v3 on their hands.
Can New York find a pick? Can they open this map back up for the retake? Crim6.
Good stun.
Veteran of so many champs. Trying to find something here as well. Twillex tries to get against Gizmo, but they haven't found anything yet. 28 seconds left to go. He finds the first.
Hey.
And it is going to go down. Like
London.
The Ravens, they convert it.
London might win this.
All the advantages. New York were trying to headbutt that wall, and it didn't work out.
Really, really good example of patient play on the side of London. They know they have the numbers. They don't have to force that issue. As soon as that bomb does go down, though.
I know Crim6 won't be happy.
They sit tight, they
Crim6 definitely didn't come to champs to get 8th.
It's an easy round in the end. 42 now. If London can hold this defense, they are in prime position. New York need to find something. Hydra 1 and 4 has not been able to get things going. Neither is Zero on the side of London.
Nasty's doing his thing. And not Ollie's doing his thing.
It's aggressive.
Kismet's been playing really well, to be honest.
Change the tempo of this one. It hasn't been working for them. Hydra's going to find Afro. There's going to be a reach out coming straight through.
Oh, babes.
Thank you very much. Here's the
Hydra.
Afro
Oh.
eventually brings it back to a 3 versus 3. The pressure continues to mount as both teams go down at 2-2.
Look where the bomb is, though. New York have lost that in a terrible spot. I'm not too sure if London or Ravens are too aware of it. Oh, Paul gets terrible timing. And all of a sudden, Crim6 on an island, all on his own.
My clock's on 55.
And that
or
is not
53.
where you want to see the bomb if you're an attacking player.
They've never needed Crim6 more. Can he be the magic they need? Can he be the man everybody has been talking about? He made it a chance. He had the story. And a 1v2 would help them bounce back.
You can see Nasty on Overwatch right now. They must have spotted. They know what's going on here. Crim6 comes for the push, and Nasty is ready and waiting. Continues his dominance over this series. Just has not.
Surely New York don't get 3-0 to get knocked out of the tournament. There's no way.
Yesterday, actually, about his performance in that very first game. So, giving himself a hell of a pep talk to come back into this one, and is putting New York down at the moment. One more round will give London a 2-0 lead in this series.
All I'm saying is I'm happy my perfect bracket got ended in the first stage.
Reason they are at champs. They need it again.
Would have been more heartbreaking.
People talk about London.
Would have been more heartbreaking if it got ended today.
Gizmo and Afro youngsters coming in, but Nasty's kind of, I want to say, slipped under the radar at times, but he has constantly been doing his job for this team. 4 from him, 5-2 below the Royal Ravens, but we're going to set up here from New York.
They've gone aggressive. They've taken all the map control away from London. The nades are raining through for both sides. I'm trying to get away from that one. He is going to stay forward.
I was about to say, remember that he's got a glide bomb. You've got to be careful of your subliners. At least somebody dies. Yeah, surely, no, he finds nothing. So maybe a little bit of a misplay by London, but nonetheless, that gives them that pressure to then push over. And here we go. The bomb's going to be going down to 4 versus 4 retake for subliners. You need it.
Can they get in position in time? Kidman's going to be found as well. Zero opens up with the first blood. New York have to move now. They have to be greater than London in every single trade. And Paulex is looking, and London are throwing shoulders. London are setting up. They are wondering where the subliners are, and bullets start to fly for them. Hydra's making a move. Zero's about to be caught. Surely no. Afro finds another one. New York in a 2 versus 4. Paulex trying to get it. He goes down as well.
What is happening to New York? What is happening to New York, man? London is smoking their shit.
And they are happy, they are smiling, and they are locked in.
Gizmo looks like he's shocked that they won that. He's like, what the hell?
Really good performance from London.
What is happening?
All the way through, it never felt likely. Immediately from the word.
What is going on?
If you're the subliners, you let that ninja come through and
London Royal Ravens are storming ahead in New York.
But look at that score. 10 and 6 from Kismet. Somebody help him. Somebody help him. He had a good game, but nothing else to be offered from the rest of subliners.
Zax, I think Zax got the prediction on point. I think it's either going to be 3 on London or it's going to be 3 to subliners. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, they were just unable to really find anything going, and the trading didn't go their way either. We said there were a few opportunities for London, but hey, maybe that was all sold in that first round. A ninja defused 3 versus 3.
Crazy. Right now we're 17 subs off 200, and that's like my favourite number as well. It's kind of crazy to think about. 17 off 200. Someone 183 right now.
They do find themselves in a horrible position, Bryce, but you're going over towards control. London's recent form.
That's what she said.
Also, maybe the tides are turning for them, but recently it has not been fantastic.
Yeah.
2 and 6 over the last 8. Yeah.
I might be wrong. It can be 3. Yeah, London. I mean, map one was close. Or yeah, it was close. It was close. It's fair to say it was close. On map 2. But that can happen sometimes in S&D though. Sometimes S&D a team can just get locked out like that. And London's a very confidence-based team. Like, all it takes is for New York to humble them one map, and then they might start taking it down a peg. So we got Boston versus Toronto is going to be another good game, you know. Because both those teams, like, I mean, Ultra could have beat Optic, went to round 11 game 5. Everyone thought Boston was going to get bodied by LA Thieves, and you know, they took that game 5. Then you got FaZe versus Surge. That's a big rivalry. And then you got LA Thieves versus Optic. Today's actually a huge day. Like, people don't realize today's a huge day. How long were the servers off for yesterday? Probably like an hour. Maybe even longer than that. You know, yesterday I was up till 5 AM. I was up till 5 AM grinding this watch party. Because like I said, there was this viewer called Crafton. He's from New York. And I don't want that in the stream. It was very late, but LET Optic's gonna break 200k live. Yeah, I think it will as well. Especially after LA Thieves said that Optic was like the most overrated team. This is like one of the most hyped matches all year. And then again, like I said, Seattle Surge versus FaZe is gonna be an awesome game because them two, that's like, I don't know why, but it's like Seattle and FaZe always play each other. And Seattle most times beats FaZe, so hey, I kind of want FaZe to get knocked into loser bracket because it'll be interesting. Hit me with your best shot. Done that. You know what we came for. In there. Energy, energy, energy. You don't know what we came for. Done that. Did FaZe win the Cold War season champs? Yeah, they did. They beat Toronto Ultra in the finals. I remember that day as well. That day I was actually really annoyed because I had to work that day. I didn't even get to watch it. And like, at the time, Toronto was like one of my favorite teams. But I knew Ultra wasn't gonna win anyway because of the prophecy. I can show you lot. I can show you lot the video that I done to take that picture. So jokes. Yeah, last year FaZe. That's why it's so weird to see FaZe not win the whole year. Like, regardless of them getting second or whatever. Like, they won what? I think there was 6 majors last year. I think, including champs. So, major 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then obviously champs. And they won 4 of them. And they won what? 80% of the events, like, and that's in the CDL. You gotta remember, yeah, like people like Crimsix and stuff, they have a lot of chips. You gotta remember, back in those days, 1, the events were so much easier to win because like granddads were playing it, and 2, the CDL was like the best 12 teams. So to win in the CDL was like 10 times harder to win back in the day. And they won 4 events out of 6, like crazy, and they won champs, including in those 4 events. Oh, shower.
Here in Los Angeles. If you are just joining us, first of all, where have you been? But second, at the moment, London are leading 2-0 against New York. And one of the reasons is going to be our scuff play of the game. The man, the myth, the legend. It's Nasty.
Player of the game, if anything, yeah, he was absolutely sensational for the Ravens, not just in hardpoint, but also in the search and destroy. But this is the kind of performance that we have come to expect from him when it has come down to land. We did not see it yesterday up against Surge. We are seeing every single one of the examples of it here up against the Subliners. A really solid performance from Nasty so far in the comparison that we have seen from him from yesterday to today. A 1.56 over the first 2 maps.
Yeah, and that's a big bounce back from yesterday, dropping like 0.76 or something along the lines of the Seattle Surge. But London and Nasty has come to play, and that is a dagger in the side of New York. Is still to play for. It is not over. It is not done. Reverse sweeps are possible, and probably more than plausible, considering something like 21 of the last 29 games have gone the distance.
Yeah, they very well could happen here as well. Looking at that map set, we've talked about it a few times already. The start of it favors both teams. Both these two teams are very solid on the first 2 maps that we've seen, but it's London with the advantage. But towards the back end of this series, things are looking good for the side of Subliners. We were discussing, though, in the green room about the AR side of things for both these two teams. New York very much went for the challenge on the AR-based maps, but for the side of Nasty, performing like this, is that maybe a mistake from them in this sentence? Because he's been so good. When you looked at this map pool in particular, you thought, right, okay, they want to maybe try and...
On the stuff a bit, let's get locked in, people, let's get locked in.
Yesterday, but then they've got Nasty showing up against them now, so it's a bit of a pickle.
I don't know.
Oh, go on.
I think they could win, I can't lie. I did really think New York was going to win. And I thought it was going to be a reverse sweep, so this would line up perfectly, but... Oh man, see New York get 3-0 would be crazy. Would be absolutely insane.
Obviously, it's been a little bit of a meme, a little bit of joke
Shout
about
Just Eats.
London, the fact they could not win a control, but the last 2 have been good. And if they want to go 3-6, this would be the best possible time for them.
I think, honestly, the stats that kind of compare for me here. Last in round win percentage if you're London, but 3rd in average ticks.
Big one.
It's not that
They'd be taken off straight away.
It's just those clutch little moments here and there. some of that kind of applies over towards map 5. If we get there, we'll discuss that as well. But nonetheless,
Never.
the KD, the stats don't necessarily look fantastic for London. But if you were to look at the last 2 games that they played, you would think great. However, when it has come down to control and Gavutu,
You have to pay for my mortgage at that point for me to try that again, bro.
New York subliners. We have not seen this game mode from the side of the London Aurora Ravens since Gizmo came back in. Or sorry, I should say the combination of map and mode. Subliners, we've only seen it once from them over stage 4 as well. They lost that too. So neither one of these teams with a win on this map.
Come on, New York, man, make this interesting. Don't get bodied.
A little bit of an unknown variable for the both of them, and that's what makes it so exciting. But I have said it pretty much after every single map. London kind of need to do this early. It doesn't really favour them in the late half of this game. So
map
we'll
4,
have to see.
Yeah, map 4 is a bit of a toss-up. Map 5 is not, though. And honestly, I mean, if I'm going to save it. I've got a couple of stats about Nova 5 if we do get there. We'll maybe talk about it then. We've got a Gavutu control to get through first. As said, when it has come down to control, it has not been good for the side of London. But if Nasty keeps playing this way, it is going to be hard for the side of the New York subliners to bring this one back. Overall in this season, the offensive whip percentage has been there for London. Recently, it has very much not. The average ticks is not necessarily being a problem. We've seen a couple of good games on this map in particular, although over the major, can we see something special?
Alright, guys, let's go.
Both of these squads.
Who do you think is taking this map? There's got to be some. I think, no, subliners are doing it. The reverse sweep, I'm telling you. Have faith in the GOAT. Have faith. Reverse sweep is on.
You're a New York fan, cross the fingers, cross the toes, and get ready.
Bro, Crimsix can't go out like this. There's no way.
Can they hold on as we go straight into this control? New York going to be on the attack first of all. And he's not got that first blood, but there is a bit of pressure coming over towards B.
Big overcommitment for the
Uh-oh.
Subliners.
London started off with 2.
Ravens didn't send anyone over there momentarily, but eventually Zero will clear it out. P1 control is something I talk about so often. It's about this fight. It's been a very slow push from Crimsix. He's going to get caught out.
Uh-oh.
Starting to come through. That's
London.
Ravens now clear Kismet out as well.
Ooh, Kismet.
But it's a big kill from him. They could have got spawn trapped there.
Yeah, Kismet absolutely crucial. Had to stay alive, had to make sure that door remained open. That blender was starting to spin, but it is no good at the moment. New York is still trying to get out of this one as well. Hydra Dex trying to stay alive. Well, getting a few more kills, but New York are battling with this one. They are not going without a fight, and they have made their way in a boat.
Eventually, the trades do work out in their favor. With the map control, a little bit of presence over towards A. Zero on the longest, fattest flank you've ever seen. They have to be careful when you overcommit to something like this with the Ravens. You open up other areas of the map. Zero needs to execute here, or this has all been for nothing. Kills starting to fall through, though, for the side of London. Momentarily, it's only Crimsix in any sort of position to do something.
On Crim.
Managed to get a bit through here.
Relieves that pressure.
Touch the point.
Crimsix finds the magic they need. Afro going to find the first, but Crimsix is still alive.
Number 3, Gizmo is going to be huge for London.
Crimsix finds a kill. Crimsix finds a second.
Wow.
London were on the cusp of
I'm just making plays.
And now they have
They're on both points.
to get over to B. They stopped it.
Gizmo is in the spawn.
But A is slowly getting towards that first tick.
He needs to stay alive. There's only 9 seconds left to go. Kismet is going to fall. Is anyone else there from New York to even get anything here? There's not been a single tick to be spoken of if you're New York.
Is on one.
It is a perfect defensive hold from the side of Ravens.
And that's the way to
New York against smoked, man. Oh my god.
Early and never really recovered. But attack is one
Again,
thing,
dealt with.
is quite another. They can of
Hey,
course
go,
make
go, go.
themselves bring this straight back to 1-1. The difference might be ticks, but we are nowhere near that yet.
AR's still there for the side of Ravens. 7 and 2 from Gizmo. Nasty 5 and 3. 5 and 1 from Zero. These are such big numbers already. And round number 1, New York had no answer to that. After everything that's happened, after how they found themselves here, are they going to go out without a whimper like this? Surely not a team like this squad. Ravens, a big hit over towards B. New York ready for a Kismet. Is at least there's 2. Is he going to get taken down? He is. But the trade's working in favor of New York. Good hold so far. Zero. Good shots.
They got to be careful though. New York trying to put them in the blender, but they haven't managed to get the kills down yet. Kismet's going to be a 5-3. He'll be looking for that glide bomb as well. These trades have just erupted across Gavutu. London do not want to give away the position they've got.
Alive and ticking over towards P1 is something you want to see from an AR when you're on the attacking team. And there you go, there's number 6.
What has happened to New York? What is actually happening to this team?
So much better from the side of London over this
They went from almost beating the most consistent team in the game, and they're just getting bodied by London. Where's the fight? Yeah, do your thing, Joshua, bro. Do your thing, bro.
Looking for the player, but it's going to be Kismet again. Pulls them out of
See you in a
fight.
bit.
8-8, the biggest player from New York at the moment in terms of slaying. And London will have to settle for boat control. They will have to settle for trying to get those ticks on the way.
Shots from Paul. He's going to be able to now clear this out as London continue to pressure. Lives all even. Tick in for London though, so it's in a better attacking round. Irrelevant what happens, but 35 seconds left to go. They'll still want to see more than this.
New York trying to get him that spawn trap that we've seen time and time again on Gavutu. Got to be careful. Zero actually just guns Paul X off as well. There's another kill going down towards Ring. London are not pushed back into their spawn. They are going to try and go for B one more time. That clock will stop. Nasty finds two towards the middle here. Afro's going to try and stay alive. Doesn't have any reinforcements though, and being all banged. He's trying to stay alive. Goes for the chow because, of course, eventually will go down. The amount of bullets.
It's fundamental
What he
things.
does there, he makes that pressure over towards B, and everyone from New York commits over to it and opens up the A side.
Fundamentals.
Is it maybe a potential misstep, or can the retake be good from New York? Afro on his way there is going to get caught by Hydra, but surviving nonetheless. Still inside it. 12 seconds to go here for London.
Trying to stay as well. They get a few kills going down, but Paul X gets another one. London will jump back onto this point and expose.
Zach, you know what happened yesterday as well, yeah? I don't remember, I think it was Sam's. It was a guy called Sam. He came to the chat and he was like, Boston's going to win. And they almost won. They didn't win. You said London's going to win. It looks like they're going to win. Or maybe they're not going to win.
Whatever happens here for the side of Ravens, though, it is a win.
Possibility.
3 ticks in their favor. They're going to be feeling good about it. It's a good attacking round so far.
It certainly is. Can London break this puzzle down? Let's find out with the London Royal.
Hi, what's happened to Hydra, man? Hydra's the beast of this team and he's just not having a good game. London is a team that can make a run as well.
Come on, side. Come on, side.
Woo!
He killed Kiz and Hydra. They both just got 2 kills.
Yeah, we need to fucking make sure they go shit. Nate, listen, Nate P1, Nate P1, left side. Nate P1, Nate P1.
It's top boat. Is that top broken? Yeah, top broken. There's only one P1. There's only one P1. He's weak. Give me for a nade.
Good nades.
Nice, you don't give it crit. You don't give it crit. Crit broken.
But the minute they have all chances this round, so yeah.
It's a 4 versus 5. Time is ticking. They're trying to get into this one. Kids are going to try and hold them down. It's going to be Afro who gets into it.
No way.
Originally. They have opened the puzzle.
No way.
Now. Nobody can afford to lose anything.
Gizmo, oh my god. Bro, I can't lie, I said Gizmo's the one player on this team that needs to pick it up, and if he does, London can do things, and he's frying. Hydra. This is doable.
They're the ones that have to move. Nasty covering the next gunfight is absolutely massive.
Hydra, the timing. Oh my god. Wait. Hydra. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? What is going on? What on earth is going on? There's always some crazy stuff happening at Champs, I'm telling you, crazy, all the time.
They hold it down, they deny London an easy 2-0.
If you were to take an outside look of that one though, for the side of London, it is still a massive win of what they found in that attacking round. New York no takes London. Minimum of 3. I'm not too sure if they actually got one over towards B towards that end there. I was too concerned at the gunfight, to be frank. But nonetheless, London in the lead in terms of ticks. Defense is currently in their hands if we do get to a round number 5.
It's a big push from New York straight into both this time around. No messing as Zero gets a team kill. And already New York trying to make this progress very, very quick. They know they're behind on ticks for that defense. They have much better.
My head's really annoying me. Vanguard is a terrible game, but the league is so fun to watch. That's God, how did it? Listen, do you know what it is, Zach? Yeah, it's just competitive Call of Duty. Competitive Call of Duty, no matter how bad the game, no matter how bad the league, no matter how hard whatever, competitive Call of Duty is always going to be intense, always going to be fun. That's why it's one of the best esports, in my opinion, the best esport in the whole world. Just like the intense moments, like there's so many gunfights, there's so many things that can go wrong, so many clutches that can happen. No other game is like COD, no other game. The reason why the Call of Duty has been on top of gaming for many years now. Been doing this since the start. Bro.
They may actually have a sniff at this now. Is it going to go over? No time to get themselves over towards it.
Zach, don't remember. I'm telling you, New York subliners with the reverse sweep. 3-2 win, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Zach, it's happening. Come on, Hydra. I'm telling you, Zach, it's happening. It's happening, Zach. It's happening. Oh my god, it's actually happening. It's actually happening. New York.
challenge.
New York.
London on this round, but
Hold
New
on.
York have been
Hold on.
sensational.
Afro's got something to say about it.
They have found it. The bullets have rained on through, though.
How was
You
Paul
still
X not
have to
dead?
get it done. When it does come down to this attacking round, but that's at least
How was Paul X not dead?
And there's number 7.
That's Superman.
Glide bomb as well.
This is so dangerous now for London. They are down live significantly.
Gonna be a 3-1.
They are being gunned across Gavutu.
Here it comes as well. They want to secure this.
Wait, Paul X got a streak from that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they've got this round for sure. No way they don't win this.
It would take something quite special from London here.
So they're trying to do something. Zero trying to hold it as well. Crimson's laying down, finds Gizmo towards the back, and every single kill that New York find is devastating.
The trades are insane. Literally every kill's getting traded. What's going on?
They don't have the numbers.
They need a perfect 4 down, and they need to be able to shove up the map.
New York ideally they want to capture this. They don't really want to win on lives. They want to get defense for that last round if it does come. I mean, I think they'll take the round win either way, to be honest.
But this is the problem. London have to be almost flawless. It is not about holding them at this point. It is holding them for the full 45 seconds.
Nah, I don't care, Zach. I don't care. I don't care what people think.
No lives remaining now for the side of London. 11v4, 39 seconds remaining.
It's not that I don't like London. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah. Like, of course, as an EU citizen, I want the EU teams to do well, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a very selfish person, and I want to be in this league. And unless I'm on this team doing these things, if I prefer the players on the other team, I want the other team to win. I'm not really like a big team supporter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The time, there's only 15 seconds to go, even though it is a 2 versus 7, you need to go.
I'm going to be the first European player to win a ring.
Every single angle at the same time. They have to move. New York are running it down. Nasty finds the first one as well. You can see Crimson's in the position as well.
New York is going to reverse sweep, I'm telling you. Come on, New York. Is it? I can't lie, if it wasn't for Crimsix and Hydra, I wouldn't give a crap about New York.
And they go up 2-1.
I think it's got a little bit scary if you're a New York fan there. London held so well. Because New York had so much time, they were taking their time. And that's what made things scary in a certain sense. But because of the fact that they took their time, London pushed up into guns that were already ready and waiting. Really good job from New York there. And for all the good work that London did on their first defense, it is completely nullified by the fact you lose your second.
And now London. How the momentum has shifted. They were so close to being up in this series, and now they are so close.
LG was quite similar to you lot as well, though. It was a Gunless. Remember, Gunless was injured for time, but the only thing is that LG won an event, so it's a bit different.
So this one is not cut and dry yet, Bryce.
Looking for it. Nasty finds one. Just trying to get 8 in a minute. Not lose too many lives. Still a long way to go for them.
Yeah.
This is New York's to lose.
Yeah, that round was mad, Zach. I'm telling you, like, champs, I don't know, like, don't get me wrong, yeah? At major Call of Duties, like, COD is, like, high level, don't get me wrong, but champs, like, the different level, like, it's here, and then champs, like, here. Sorry, what are you saying, Oliver?
They're just try and make sure they don't throw this one away at all. Hydra just taking every single angle for it.
Good shots. Sometimes you can be a little bit tentative, and that's not what they're doing now. The shots coming on through. Zero staying alive inside the point was crucial for London. If you can find a second, that would be huge. Gizmo is there. The backup.
Like, I know you, brother, you know, I know you.
Kismet just trying to slow them down, though, on the way in. Concentrating trying to find these kills. Now,
Kismet,
the
Bulldog.
Gizmo inside the point. The time will be stopped from London. They get themselves
That's what
inside
they call
just
him.
a second there. One
The
tick away from
Bulldog.
getting hold of A and extending that time by 1 minute.
Don't know why they call him the Bulldog. I guess it's because, like, his playstyle.
Gizmo finds an absolute beam on a Paul X. Pressure's going to come through, but the left to get Hydra again.
Champs is like World Cup football. Yeah, exactly, Joshua, exactly.
And keep an eye where Kismet is. He's going to try and put them in the blender here.
Wait, you're European? Wait, where are you from, Zach?
May not have an opportunity to get anything.
A crucial moment in this map for the side of London. They can't get rid of Kismet. He's been ever present for the side of New York, and with 25 seconds to go, they need to get rid of him.
Is it only because, Zach, yeah, like, the EU scene's not done much in COD other than when I think 2 championships, which in my opinion, that is, like, so bad, like, even if, like, America's got the more dominant players, whatever, like, I mean, so because the EU, you're Russian, oh, okay. That's very, I've never met, like, a Russian person that's lived in the UAE, but, hey, there's people everywhere these days, so, I'm surprised. But anyway, yeah, because, like, the EU scene's, like, done so bad in COD, I want to be the person that, like, gets all the glory for doing something for EU, you know what I mean? I know it's very selfish, but it's a part of the legacy at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
From the goal for London, which was extending
Fair
that time
enough.
they're going to get to do so.
Now London do not have.
I'm guessing like life in UAE is a lot different to Russia then.
They had to bleed everything just for a chance to tie this up. Will they hold their nerve? Is there anything left for London, or have New York done the damage?
We know though, when it comes down to control, you can dominate a round and all of a sudden a 4 down can change the tide.
What Hydra doing now?
Hydra on the outside,
one.
Find Zero, he will slow London down just that little bit.
I forgot to try to challenge him.
35 seconds on top.
There's been a couple players snaking as well this champs.
All about New York at the moment. This is their game to lose.
Then again, 2.5 million on the line, so.
Ooh!
Oh, the hail Hydra.
And London have to be flawless. They don't have the lives, they don't have the time, and they don't have this.
Yeah, New York slot this one out.
Wow. Really solid performance from the side of New York. I don't know if London
wow.
have the time. They're not gonna have the
reverse sweepers on.
New York have been glorious. They have taken the control.
And as well, you got Toronto Ultra, Zach as well, who are still in it. So it's not like London's the only EU team. Wait, that controller's nice. Old one.
We knew it was going to be difficult, but for London, it's lost in that defensive.
Crim 6, not Crim 6, Kismet.
Crim 7's happy
yeah.
about that one. 2 more matches to go, my friend. The maths is not difficult. New York know they can bring this one back, and the job has only just started.
Wait, it's not.
The magic is still in the air. New York remain
I'm joking.
Hydra holding them down. Like I said before, 29-23 for him, but crucial kills. The 2 versus 3 clutch by him and Crimsic, staying alive, playing London like a fiddle. This is what makes New York so dangerous, and with a little bit of momentum on their side, this could go all the way. This could be a reverse sweep. We could be seeing more magic at champs.
Yeah, we might as well just send it to map number 5 at this stage, might as well. I mean, look, that one, London was so good on their first defensive round. So good. The second round, where it looked like they may well find an attack, and it was a clutch up from New York. Remember that 2 versus 3? It's not long ago. But considering the round after that, New York then find an attack themselves. 2 rounds that just do not go London's way, and all of a sudden New York driving position, need to hold your defense.
I'm gonna go get a drink, boys. We'll be back 2 sets.
And the end from them. But London will rue some mistakes there. They had chances. They had chances, Bryce.
They did, but New York were just better, like the ice, to hold down that attacking round.
Yeah, Hydra went huge. Absolutely massive from him.
And they just got the slaying on board. You got to remember, New York, they just kept putting themselves in a great position. They were winning everywhere on that map. That's one of the things we expected for them. Of course, London, they were 2-0 in kind of controls recently, but they've lost another one. That is now 2-7 for them.
Both on Berlin's. Haven't seen much from Gavutu from them. You know, it makes a difference. It does make a difference. 1-1 over the stage 4 for New York Subliners when it comes down to Gavutu. London yet to win it over the last, I want to say 2 months or something. So it was always a map that was going to favor the side of New York. I think London would have known that. But looking towards the last 2, Berlin hardpoint, we've seen London lose it yesterday by the slenderest of margins to the Seattle Surge. They want to right that wrong here up against New York though.
Coaching coming in now, make sure London stay on track. New York will be doing the exact same thing. Full regain from London and New York. They can smell a little bit of blood in the water. And that's what they want here. They do not want to go out like this. They have avoided the 3-0. But still, 2 more maps they need to move forward in this tournament and realize the dreams.
Still very doable for the side of New York here. London will have the lead, but sometimes that momentum can just swing, can't it? But I think they would have known heading into this that Gavutu is not necessarily a map that favors them in any sense of the imagination, so I think they would have known that this is not going to be an easy 3-0. They would have prepared for Berlin, a doubleheader to finish things off. It's map number 5 that scares me for the side of London, Bryce. I honestly feel like they do need to close it out here. Statistically, it leans towards New York. We've got a few stats that will throw your way if we do indeed get there, but map number 4 is a scary one too.
It is very, very scary. We said we think London need to do this early. New York, probably, the favour is swinging their way. They have a lot of support here in the crowd as well. In fact, there's some sort of pep talk going on at the front. I don't know what's happening, but somebody is pumped up in the Garden Centre.
They're trying to get the crowd hyped up.
They're trying to get them on their feet. The pep talks. We love it. We love the energy.
It was a wonderful, wonderful major back in New York. Crim 7, all the New York staff did such a good job. best event of the year so far. Sorry, every other franchise that we did see.
And they're trying to warm them up, trying to get everybody hyped, trying to get the fans behind their team to just give them that tiny extra bit of difference.
Is that £5 no?
Is that is a £5 no? Well, it looks like the crowd's a little bit more divided here than in the major, but it doesn't matter. What does matter is the gameplay. What matters is the hard point. What matters is the scoreline. We are going to find out. Here are the series stats for them. You can see Nasty slowed down, gives him a Nasty both to the 1.2. Afro is 0.78, but Berlin is a little bit more his kind of map. 0 on a 0.96.
I mean, how good did Afro look on this map yesterday? Has to be said, but for the New York subliners, the slaying hasn't necessarily been there. Hydra and Kismet, though, have been the only ever present. Kismet had a good map number 2. Hydra had a decent map number 1. They've been there, but they need to be more than that here when it does come down to Berlin hardpoint over the season. Of course, it is a 12-9 record for the side of London, 13-6 for New York, and New York 5-1 over stage 4. London are going to have to bring the heat here.
They're going to get into P1 first, of course. That is the preferred side. New York looking for this. Could be Afro, opens up instantly. Ballx trying to back Nasty, gets one onto Hydra as well. They've got to be careful here. Ballx just trying to stay alive. Crimsix finds another one, and the pressure will now come onto London.
I think it's something still like an 8-1 victory record for the side that starts on the good side when it has to come down to Berlin. New York.
I'm back. The hood of death. What's happening, bro?
Inside hill needs a little bit of support. The flank comes in from Kismet. Can't find a second. That's the inside point. Hell, he finds another of his own. Good job from New York. Break on through. 20 seconds to go. It's a nice break.
Huge from New York to get in there at that point. They executed perfectly, bringing this back to a tie game.
I don't know, man.
Going over it. New York is going to try and get in a fight.
If New York win the hard point, I don't know. I think there's going to be too much pressure on London. I think they're going to get too nervous. And you got to think about it. Crimsix owns the most championships in the whole of Call of Duty. He's been in this position before. He knows how to reverse sweep.
Even though they pretty much get wiped off the map. Now the rotation over towards P2 is important. P3 also is something you have to consider, but London have to consider winning a gunfight at some stage here. Hydra skating around inside of
Hydra, oh my god, Crimsix saved his life.
Still time towards New York. New York have stacked this heavy as well.
Yeah, so far, every game's been 3-2.
London can't find anything. New York are just getting gunned.
Every game.
Hydra now on a 4 streak, and they have flipped the spawns as well. New York are playing perfect hardpoint.
A disastrous start though for the side of London. Nothing has went their way so far. Spawning towards dock side. Paul on a 5 spree. Hydra on 5 spree of his own. Can he keep this one going? 2 more for the glide bomb. Can he manage to lock this one in? There's number 2 and not there. Now the spawns have flipped again though. So both
how you doing today, Hood? You having a good day?
In terms of locking down these fire spawns, we know how important they can be. 10 seconds.
Because listen, I'm here locked in with this watch party, and I'm having a great day because COD games we're watching are going to be lit.
Eventually shuts him down, but still the pressure coming in from New York. They are unrelenting. They are hunting down London everywhere they find them. Kismet takes one down to the docks. Nasty goes down in the fire, and New York again.
Hydra, Ballx had a good start.
Spawns out, going to come on through. Zero now behind. He is going to very much find the kill on the Ballx, but nobody else from London able to survive. For all that, it has felt like New York have dominated. It is nothing in it score-wise. 4 spree now coming in from the side of Kismet. The slaying has been on point for New York, but can they find something to count for it? Through the front door, Nasty going to find nothing. It is a perfect break from New York in the end. 30 seconds to play for London are chalking it up.
About 184 subs, let's go. 16 away from 200 people. 16 away. Climbing.
Is paying the bills here at the moment.
If you can as well, people, drop a like on the stream. I'm pretty sure it helps people see the stream more. So
how good he looked against Surge yesterday. He's going to have to start turning it up here for the side of London pretty quickly.
Means a lot to me anyway.
This will maybe get a little bit silly.
And of course, subscribe if you're not already, if you're in the stream.
In the middle of the map here for the side of New York, they trapped London in, but the gunfights are the ones that are important.
They're looking for them. This is still very, very slow. They are trying to find that first blood, trying to find it open as well. There's a kill towards the back. Crimsix is now closing this gap. Crimsix is going to go straight in. That is unbelievable amount of shots coming out of Kismet. Just completely destroys him. And now New York are in.
And that was the glide bomb coming in from Kismet. It is all orchestrated by the side of Crim. Finds a kill towards the back, and the rest of the team then collapse on down. But London have found a few of their own. Can they find a route through here? Time on the board for them. And that's, as we said though, it has felt dominant. You've seen that kill.
New York, they're picking it up.
But all for that, New
York's picking it up.
But you would have thought it would be more.
Well, I'll tell you something, at the moment they look fully in control. New York have come alive in the second half of this series, and they are gunning Hydra is 14-5. London are looking lost on Berlin.
Yeah, Zach, that's what happened as well with this other guy as well. He found me through Tapman stream.
Up and close and personal. Hydra just is not missing bullets right now. The confidence seems to be there. Afro will find one. Paul will trade that one out, but importantly for London, they do have the side of the spawn that they started Berlin on. They need to make sure they make this count though. P5 time, going all the way over towards subline. There's that lead though, now is starting to grow. Spawns are so important for London to hold here.
It is, but there's a huge soak actually coming in from New York as well, and they're trying to just get this one. They want everything. They want P5, they want P1.
Oh my gosh. What has happened there?
Something. And London stop the bleed for a few seconds. New York.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I don't care how you find my stream. As long as you find it and you hear me, we're having a good time. That's what that matters.
Kick things off. They'll be looking for a much better second rotation.
It's a good start to it though. 10 seconds remaining here on P5. London have control of that. They have control of the spawns, control of tickets, everything you possibly want. If you're the side of London, to try and start the comeback here. Nasty getting aggressive for his team, just trying to force the issue up against New York. But that first hill is now ticking, and New York need to find a route through. And could it be through Hydra?
Well, he has been the man over and over again. And he is in the position. Keep an eye on Hydra as he goes to work over and over. And nobody's actually shot him yet. He's going to go gunfight, but Hydra's found the gap, found a second.
Hydra. Crim 6 is on his own, getting pieces.
It's just far too easy. The flank's always going to come in from someone. How often do you see teams just push
Afros needs to pick it up a little bit. 7-17 is not good enough. Not for a player like him.
Oh my goodness, New York are taking over.
Not a player of that caliber.
P2 rotations starting to come in now for the side of London. They need to find a good hold of some hill at some point. They've kind of been chipping away, and it's not impossible. It is a 70-point game. New York have very much been in control throughout every single second of this one. But one good hold from London puts them back into it.
And they need it, sooner rather than later. Wasn't great P2 for them last time.
Even though I think these teams are very on level on skill, they should be seen as like an upset if New York win in terms of seeding. This is like the 8th seed beating the 4th seed.
New York can maybe be ruining their mistakes, I want to say, for all the presence that they have, for all the pressure that they have. They've not been able to put London out of sight yet. That P2 hold from London has been fantastic so far. 25 seconds remaining though. They're going to have to be even better than that. As
Bro, New York just ain't losing gunfights.
Out from London as well.
Look at them, they're just trading everything. I said New York are reverse sweeping.
Can they disrupt the flow? That's not been working in their favor so far. It's a good amount of time with P2.
Okay, nasty twin brother on my boy Oliver doing his thing.
You can see the pressure from New York. They have that rotation, they have it locked. It's a long way for London. And while they brought it back a little bit on the P2, they are going to let that lead increase the longer they don't get to P3.
London notoriously fairly solid when it comes down to this P3 hold, but they haven't been the first ones there. Look at this.
New York hold at this time, I think they close out the game. Afro, there we go. There we go, Afro. Getting it started on now. There we go. Ari, no, Ari, no, go back, please, go.
We talk about these amount of kills that you have. It's not the amount, it's the important ones that are now coming through from Afro.
My niece.
It's a good break from London.
She's very curious.
But it's not like it's been all New York, and it is going to be all New York in that kill feed as the rotation starts to come over towards P4. London are not out of this yet, but New York, they're about to touch 200 points. London still 50 behind.
New York have had all the slaying, and they must continue this and not let this lead slip. They have not been as far ahead as we thought they might have been at this stage.
It's felt very one-sided, but yet the scoreline's
good nade from Hydra.
They're coming though. They are putting the pressure on.
New York are just on point right now. Every nade, every trade, they're getting everything on point.
You're going to take this one to the takes, my friend, unfortunately, and down he goes. And the pressure, Zero's going to try and stay alive. Zero versus Crim 6.
Wow. London actually done well considering that New York used their streak though. Oh my god, Gizmo just got. I don't even know what you call that. Why is there 2 lights on? Gizmo just got deleted there.
But again, all this this control from New York. They aren't getting too much time from it. They are in the point now, 10 seconds to go. London thinking about P5 and then ultimately P1, where they have stunk the place.
Lucas, why's that light on?
Crimsix around the outside though will slow things down over towards P4.
Using it now.
It is a 30-point game. Somehow, someway. Hydra will find another 26 and 80. His nemesis and Afro has not quite been there for the side of London. The kills are there for New York once again though, but the spawns are there for London.
The problem for London is they have to commit to B5. They can't allow New York to soak as Crimsix drops one on the Kismet's head.
Hydra again.
And he's looking for it. He wants to flip these spawns all the way back again, and unbelievable. Hydra has been a force to be reckoned with, and now New York are just putting the pain on. Crimsix is on 5. They are on to P5 as well, as Hydra finds 2 more.
It's been an absolute enigma on this map so far, 29 and 18. May well have found a slow start to the series, but my goodness, what do you need? Up yet. London still within this one. 40 points is the difference. They need to flip these spawns. There's 15 seconds to go before we head over towards P1.
That's fine, you can come get them.
Like New York in complete control of the map. Berlin is looking like there's 210 to 173. P1 control is there for London.
Oh, London look like they're spawning on map 5 because they are so far away. And now we go into P1, something London haven't been great at when they were there first. They have to have a basically perfect break, but they don't have the spawns. The spawns are going to go for them as well. Nasty's going to try and stay alive, but that time is soaking. 25 seconds for New York.
Nasty staying alive around this area will be crucial, as the pin set is now set up from Ravens. Here comes the pinch. If Nasty can find something that will help them now, they just have to go. They have to go through the front door, 14 seconds away from New York, and they are finding the kills, Pricey. Map 5 is pretty much beckoning.
Oh, Kismet finds 3. London are reeling. London are lost. London are 7 seconds away from being taken down.
Reverse sweep is happening, people. Right before your eyes. Crimsix is doing it. The GOAT. He's doing it. At Crim 7 getting gassed. Does London have the ice? That's the question.
As you said, it was always
they got the ice.
cards. With the control record coming in from London, it was always going to be difficult when we're heading into a map number 4 that suits New York. Hydra has arrived. The last 2 maps he has been so crucial to the side of the New York subliners. And for all that game, it felt like they were in control every single moment of it. Maybe didn't take them as easily as they would have thought that they would have got through it, because yes, the scoreline reflects that, but they were dominant all the way through.
Listen up. I don't predict 3-2 for no reason. It's going to be a 3-2. Simple as that. 3-2's got to be.
In map number 4. And now on map number 5 on the cards, Pricey, a search and destroy that does not look.
I don't care. Today I'm getting every prediction right. Have to. Yesterday was not good enough. But Hydra's melting them last round. Yeah, like that's one thing, though, right? Like when they were getting smoked by London, Hydra was a bit too quiet for my liking. A bit too quiet.
Name of the game at the moment, but of course, the stage has been set. One more map, and we send a team home. Be it London or be it New York. One more opportunity, one more chance to get this job done and move forward. Go home. The pressure is on, the intensity is in the building, and tears might flow. But all that and more is to come right after the break. You aren't going to want to miss it. A great day yesterday, maybe a better day today. We'll see you right after this.
One more map. Okay, let's go. My prediction for this last game 5, 6-3 to New York. Oh, it's Berlin S&D. From what I remember, I'm pretty sure London at the very start of the year, they used to like play Berlin S&D religiously every time. Like they'd lose it a lot. But then Zero Doi say like they were good at it, they were just, you know, getting unlucky, so. Hey, it's not a good time to get unlucky in champs, that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna play a map, you need to throw luck out the window. You know what's crazy, right? So in the last month on my channel, I've had I've gotten 27 new subscribers, and out of them 27, 25 of them were in the last week. Oh yeah, that's probably because the month's not even not even started yet, has it? Anyway, doesn't matter. We're doing our thing, people. We're doing our thing. Keep this grind going. We're hitting 200s by Sunday. These watch parties are going to get us to 200s. We back. Let's go, Joshua. So, London is 2-2. With subliners. Yeah, the reverse sweeps happened, Joshua. I said it. I said it. I said it's going to be 3-2 to New York. Reverse sweep from New York. It's happening. It's happening. Dum 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 dum. The next game is in 6 minutes. 6 minutes? Yeah, all the games have ended in 3-2 hood. It's crazy. This champs has like been the most intense, insane. It's crazy. It always happens. Every champs, every Call of Duty champs is the exact same. But that's why we love Call of Duty. That's why we love it. It doesn't get better than this. Put it that way. How you doing today, Hood? Hope you're having a good day. The Hood of Death. That's is a very daunting but a very cool name. The Hood of Death. I'm a big fan of it though. Big fan of it. Unique name, anyway. Zach, how do you know that the next game is going to be in 6 minutes? I'm doing good. What should I call you? Should I just call you Hood? Should I call you Death? Should I call you the Hood of Death? I do like to shorten people's names just so it's easier to say, you know what I mean? But listen, if you want me to pronounce the whole name in its whole greatness, I'm down for that, bro. Exactly. Exactly. It's all about winning the battle before the battle started. You get into the COD lobby and they're like, damn, the Hood of Death. This guy's gonna... What the hell is going on? What is this? Oh, this guy's hitting the moonwalk. What the hell? Why you got guys twerking? Oh my god. Yeah, I can't lie. Them guys have cursed. Them guys have cursed on the face. They're gonna get freed by Seattle Surge, and then whoever they play next, they're gonna get freed by them as well. FaZe fans are built different. Hey, they are. Do you know what it is? It's Selim. It's the Selim influence. Selim at times moves sus, and then they got the whole FaZe clan doing it. FaZe squadron. Who that asked us to everyone that's in the stream though. Who do you think's winning champs? Who do you think's winning? I think LA Thieves or Optic, but I'm thinking more LA Thieves. Or New York maybe in a nice little losers run. I said it already. London's 0-6. See, didn't I told, oh my COD knowledge is actually insane. I said London always love playing this map, and Zero says they're good at it. And Zero says they're good at it, but they never win Berlin S&D. I said that.
Is there anything to do for him? Can Zero get a 1 versus 3?
Looking like the reverse sweep is off to a perfect start for the side.
Hey, I told, and what did I say? 6-3. Remember that. I said 6-3 to New York. I'm psychic. I can tell the future.
And if he can continue the way he's been playing these last 2 maps, Pricey, London are in such a bad spot.
Well, this is where we talk about intensity and the emotion behind these players.
The hood of death.
This stage, every single kill that goes against them, every single round they bleed.
Actually, crazy name. Hood of death.
That is slowly but surely creeping up the spine.
Pump up a little bit.
We will see who comes
Let's
out
lock
on
in,
top.
people. Let's lock in.
London now on the attack.
I personally think Seattle's going to win. That's a good shout. That's a very good shout. Especially as well with Pred winning Rookie of the Year. That's going to boost his morale a little bit. And Seattle match up against a lot of teams really well. It's FaZe against Optic. They match up against them really well.
So there you go, 3 versus 2. And Gizmo gets away just about. 6
If they beat FaZe next, they can make a run for sure.
Where that bomb is, that is disastrous for the side of London. Why on earth is it there?
Well, London have decided to play a bit of sabotage, put the bomb.
Oh my god, Zero!
How on earth did Zero win that with first bullet? Now he's running for his life and Paulek hasn't seen him properly.
How did it, them guys reacted so late to that? That was crazy.
Of a quite outrageous gunfight from Zero. Paulek looking to clutch up. And the fans are getting behind them. The fans trying to scream out.
Let me bring my other account. The game tags are crazy. Wait, have you just got like hella accounts that just have like mad gamer tags? The cloak of life. The sword of battle.
It's got no information, not an ounce of it.
The gunny of Dashi.
They look like haven't seen him in so long.
And the problem is for him here is the thing London can set
Oh
up
my god.
a few different.
Then gives me that yesterday and he died for doing that.
Chose to just go back to back. Paul, here we go, 19 seconds to go. Shots are going to start ringing on through. Gizmo will survive, and ultimately that might be his downfall. Paul still with so much to do. 13 seconds.
Full on clutch
no time
this.
on his side. Bring around the Rosie.
Wow, that timing was crazy.
I have never seen a player
that timing was absolutely crazy.
And somehow just not get lucky enough to find them. Every single time. By the way, this was an unbelievable kill. Kismet jumps out onto him and Zero just rips his eyebrows off and puts them away.
It's a massive kill as well. It's not just the gunfight that Zero had being outrageous. The fact that he finds that as well makes it...
Sniper cocaine. What? Wait. There's no way you've got a sniper cocaine.
New York now onto the attack.
Fair enough.
Here coming on through, they've been aggressive with their attacks so far, and it's the same old story.
Fair enough.
One down, Kismet inside, waiting for Nasty, the overcommitment.
You know, I like that name. It takes people, I think it'll take people off guard more. Be like, what is his name? Sniper cocaine? And by the time they say that, you've already killed them. Boom.
Down, it firmly goes in their favor.
I like that. I like that. Because you can just have like all your accounts in one like stream together. Like they all just got these like really cool names, and then people think they're like a clan or something. And it's just you controlling all of them on different devices. Hold on. London ain't going down without a fight. Wow. Gizmo. Paul, hold on. He's got that. Paul's got that. Wow. Wow. Round of applause. What a clutch. What a clutch by Paul. Paul means business.
Even finds one there, so it pretty much wins them the round because then Gizmo is the only one who can challenge Paul. The AR in that position.
Paul means business.
That gunfight. Fantastic work from him. Stays alive. Time's on his side, and New York find the round.
New York up now, 2-1. The reverse sweep still just a little twinkle in the eye.
Paul means business.
Defensive here, we can already see it's going to be a big hit for London. They are pushing straight across. That information will come through them as well. They're going to know there's numbers here.
Look at this aggression. Afro, has he really got going in this series? It feels like that hasn't been a bit of a problem for London. For all that Hydra has then started to heat up, Afro has not been as ever present as we so often.
I just can't wait to watch Championship Sunday with you guys. Watch the finals. You know how lit that'd be in a watch party with just like hella other people and you're watching the best of 9 grand finals. It's gonna be lit, man.
I think he's got to be careful. They obviously will be called out. Zero's looking for these players. But it has got a little bit quiet on Berlin from an aggressive start, and Zero almost catches it in the teeth.
I just got first bloods.
And now London are
Gives me a good trade though.
exactly where they want to go. It's keeping it
His
finds its way into the side and already takes him down.
He's the
New York
finesse
have
now.
the advantage again.
London just choose not to commit to the control that they have. New York tighten their grip and all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more difficult, but Afro just says, right, screw it, let's get the ball down.
186 subs. 186 subs.
Outnumbered here, London, and Zero's going to go down. It has to be a clutch for Afro. Finds one towards the back and gunned. New York go up 3-1. London, a little bit of shaky hands in the Berlin at the moment. Cannot find.
Wait, is this another one of your accounts, Hoods?
And I think, honestly, for me, that comes down to the fact
Is that another one of your accounts?
closing the gap. They're not allowing
The delinquent.
They have plenty
That's
of
good that
pressure
I can read it, even though it's got
and
numbers.
just
It's kind of hard to
easy
read. I
from
can read it.
there.
Delinquent.
Really good job from the side of New York. They find another round. It's a 3-1 lead. And with London's statistics on this map, are they just going to go out
One day.
again? Their game against Surge yesterday, they were solid all the way through, forces to map 5, and it was just a lackluster performance on this map. And once again, we are seeing
How come you haven't still got? How come you have not got the same profile picture on that account?
for the side of London.
Gotta give it the same vibe.
Much better. But the thing is for London here, do they bite onto that? That pressure that comes on through, they do not. They do not overcommit. New York now.
14 with 14 subs off 200s.
Looking for this one. Afro is going to be the player with any
14 off 200s.
Doesn't see him.
Thanks to Hoods, the absolute goat.
A little bit cheeky for me.
Went from 183 to 186.
Have that bomb down. It almost.
That's what you call an MVP. He's contributed to 3 subs. One man has contributed to 3 subs. AJ, wait, is this the AJ I'm thinking of? Is this my boy AJ from Aberdeen? Is that AJ?
Up and down they go. Crimsic still surviving. They need to start doing something soon, London. The shots are not there from
I haven't touched it in a minute. I mean, to be fair, I reckon he changed it more to that wolf one. That wolf one looks pretty cool. Hi, lad. Let's go, AJ. What's happening, bro? What's happening, bro?
But London just had too many players.
So crucial that Nasty eventually does find Crimsix towards
Hope you and the misses are doing good, bro.
If he falls, then all of a sudden Polex surviving. Yeah, he just needs to survive until Crim gets there. Time was on the side for New York, but Gizmo and Co had the numbers. The bomb defused.
AJ, I've been asking everyone. I can't lie, this game's almost done, but I want you to ask me anyway. Hoods and AJ, who do you guys think is winning this game? 3-2. Who do you guys think's winning? I said New York's winning. I haven't predicted they're going to reverse sweep. I haven't predicted that they're going to win this SND 6-3. So let's see.
Aggression coming through. Afro is yet to
That's good, bro. It's good to hear, AJ.
On Friday. We could start doing
If AJ's good, then I'm good, you know what I mean?
Kismet and Co, though, ready and waiting. Inside of A.
Interesting step, New York got it.
It's going to start coming on through. There it goes. Nasty is going to find anything.
Good pick, Hydra, good pick.
And I don't like that push at all. He pushes in. He's got no
In New York,
support.
yeah, I think New York's going to win this as well.
Now down. London are struggling. They know there are going to be players around as Hydra
London.
continues to do his work. He's found 2 already this round, and London have a 2 versus 4 to contend with.
Bomb in no man's land. Afro.
I don't know, I'm not sure. I feel like New York, I don't know. They've got too much momentum. You got to understand, being at champs, coming in as the 8th seeded team, you got, you know, no pressure on your back. Your Crim 6, champs is your domain. Then you're down 2-0 and you're going to reverse sweep London. I'm telling you, it's happening. It's happening, boys.
Just so solid from them, and honestly, these attacking rounds from London, they look lost at sea. That push through from Nasty, I understand that you've got to do it. You've got to break into the site at some stage. But there's nobody there even from a support angle to help him. If he goes in there, there's nobody there for the trade. To me, it looked like maybe a bit of a misstep from the side of London. So far, so good, though, for New York. They have been solid. Reverse sweep is well and truly not just underway, it's very much on the cards. A 4-2 lead now for New York, 2 rounds away from surviving. And London need 4 more to continue their Vanguard season.
Where are you from, Delinquent or Hood or Sniper Cocaine, whichever alias you want to go under? Where are you from? Wow, huge shoot from Gizmo. Looks like I've lost 15k points to Zoom's chat. Or is that from the like that betting thing with the channel points? You're one of those weird teams that might go all the way in a cap, yeah. It's because, like, I don't know, they've started to pick up at the end of the year. It's like very much like LA Thieves.
He has just been unbelievable the last 3 maps.
He's played like just being such a pain all the way through.
Yeah, I've had a couple people in here, like, I've got Zach, I don't know if Zach's still in the stream, but he's like, I'm pretty sure the first few I talked to in the stream yesterday. He's Russian and he's from the United Arab Emirates. UK West, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, the majority of people in the streams have been UK, to be fair. We had a couple Americans as well, which is always nice to see. Hey, Gizmo, great round from Gizmo.
That was a very stressful round for
great
both
round
teams.
from him.
It could have gone either way. But London get 3, and they are still behind against New York's 4.
Menace on this map, but so is Gizmo. 9-4.
I was up till 5 AM last night, grinding the watch party.
Everywhere.
Because of the server delay.
See an SMG player with
I'm praying there's no server delay today. You got it winning all. New York, not New York, sorry, bloody hell. LA Thieves probably.
That looked like a comfortable round for London. In the end, it was very
LA Thieves, if not LA Thieves, Optic. If not Optic, probably like New York making a crazy run.
And the aggression from London's going to start coming through. First blood is there.
Well, you know, any of these 2 teams can make a run. I think London and New York. They're very dangerous, like loser bracket teams.
Not give anything away. No, sneaky. Oh, he's got 2 players there. They open the door and almost gets it back for them.
Look at the aggression. Look at the aggression. Is it going to be optimum? Kismet will find one at Afro, and now if you're London, what do? You commit towards it, and look at the wolf packing from New York. Zero's got so much to do.
Zero get them all? Nah.
Get out as well.
Don't want to get a pick.
Now for London to tie it up.
That could have gone disastrous for them, but Zero holds his aim true.
And the thing is, he got so much info.
London are looking good to secure this round.
He's calling this one out. I think Gizmo has done it. He's Simple X as well. But New York are going to try and execute onto this one. They don't have an awful lot of time. They are putting the pressure on. They're looking for the skates. Where on earth for London? They're thinking.
Any of the top 4 teams can win it hard to call it, yeah.
In a 1 versus 3. He's on the bomb
They have 1 more count from the 2k grind.
Zero goes for a chow. Wait 7.5 seconds.
What do you mean 2k grind?
Doesn't matter. The numbers are there. And London tie this.
Well, you're not about 1 more YouTube account, are you?
And Gizmo plays that one wonderfully.
There's no way.
He sees the information, he gets himself into fire because they know the information they get from Zero around the outside. He then pushes through fire, knows that the other commitment is coming through mid-map, so he wraps around again and ultimately just pinces New York into a tough position. It is 4-4. Gizmo is 11-4 on a 5 spree. He is really showing up here. How much have we talked about all season long? He's not translated online into LAN. He is very much doing so here to help London stay in the game.
It's intense. I don't know which way this is going, but I am looking forward to finding out. You know where it's going. It goes to around 11. I might just have to have a nap afterwards. But at the moment, it goes quiet on Berlin. Neither team willing to step a toe out of line or throw the wrong shoulder.
Gizmo's having a really big map here.
The slower players been working out for London a little bit more. The aggression.
4-4.
New York subliners have been playing their trade very, very well so far.
From 6, huge pick on Gizmo.
No longer. First blood goes over towards the side of New York. Zero cannot even the odds on the Crimsix. That bomb will surely go down. London need a retake here.
Crimsix just thread the needle, but eventually Afro has to get out of it.
Right, Afro's not been having a good series. NBA 2K. Yeah, I had a feeling I saw you on about. There's no. Why do you have like 100 different YouTube accounts?
This is nuts. It's 1 round away now for New York. They've found number 5. Can London answer? Can we get around 11?
And here it is. The sword of Damocles is dangling above the Ravens. 1 more round for New York, and the reverse sweep becomes reality.
1 more round. 1 more round. 1 more round. New York.
Unbelievable. Turned his series around. And now London, it's do or die, and oh my goodness me. Let's just get into beat.
Look at New York are stacking this heavy. Hydra, huge pick. Prims, oh my god, New York. Zero's got 1v4. 1v3 now. Can Zero do this?
If he had the bomb, then maybe he had something, but Zero in such a bad spot.
And the hopes of a nation.
Surely Zero doesn't do this.
On this one man's shoulder. He will be sweating buckets. He will be nervous. He will be in trouble.
I just don't understand.
Man,
how he
surely
was
can't
able
win
to do
this.
Look at the setup from New York.
Look at him, they're the triple stack on the side of the bomb.
It's about a kickoff. They're looking for it now, New York.
GG's, well played, New York. The reverse sweep. I called it. I did call it. 3-2 New York with the reverse sweep. I did call it. That's all I'm going to say. That's so peak though. Gizmo got criticized so much online, and he came to this LAN and he's actually done really good at champs, like personally. And Afro had a bad map 5.
505 for map number 5 we go. Champs has been unbelievable.
Afro had a bad map 5.
And this one was just that as well. What a fantastic series out of both these two teams. Disappointment for
I hate seeing that stuff, man, when that players upset and stuff. These lot put so much time into the game to be like as good as they can. It's heartbreaking. London's out of champs, first team eliminated. Hey, Crim6 is still in it.
And New York, as you said, the fact that they found themselves here at champs was somewhat of a miracle. And the miracle may well just continue here as they find the win to kick off Friday.
What a series. What a series. Every game's been game 5 so far. What is going on?
They try to march forward in this tournament. They fell at the first hurdle.
What is going on?
They got back up and they fought. And of course we went to another map number 5.
Of course we did. New York will advance on through, but
I'm gonna go get a drink, guys. If anyone's in the channel, they're not subscribed, already subscribe. And drop a like on the stream as well. It helps people get the algorithm and all that. And share my stream with people that you think might want to watch it. Alright, I'll be back 2 seconds.
I think this is a young roster who will start to go on and develop their careers, but it just wasn't to be for them this year, was it really? We've seen some flashes of brilliance, but that was pretty much it, unfortunately. But again, there's players on that roster who have a lot of their career left to go. Alongside Zero, who has been a great leader for this squad. There's still time for a lot of those players in London Royal Ravens to write their legacy, but it will not be here in Vanguard.
It certainly will not. A disappointing end to the season for the London Royal Ravens. Potential unrealized is probably going to be the story of them as well, but that is probably the worst way to lose. There's 2 great maps from the begin with, and they just could not keep a handle on New York. Every player had their story to tell for New York in that, and we highlight Hydra a lot for probably obvious reasons. That man was skating, Tom.
Oh, he played so well in those last 3 maps in particular. The control in the hardpoint and the S&D to finish things off. He started to heat up. We didn't see it in maps number 1 and 2. We really seen the nasty show, and he was fantastic, but they just couldn't continue. It felt like the wheels fell off just a little bit as soon as that control goes towards New York. And that is the story of that series. I know that map number 5.
It certainly is. Well, we say goodbye to London here at Champs, but we do say hello to Blaze on the stage. It's a Crim to view.
Hi, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Bryson Tong. Give it up for the New York Subliners surviving elimination in a map 5 banger once again. We're 5 for 5 here at Champs Crim, but you've been in plenty of series like this before, and I know you don't like it. It was a lot of pressure right there after you guys lost map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's just so dumb. Like, it's champs. Everyone loosen up. Loosen up. That's all we got to do. And, you know, there was a situation before we even started playing. Hey, Scott, if you're back there, I'm wearing fucking shorts tomorrow. I don't care.
Oh, shorts!
Because here in California,
it's hot.
AKA diarrhea butthole of the United States.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
We love LA, Crim.
Hey, enjoy your 54% taxes. Hey, anyways.
We love LA.
Hey, we all agree that sucks, but let me get to my point, right?
Yes.
Only in California, right, is it 74 degrees outside, and they have the heat on. Yo, it's hot in here, right?
Though.
Is it hot in here?
It's the city of champions.
They don't believe in AC.
Now, is the AC going to affect you if it comes down to win another champs ring?
I mean, I saw Simp. Hey, watch your profanity. Who said that? Anyways, point is, I saw Simp drenched in sweat. Okay, he's a $110 on a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, that guy's got no muscle, no fat. You know.
But his shot is superb,
dude. Too soon. Too soon.
Any words you want?
I can't fucking beat him, dude.
Hey, but you know, hey, could it be this weekend? You know, you guys got a tough matchup coming up here in the loser side of the bracket. Any words you want to give to these fans and everyone who's been supporting you on this Cinderella journey? If you get another ring?
I got some words. Yo, Nate Shot gave me confirmation. There's gonna be a new LAT merch drop. So, like.
Oh.
Yeah, go line up. What are you guys still doing here?
Hey, you heard
by the way, yo, Skump's in the third level. He said he's doing autographs.
Are you gonna do autographs? I think you are.
Wait. I just want to see who goes.
Nah, well, they here for you, okay? They here for you.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Love you guys.
I'm back.
You know.
There we go. Everybody, give it up for Crim6.
Hopefully you enjoyed the show.
One time as the show continues.
But at the end of the day, it was a good thing that it went map 5.
It was good for the community.
Shit's weird, man. USA.
All right, as the USA chants start, let's take this one back to the desk. It's a lot to break down.
There's a lot to break down after that one. I don't even know where to start. Listen, Crim is the main character, and we're all just we're all NPCs. That's all I gotta say.
Well, I mean, look, let's try. I'm going to do my very best to reel it back to some level of reality here. London has fallen. The Ravens will be the first team eliminated here from COD Champs in the 2022 weekend. Wow, man. I mean, a reverse sweep.
Austin vs. Ultra
a
next.
Tough one for the Ravens. I mean, they started so strong.
I don't even know. Who did I have winning what?
That the year ends on Berlin S&D, because if you go back and look at it, you know, 0-6 in round 11s on that map, literally from stage 1, if they could have more success on their map, their year would be radically different. But from the start of the year to literally the bitter end, they just didn't have the ice on Berlin, and
I didn't even get to see it.
I mean, no chance totally touched that point. It's just their map pool that beat them in the
E2.
end. Like, they're 0-5 in Tuscan S&D. So
I was 3-2, so I got that right.
You know, they don't want to square up with New York Subliners on that map, but I almost would have taken the risk, to be honest. Having the loss on the Berlin S&D yesterday, obviously.
I got this one right, predicted that correctly.
6 round 11s on it.
Had Ulch winning against Breach 3-1.
Like, sometimes you just got to risk it, and unfortunately, they played the safe Berlin. It didn't pull out in the end, and it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think Ulch is going to win too.
A different Nasty and Gizmo.
I want them to win, and I think they're going to win.
When it came to the London Royal Ravens, so not a horrible year, but definitely leaving a lot to be desired.
I mean, it's just tough. I mean, they get knocked out in 2 double Berlins, Hardpoint and S&D, both their last 2 series. And, you know, looking at this one, they had to close them out on that control. Like, they had the opportunity to do it. You cannot lose a defense on Gavutu. Like, later in this series, you know you've had troubles on those maps as of late. So for them, I think it's a tough loss, man. And then also for Afro, he didn't have the best performance, but it was a lot of AR heavy maps there. Still would have liked a little bit more.
Safe, all of us safe.
Yeah, tough one. But that is going to be some of our segments here finished on the game break presented by Prime Gaming. Now to the bracket. We go further, deeper into this tournament. Subliners find themselves to elimination round 2. We bid adieu to the Ravens. Their campaign here on Vanguard comes to a close. Up next, though, Ultra versus Breach. Another elimination matchup. We will be saying goodbye to another team.
Imagine the scene of Boston won the whole thing. Yeah, they're like the one team no one's going to predict to win. So.
Tournament of the entire year. Ladies and gentlemen,
they won't predict it because they won't predict it. They will predict it because Vanguard is so random.
Here at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022.
Alright, let's adjust this.
Don't go too far. It's only a tiny break. In fact, you know what? Stay where you are.
We got Ultra.
We'll be back.
Beat the London Royal Raven. Not London Royal Raven. London Arsenal. Beat the Boston Breach. Can't really see that too well, can you? 3-1. It's going to be the Toronto Ultra against the Boston Breach for the next game. Be legit and lit. The Toronto Ultra thing, I can't lie. The Toronto Ultra thing, I can't lie. You know, if Ultra lose this, then I don't know. That will be like one of the biggest fall-offs of any teams ever from year to year. Like, of course, FaZe was the most dominant team last year, but Ultra was really good. So I'd be super duper shocked if Ultra just come in and thing. I mean, this one is going to be unpredictable, yeah. This one is weird. You'd think, right, Ultra, they went Game 5, Round 11 against Optic Texas, right? Like, one of the best teams in the league. So they pretty much almost beat him. They're playing against Boston Breach, who isn't as good as a team. But I don't know. This year is just all about matchups and whoever's playing good on the day. This is the most random, unpredictable year of COD, but it's what makes it enjoyable to watch at the end of the day. Because there's favourites going into the game, but favourites aren't really the favourites. Unless you're playing like against Paris Legion, because that team's just awful. Hashtag free temp. Alright. Everyone in the chat, let's see some predictions then. Who do we have winning between Ultra and Boston? In Ultra and Breach, who we got winning? I want to see a clean sweep. If it's another 3-2, I'm done. Yeah, I mean, I want to say Ultra's going to win 3-0, but I don't know. I think at most they can win 3-1. Prediction 3-2 Toronto. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Zach. Either 3-2, 3-1. I've got 3-1 Toronto and Pick'em. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've got on Pick'ems. I've got 3-1 on Ultra. My bracket so far has been perfect, other than the Surge London game and the LA Thieves Boston game. I still got 2 points because I predicted the correct game winner, but literally just one map off. So I could have been like 6 games through by now and had the perfect bracket, but it's all good. Challengers Champs going strong with 500 views. Yeah, I mean, listen, Challengers Champs, Challengers just needs help. They need some proper infrastructure. They need to, I think Twitch will help. Twitch will help a lot with that as well. Also, like, they don't care. I don't know if you've seen it on like social media and stuff, but like the venue from Challengers like this year is just awful. So small. There's not even a main stage. Like, of course no one's gonna watch it. And as well, they're having champs at the same time as like the normal champs. No one's gonna watch the amateur players play if the pro players are playing at the same time. That makes no sense.
The official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.
What they should do is, instead of running these adverts that realistically no one cares about, in between they should flick to like the amateur games, and you know what I mean, that way they can promote it. Like right now, how many people in the stream? 62,000 people, right? Let's be honest, the majority, it's probably like 50,000, don't care at all about Challengers or amateur Call of Duty. But you know, just quickly flick to it, be like, oh, you know, this team's doing this. See, the Latin teams are terrible. One of them dropped 20 kills over 3 maps and the 0.36 KD. Shout out 36. Yeah, I mean, is what is, isn't it? Is what is. I mean, to be fair, if it's the Latin team that no, it's not. Yeah, but do you know why that is though, AJ? Yeah, the Latin team that was first seed didn't get to go because they competed in the American Elite, and because of that, they got locked into the NA qualifiers rather than that LATAM, which is stupid. Because that LATAM team was actually good. That LATAM team actually could have competed. Instead, they let the second seed. I'm sure the second seed's not as good. But hey, I don't make the rules.
We do have Toronto Ultra taking on Boston Breach. We'll be saying goodbye to one of these. Again, our lovely Zenny's at the ready. We'll see how the predictions go a little bit later on. But guys, high-level thoughts about this one before we get into the maps. Actually, not screw it. Maps and modes. Roll it, baby. Let's get into this one. This is going to be a banger, no doubt about it. Tuscan Desert Siege, Double Berlin, and the Cage to close
Desert
it out.
Siege, Berlin, Berlin, Bow Cage.
Berlin hardpoint. I mean, at first glance, you'd be like,
That Bow Cage S&D game 5, that's what Ultra lost to against Optic.
for the search and destroys, Boston is
So they might get a bit of deja vu if they get there.
and Bacage. So the S&Ds, I mean, it's been a world.
Might get a little bit of deja vu.
Especially in their last matchup and throughout stage 4. So those will be the maps that we're looking at. Once again, we're probably going to go to a game 5. It's happening in every single series, so they have to come with better strategies.
It's just happened every time, and I don't see why it should stop now. It's been very
QT
exciting.
got smoked.
Call of Duty all around. Ton. I mean, game 5 on the cards. Let's face it.
You would think so, wouldn't you? With everything that has gone on. But I think for the side of Ultra, they'll be looking at this one and happy that Bacage is nowhere to be seen in this scenario. You know, they don't have to play like they did up against Optic. Lost first two maps there yesterday. So it's a bit of a better map set for them to maybe continue there. Yeah, you know, again, I just feel like, I mean, Chance always says that there can only be one good EU team. So let's see maybe if they can go. I think he just says it to dagger us.
He does. He's a dick. Ali, coming up though after this one, we are going to be talking more about Boston Breach, the fastest submachine duo in the league, Vivid and of course Nero. Excited to see them run things here today.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. My biggest thing when we saw that map set was for Boston, their side of things, they do not want
Ever since the game yesterday between Boston and LA Thieves, I can't take this team lightly anymore. Like, it came out and they almost beat the Major 4 winners. Like, you gotta respect this team.
40-40 on the side of Boston Breach. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, it's a rebound series of Nero and TJ. TJ put up a 0.8 KD. We saw what he was capable of in the beginning of that series. Unfortunately, didn't follow all the way through. And Nero, once again, one of those players that was up for Rookie of the Year. He was a candidate. Can he be more consistent? We will see, as everything is on the line. And be prepared for Toronto's slow neutral setups on Desert Siege. We saw Boston Breach play Desert Siege yesterday.
I'm pointing this players like that should not be anywhere near champs.
Sort of
hey, look who's here! Look who's here as soon as Boston is playing. Big Sam!
Yeah, and you know,
what's happening, Sam?
Neutral offensive setups, same thing on the other side.
How you doing, bro?
Behind him at 47%, so it's gonna be a slow, methodical search and destroy. A lot of adjustments are gonna need to be made, and we saw.
Sam's a big Boston lover. This guy is big Boston lover.
Very dangerous search and destroy team. See if they've managed to learn a lot going into this now matchup.
Now, do you know what it is? Yeah, if the first seeded LATAM team got to go, then I wouldn't mind it. Because I think it's good to allow like teams from different regions to go. Even if they're going to get smoked. I just think they should have added more NA and EU teams into it, but
well, it's kind of been a case
is what it is.
But no cigar for the side of Ultra all year long. But I think, you know, just as an overarching side of things,
thing is, it doesn't even need to be cheap. But in terms of like the event, fair enough. But like, just let how 32 best teams ever go, and they just pay for them flights. I'm good, bro. How are you? Listen, Sam, I'm great, bro. Another game 5 between New York and London. I predicted it correctly. So in terms of my pick'ems, I'm doing alright. I predicted every game correct. It's just the Seattle London game and the Thieves Boston game. I've not correct the right map count, but pick'ems are looking good. I'm vibing. Thanks to my boy Hood of Death, we've got 3 extra subs today. We've had like 7 or 8 subs just today alone. We're closing in on 200. We're vibing with the boys in the stream, watching great quads.
I will issue to that point though with that game for keys to victory.
Yeah, no, I've seen that Hood. I've seen that. Seen that in the that thing of Scump at the interview. The fact that it's an 18 bracket, they should have some. Yeah, I mean, with that being a thing, AJ, they shouldn't. But it shouldn't be an 18 bracket to begin with.
So do not get comfortable with that stat in that game for key to victory.
Well, we've thought a little bit about now who we're going to be picking.
Sam, so you reckon it's 3-0? AJ, what did you say? Did you predict the bracket for this or not? Everyone right now, everyone. Sam said 3-0. Everyone drop your Boston versus Toronto.
I think when it comes down to these moments, though,
your Boston versus Toronto Bobby prediction.
Not necessarily had the same journeys. We know Ultra have been together for a long time. I'm going to go with Ultra.
Again, Ultra looking to get back-to-back grand finals for champs. Who knows? Ali, who have you got?
I think I'm going to go to the likes of Boston Breach, mostly just because...
Yeah, it's because you like Methods, that's why. We all know.
Has been struggling to pull out
Yeah, he should be. Scrappy's insane.
That Kleenex had an incredible series yesterday, and they still...
You shouldn't have just copied me, AJ.
The moment Kleenex had a good rhythmic series...
As you know what, I know my stuff when it comes to CODs. You know I know my stuff.
They still got to lose. They lost both search and destroys against Optic. Granted, Optic one of the best search and destroy teams
Toronto
in
3-0.
the game, but
You know what, yeah, I would say it'd be a 3-0, but I generally think, you know what, I think every game, this champ's going to be 3-2.
Yeah,
that's the way it's looking.
I mean, I think they have the composure and the teamwork yesterday, a couple moments away from winning that series, and then also at Major 4, like one situation.
Hey, people are sleeping on Boston though, I can't lie. Sleeping on them.
Optic is a different beast than the Boston Breach. I think Toronto Ultra with Kleenex and Cammy performing like they were in yesterday's series, they're going to
People are sleeping on Boston.
In Game 5, though.
Well, it has to be a Game 5, doesn't it? Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, you know the deal. I've taken off my Raven Zennies because, let's face it, they're out of the tournament now, and I am going to be diving back over towards Toronto Ultra. I just think they're strong enough to get the job done, and I think that Destiny is going to be willing them back to another grand finals here at Champs. Toronto Ultra, they're on the little arm, and hey, I tell you what, you can grab a pair of these as well. Head over to Zenny, the official eyewear of the Call of Duty League, and you get these lovely little cloths. And if you are an actual glasses wearer, like most of us are, these things are amazing. And look, it's got your favorite Call of Duty team on it. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this series underway. Guys,
Miles is a good host. I reckon he could do the job, you know.
Thank you so much, Miles. All right,
and the way the league moves, trying to like save money and stuff, probably what they're gonna do.
It may be set up for another Game 5.
They need that ad revenue. Need those intermissions. Yeah.
Into the breach we go.
I could not be more happy with like where this year has gone.
These videos are so sick. I want to get one of those mosques. I'm just like robbing a bank with that one. And you get 4 people that look like they have like the same skin color and the same height and everything as like the 4 Boston players. And then they think it's them who robbed the bank. You get one of those masks. Yeah, I mean you probably should, Sam, with how much of a Boston fan you are. Boston got a sick brand though, I can't lie. They've got a really good brand, so I don't blame you for being a Boston fan. I'm gonna get signed by all of Boston. Yeah, dumb mask though, you know, like the white marker signing. It's quite cool. I've seen someone wearing it at one of the events. They had like the black with obviously the green X, and then they had it in like the white, like that pen you can like shake it and like you write. I don't know what they're called, but it's like a marker, isn't it? Ours looks like he's gonna micro that food. I don't even know what you're on about, AJ, but Aberdeen, lad, Aberdeen. Yeah. Yeah, Brandon's cool for sure.
Years back, he was dropped by them. He wants to knock them out of Champs. Let's bring out the Toronto Ultra.
It's time to bring them out.
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
But it's time to cool it off a bit. Coming down from the north.
Right, this video is the best video in the CD. Okay. Tell me pipe down. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. 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 Hey, what? All in. Yeah. Yeah. Legendary. Commentary. And then I think Bance starts dancing, starts doing some swinging thing with his leg. Yeah, there we go. Was that Bance? I might have been Hixie. That's a bit cringy, but it's all good. Shout out Scrappy, he's a very talented club player. So that big man, yeah? Let's go, big one. Do the thing, big one. I love the way they come out to their music. That's so sick. The Inside vibing. Inside looks good with the moustache, you know. Suits him. Yeah, imagine, oh my god. Hey, listen, Hood, yeah. Let me set the scene, right? Goes to Game 5, round 11, yeah. And for some reason, like Nero just says, I don't know, you're a pussy. Says that to one of them, yeah. Now you see Insight comes over, punches Nero in his face, and then Nero just gets knocked out and he can't wake up. But you see Duxton to Martin comes in. He's got the sleeveless Boston jersey on. Comes in. Doosh, doosh, doosh. He just comes in, wins round 11, clutches up. I mean, alright, let me look at AJ 2 cents.
Obviously on the side of Boston, with a fairly new team, they lose both search and destroy.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, no, he actually does.
Getting taken down, playing a majority of these rounds in a 3v4, and then on the opposite side for Toronto, they just went up against Optic Texas. When you start off on a bow cage, you fall out short there, you get destroyed in the search and destroy, but then you start to bounce back. The biggest thing that I took away from them was their mid-round adjustments yesterday in search and destroy. They just were allowing Optic to do whatever they wanted. They were just so delayed on their pushes, so delayed on their play calls that it eventually costed them. They need to make sure that's on point today.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to make sure that in this short turnaround that they have coming into this matchup, that the little things that you struggled with are ironed out, because this very well is going to be your last series. It's going to be for somebody. Somebody's getting eliminated in a top 8 fashion. And it's so crazy too, Jay, because I'm looking at like who both these teams lost to. This could be Optic versus LAT if one round goes differently for either side. But now, Boston,
imagine Optic played LAT in the losers bracket. That would be, yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Will come to a close once this match has ended. And on top of that as well, buddy.
Alright, listen, I want a sweaty, intense, high-impact game of Call of Duty right here.
He's the guy that was dropped from the Toronto Ultra roster in place of Insight, so he's probably...
Nah, do you know what, yeah, now that London's out, I want Toronto to win. We need the EU team to be doing well in this tournament. They're not going to win champs, because like I said, there's a prophecy that the first Call of Duty player from the European region to win a ring will be STATICSTUNNER, aka me. Is a fact, is a prophecy, you know, is withstanding the truth of time. I will be the first European Call of Duty player to win a ring. But yeah, I want to see Ultra do well. Oh my god! They're doing well. They're doing well. I don't know about us, fam. Maybe they're gonna go to the club after this, because the way they're smoking in Boston, they might want to party. But I definitely don't think they're getting clubbed.
A lot of kills just going in favor right now of Toronto. This has basically been a flawless hold towards P1. If you're Boston Breach, you eventually have to try to cut your losses, because you do not want to
European vets.
some sort of streaks.
Yeah, two players who are currently on a
Been to 2 COD Champs finals. Can he do it again?
So you guys definitely want to see have a solid performance for Ultra, because yesterday, man, it was all Kleenex.
Yeah, it was literally all Kleenex, and it hasn't been all Kleenex in quite some time.
They're cheating, eh? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a cheating scandal. I wouldn't be surprised. Someone slipped a bag to the refs and let him stick in his USB to the PC. Just got wall hacks on. TJ? TJ's got ambushed. Wait, hold on. I know I've been talking to you lot in the chat, yeah, but I've looked down at the chat and looked up, and I've seen that the score's 36-36. Like, the Ultra just get like a million kills for no reason or something. Just goes to show, kills ain't everything. I've got hiccups now.
Not allowing him to get any time off of this P2. Final 15. You see Toronto still spawning in towards the back. Gonna have number 1, which is Vivid. Early off the rotation. Boston Breach are just 1 step ahead right now.
There indeed. Good work coming in from Boston off of this rotation. Kleenex trying to lead the troops in toward middle, but Breach doing a great job ultimately just handling business, right? Cutting down the forces from Ultra, trying to eliminate that defense.
This is good. This is good. This is a tight game. This is what I'd see.
Great job of locking down some time. Current lead change now.
What we like to see.
Over toward the breach end, but here comes the first push out of Toronto.
Toronto, they execute the break, at least for now. Until Vivid is able to slide down from top fire, get that 2-piece.
Oh, Methods, he's getting hot. He's heating up. 9 and 4. He's frying. What the hell? TJ inside the tree or something.
As his team is putting a lot of pressure on towards field.
And that's one of the more difficult spots about Fountain. It's not an easy hill to break, but if you get your nades to timely land up, it can be all out chaos in the back of the spawn. Still 10 seconds. Insight finds himself in the 5 spree. Bance trying to cut a few players off of that rotation, but will not get it. Insight extends the streak to 6. However, Breach, maybe the more important factor of the two, continue to drive themselves through this side of the map, and player number 1 actually just spawned behind. Vivid could make a play here on the flank.
Yeah, Vivid's the guy. He's going to potentially flip these spawns for Boston with number 8 spawning where he just hit towards that P2 side. You know that at least some pressure is coming in towards the back as Boston from multiple angles are able to win the trade, able to break in for now. But a huge one-on-one between Nero. Kleenex Nero is able to win it. Boston still spawning out, but Nero, he's trying to do everything he can to just hold this down.
Ooh, he's looking to press the envelope. Nice and aggressive. Is Nero fiery as ever?
A nice little game. A nice little game for us.
25 still left over at Church as TJ looks to handle business. A little bit of a shooting gallery going out toward the outside of field. But man, I'll tell you what, it is just an exchange of fire back and forth. Both teams continue to battle as Toronto getting ever closer toward 100 seconds. Methods looks to contend. He drops, and now it's about the rotation for P5, and looks like Ultra are there first.
Ultra are going to be here early. The only player here for Boston Breach is going to be TJ, so you have to slow this one down. He's trying to play for a pick, because right now Toronto, at least on that P3, P4, and P5,
oh my god.
in the lead on these
no way.
rotations.
Oh, wow.
How's
Kleenex now got that first kill? Oh, what's going on with the camos?
Insight and Nero's able to win it. Boston gets break.
Boston able to jump in for a moment. Communication's gonna
Nades, people. Use your nades. Let's see some explosive action.
Go to a listening with the breach.
Nero gets one. This is a really, really good hardpoint. He's super close.
A huge moment in this game, that rotation from P5 to P1. It's been a constant battle back and forth for all of
What was that random Q? I think one was going to run. The random QR code and all. I think if you scan it, you get like a calling card or something. I don't know. I'm thinking it's because next year they're going to be on Twitch. You know, they have the whole Prime Gaming thing, and I'm pretty sure their YouTube contract runs out this year as well. So hopefully, we've got Modern Warfare 2, new CODs, new year, new Warzone. Hopefully the COD streams are going to be on Twitch as well, or maybe on Twitch and YouTube, which is like the best because you know it's on all platforms. I'm gonna see someone troll. Well, I'm sure someone's going to be trolling out there. The shots.
And the comms right there from Toronto. Usually when we're going to a listening with that roster, I'm ready to grab a sleeping bag, you know, get real comfortable, because it's usually going to put me to sleep. And right there, the intensity is there. They know what's on the line as they find 3 in the V. They were able to get a good chunk of time off that P1. Flip these spawns over towards P2. And now Boston Breach are spawning towards the back. You cannot get trapped back here.
You can indeed. Oh, a great shot coming in from Cammy. He takes out Methods.
Cammy's having a good series.
Now sits on the force break. Toronto continue.
Hold what Cammy back? Question mark.
And if you're Breach, you continue to knock on the door, but you are not getting anything for your efforts. Another snappy angle as Ultra continue to watch over their teammates. The last few seconds are going to be awarded toward the Breach, but again, it's another positive once you walk away from this hardpoint, Jay. You did a great job at limiting time, at least getting all that you needed out of column, and now you're prepared for P3, one of the best hardpoints in this game.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra this time around are going to have those spawns.
Go
They
huge,
have a lot of map control.
Oh,
TJ
big
with that
2-piece from
opening
TJ.
Pressure over towards this roof side. Kleenex all spawn though does take him down. Now 2v1 versus
Inside has got the worst timing ever. Oh my god.
But he eventually gets traded. So now Toronto, they hold
Toronto are like locking this game down.
trying to attack this from that field side.
Ants has been playing well and having a good champ so far.
Woo! There out of
Benjamin Bantz.
Breach still here, still lingering, but
Oh my god.
Now at 5, can he find the 6th?
EU
TJ
goat.
at least able to limit him for a moment. The nades toss over for Boston, but it is all out desperation at this point, considering how much the advantage is starting to grow for Toronto, but that sense of urgency is being granted in the back
It was a
of
good
their
break,
minds.
but it was only
They
30
managed to break
seconds.
for the final few, and now it
Number
is a
3, T
battle
just got to go
over
huge
at
by
Church,
himself.
a current 2 versus 3 at this hill.
And so far, what Boston Breach have been doing, this
Oh.
is the same exact thing that they were doing yesterday versus the LADs. The final 20 seconds, they're able to break on. But Toronto Ultra, at least initially, they're holding strong for the first 25. As Metis finds that opening 2-piece to secure the back spawns for Boston Breach. Now Toronto has to run all the way through the middle of the map, but with that opening 2-piece, that should be able to relieve some pressure. But more Boston players here, they just have to win their gunfights. Bance and Cammy combined for 2. At Toronto, they get the break.
It is all-out chaos going on right now on the map, and we can just tell, we can feel that sense of urgency, what it means to walk away with this opening hard point for either side. A current 60-point advantage as Kleenex looks to strike again. The tissue is causing all kinds of issues now for the Breach.
Kleenex is like the one player consistently trying in the Optic series, even when they were losing. He was playing well. And we all know what Kleenex can do when he's frying. Guys, the devil, Shotzi, Nabizi, that movement, slides, the glides. You can do it all.
Now, so Boston are going to start off with this initial P5 time, and look at the player going on the flank. It's going to be narrow. He can potentially hold this down, be the cutoff man for Boston.
He also just has to stay alive. I mean, Toronto, they continue to win their fights. Pistols, nades, everything in between. Ultra can do no
Yeah, Ultra have got this lockdown.
Boston continue to strike out. And with 10 seconds left, it just feels like Ultra
Hold on.
gonna be able to get that game
Nice,
one
GG's.
hardpoint victory that they
Gotta be
have so
GG's.
desperately
GG's.
been looking for, and there
Good map.
it is.
Boston's like I'm a FaZe fan now. No, you got to stick with it now. Let's stick with it now, Sam.
Stage 3, Toronto Ultra have not been able to win.
You got to stick with it now.
Opening hardpoint 10 in a row. They were starting off series down.
Hey, it's just map 1. We've seen plenty of reverse sweeps already at champs.
A lot of confidence for this team.
Plenty of reverse sweeps.
It all just simply came down to teamwork. Right there, Boston Breach, at least initially, they started off using a lot of teamwork, but then when you got towards the later half of this game, that's when a lot of individual plays started to happen. You saw Nero trying to always go for that route. If he doesn't get that kill, eventually it comes back to bite them. And Ultra, they are a team for a reason. 2 years this squad has been running together. When they see those mistakes happen, they're able to capitalize on it every single time. And pretty comfortable map number 1 if you're Ultra. Now go up 1-0.
Yeah, and you look at the stats, and it's a welcoming sign. I know Kleenex does go -1, but the positive, quite literally, is that everybody on Toronto went positive, right? Yeah. +7 from Cammy. Bance and Insight looked great. We saw some very critical gunfight victories as well for good old Benjamin Bance, just all the way around, man. A very impressive start. Not only is that Toronto's first opening hardpoint victory in their last 10 series, they're making 11 now, but it's also their very first opening hardpoint victory versus this Boston team.
That's huge, because I'm pretty sure these guys have matched up 3 times throughout the season. Boston Breach were able to beat them twice, and believe it or not, all of them went to a game 5. So you're Toronto Ultra, you're starting a little bit more comfortable here. Now you have the Desert Sea Search and Destroy, which is usually one of your better S&D maps. Going up against the Boston Breach team, who you watched play it yesterday, they are dead last on defensive win percentage.
When's the beta? That's a very good question. I don't even know. Modern Warfare 2 beta. I don't think they've released the beta dates yet. Yeah. Yeah, they've not released the beta yet.
I mean, when we discussed that Game 2 Search Destroy, given the maps and modes, given the map set, who is this opening hardpoint more important for? And you said,
what I'm reading here says Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 launches October 28, 2022, which is slightly earlier than previous years. Traditionally, open betas from Call of Duty titles arrive around 6 weeks before launch, so expect to be playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2's open beta in September. Probably September. Mid-September maybe, I'd say. But it's not like guaranteed. Keep that, man. Game's out in like under 3 months, isn't it? Yeah, October 28th, that's when we got.
You see what that causes to that team. They lose both Search and Destroys yesterday in their series versus Thieves, and as of recent, ever since they formed this team, that has been the mode that they have been struggling in. So if you're Toronto Ultra, this is usually your bread and butter game mode. You have to just come out here, use your teamwork to the best of your ability, and try to go up 2-0 into this series, because you saw what Boston were able to do versus LA Thieves yesterday in that barrel of control. 3 offensive wins, usually do not see that happen.
Yeah, and I feel like too, like for this Boston Breach team, like
I feel like when we just saw the shot there, like Methods is really going to have to try and orchestrate the troops because, you know, you and I had the cast yesterday versus Thieves. The constant problems with losing those first blood engagements. It felt like at times Vivid getting a little over aggressive, Tej, Nero, whoever it was. Whenever the round starts to slow down for maybe 30, 35 seconds, you know, nothing's really going down, they just got to go. Like they just feel like pressurized, like they have to get something done. Versus this Toronto team, they're going to punish you for
that. Yeah, they definitely are. They just slow and steady wins the race. Both of these teams are pretty sure on this map. It's all going to be about the neutral setups, like 50% for Toronto, 47% for Boston. But if I am Boston Breach, what you took away, at least from that series versus Thieves, is that they were just slowly picking you guys apart. Once they get that first blood, they get the bomb down, and then you just play your man advantage at that point. But if you are the young SMG duo on this Boston Breach team, player that I really want to focus on is Nero. On this map specifically, he's a .68. He definitely does struggle, but you see, ever since stage 4 for both of these teams, Toronto Ultra a little bit better, sitting at 5 and 10. Round win percentage is basically lined up, but the biggest thing you take away is that first blood.
How are they second in first bloods, yet are 5 and 10? How are you losing that many S&Ds but getting first blood that often?
I'm pretty sure a majority of it in these Search and Destroy records right here is against Optic. And Optic is a very, very strong Search and Destroy team.
But still, right?
It's just, they don't have no clutch in them. When you get that first blood, you have to make sure you're closing out these rounds. So
they do have insight, though. Like,
yeah, they do have insight.
It's just...
They do have insight, too.
Somewhat of a, I guess, a sloppy S&D performance for Toronto as well. It just kind of strikes you a little bit to see a 5 and 10 record, a 4 and 10 record for Boston, at least as of late. Maybe not that dramatic, but again, on Desert Siege, eager to see how this one plays out. I know we talked about it. Boston Breach trying to rewrite the script. Saw them lose this yesterday versus the LA Thieves. Went to a round 10. And overall, yesterday, man, Boston 7 and 14 in total first bloods. And that series versus the Thieves, that will be something that we discuss. But at the same time, for Toronto, you got to make these first bloods count a lot of the time.
Toronto's very good as a siege, just a team.
Kick off round number 1 on the attack. It looks like Cammy going to have that sniper in hand. However, it's...
And they've got the first blood as well.
Kleenex with the first blood onto TJ now. Toronto have that information that B-bomb can potentially be open. So it's like slowly trying to work its way through trenches. Nero does take a couple shots onto him, given his positioning. Forces Insight to back down, but a minute to work with. You're Toronto. Just take your time.
Okay.
Evens up the numbers at 3.
That's a perfect instance right there. Toronto get the first blood. Boston instantly reply, and now we've got ourselves a very slow and steady round. Next picks the bomb on up. Cammy continues to fire out shots just to make sure nobody's hiding behind that top side area. He eventually gets a few bullets put in the backside. Lives to see another day. Time continues to tick away, and that bomb is yet to get planted.
Yeah, right there. Once Insight puts down those shots onto Vivid, we force him to relocate. You get this bomb down. Now 45 seconds to work with. If you're Boston Breach, you have to potentially pinch. Vivid was able to spot one into Kleenex, but a lot of time to work with. Insight's in a great position. Just keep them off that site.
Yeah, Nero's got to get a little bit of work done.
The 3-1, Josh, right? It's got to be 3-1 to Ultra.
Time continues to be a factor. Take a look at Vivid. He's on the defuse. Nero's causing all kinds of problems. Insight doesn't see him. How does he not see him in that spot? Vivid is on the defuse.
Like Insight, didn't you see him? I couldn't see him, bro. I couldn't see him. Don't blame me. The barrels are too big.
It's definitely miscommunication on the side of Toronto because Insight, he doesn't even move. He's thinking that he can see that bomb from that position between both of those barrels, but Vivid pulls it away, gets to defuse, and I think it was all on Nero. Once he got that kill to make it a 3v2, you're forcing the player who was watching over Insight to now watch his flank, and then Insight's sole focus is simply towards that bomb. Could not get the angle. Boston Breach, 1-0.
What is it with these sneak diffuses on Desert Siege?
Always on B-bomb.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like, I guess it really is a mirage. It's the sand. I have no idea how this map exactly works out, but tell you what, we continue to learn more and more each day. When it comes down to this game, when it comes down to this very map and mode. Nice little angle coming in from Nero. He's able to strike. Current 2 versus 3. Bomb down, and it's all up to Cammy. Position known, and he will fall. Boston pick up that momentum from round 1 and carry it into round number 2. Vivid and Nero start.
Boston ain't going down without a fight. They ain't going down without a fight.
Gotta just see the angle. Because right here.
Oh, he turned away.
You gotta be kidding me.
Pretty sure it's the same thing that Acro did versus New York earlier. Just hides right behind this pillar and gets the defuse. Like, that's truly unfortunate right there for Insight. But talk around that round number 2. Ultra get first blood, but the player on the opposite side for Breach, which has been Vivid, equalizes it again. Takes over that round, finds himself on a 4 streak.
Vivid's having a good start.
Towards bottom palace.
And we know just the explosive potential that Vivid has. He can just take over maps, take over series. Thankfully has some teammate support. The ever scary SMG duo of Vivid and Nero, and especially around this palace area, is going to be a headache and a half. If you are Toronto, they lose Kleenex. The Great Dane start off round number 3, and they are in desperate need of getting one on the board. A slow and very methodical push coming in toward A now.
Just going to crouch his way up towards this bomb plant. Meta's not in a position.
Easy bomb plant.
To at least
Get down.
They do have the man advantage, so now in the 4v3, 45 seconds. You know what these players are going to be all around this trade area.
Ants.
One-on-one makes it a 3v3. Narrow with the trade. Oh, he missed
Uh-oh.
the shot. He missed the shot. He'll pay for it.
Uh-oh. Nero. Wow.
Over it. A round of applause.
What do you call a play right there?
Is what this man deserves.
One of streaks as well.
For Breach.
The young guns not messing around so far in this search and destroy.
Hey, look at the scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard.
Narrow statistically on this map is a .68, but obviously starting off 6-0, one off that glide bomb. The biggest adjustment that I see is that he whips out that automaton. He does not keep that MP40 in hand, slows down his pacing. He's allowed to play for a couple picks and eventually just dominates that round for now. Boston Breach up.
I just thought for this team, Nero should have been a flex and TJ should have been a sub.
Kills, and Methods and TJ don't have any. It's literally Vivid and Nero. That is it. What is happening right now? These guys are taking over right now.
They are the best two players on the team after all. He's got streaks, man. Nero is going hard, bro. Guy's frying.
So now Boston Breach.
Guy's going in.
Into 4v3. You have a glide bomb to work with. Just do not allow an ninja defuse to happen. You have one player committing on that site.
I need that.
At least finds one. CJ with the trade, and both of these players just run right by each other on the site. All left up the bench in a 1v3.
You're not out yet, Sam. You're not out yet.
Just gonna play his life.
Your Boston boys might do something there.
In this gunfight or not. Oh, just gonna run away. Leave it to himself.
He might do something there. Little 6-0 to show people they're still there.
Finally get a first blood, and Methods and TJ arrived to the map. They didn't have to rely off Vivid and Nero doing absolutely everything, but these have been some very, very clean rounds. I mean, outside of the ninja defuse that you could argue, you know, maybe if Insight doesn't get the worst COD timing ever, hey, you know, that could probably be around for Ultra, but the other 3 have been absolutely superb from this Boston Breach team. A roster that we talked about has been struggling in Search and Destroy, have turned their gameplay around, and now firmly up 4 rounds to 0. Toronto,
maybe they play better, Sam, when you're not here, you know what I mean? You get too nervous when you're around. It's too much pressure.
Yeah, definitely, if you're Toronto Ultra on a map like Desert Siege, where they do have an overall record of 8-7.
Phoenix, see him.
Love to play this map of Vivid again.
Vivid and Nero are just going off.
Already a 4v3. So now this is going to slow down Toronto's attack. What are they going to do? What are they going to try to play for? They do get some information of where Methods is going to be, but time is still ticking. This is going to open up that flank for TJ as he's slowly approaching towards that trenches area.
He gets dealt with now. Methods TJ versus Cammy and Kleenex. Current 2 versus 2, and as we said, a much-needed round, a necessary round at that. If you are this Ultra team, one player on one side for Boston and one on the other.
If they lose now, I'm going to bed.
Carefully.
No, you don't need to go to bed. You can stay in the stream a little bit. You know what I mean, son?
Could be inbound. COD timing again. Granted in the favor of Boston and
But you know it's gonna be very sad though. If they do lose, you're gonna have to go bad side. You're gonna have to go to bed very sad again, like you did yesterday. What if they bring them to game 5 again? Though, you know what I mean? At least you can go to bed a bit happier. Yeah, they fought. They had a bit of fight in it.
Also Breach with the first blood, even though 2 of their players do drop after they get that. Once they get that kill, it opens up the positioning for TJ to eventually work this flank. In the 2v2, get some great timing onto Cammy. And then right there in the final 20 seconds, Kleenex knew he cannot have enough time to plant that bomb. He has to win the gunfight versus TJ to commit towards A. Because they had everything cut off. Right now, Boston
6-5 Toronto.
playing the best Search and Destroy I've seen them play ever since 4 in this roster.
Yeah, right? Like, this is just... This, I mean,
You reckon they do the full sale, Josh?
Considering who they're facing off against in this Toronto team, who also did lose both of their S&Ds yesterday. A very scary sight. For Ultra, if they can even
So is Boston actually like your favorite team, Sam?
How shaky the S&Ds have been as of late. Bomb goes down and 2 players hit the deck early. As Nero,
this guy.
continues to bring the numbers in favor
Yeah,
of
I
the
think this
Breach.
is straight
On
6-0.
top of it, he also
7 is there. Who's
has
7
that
inside?
side bomb. The rich continue to get richer. It's just
I'm trying to cold blooded
there's going to be a crater formed over toward that side of the map. Toronto
Yep.
begin to scatter, and
6-0.
now it is all on to Insight.
Dominant answer back. Dominant answer back. That's the first 6-0 we've seen at Champs.
Here on Siege. And Boston Breach, they changed the narrative right there. Yesterday,
Sam's rubbing his hands together. He's like, let's go, Boston, let's go.
But even after they were getting
Rubbing his hands together.
they got 4 of them throughout this search and destroy. Toronto got 2. Every time Toronto got 1, there was a Boston player always there for the trade, so at least even up the numbers immediately. But the young guns
Fair
just
enough.
took over, man.
Hey boys, I need some YouTube ideas, by the way. Have any of you lot got any suggestions for what I could do, like YouTube wise?
Everyone has cold-blooded. Does not even matter if he gets
I'll
a kill
ask
or
you
not.
after.
Ultra just came out so damn flat in that search to destroy. Definitely was not expecting that, but now we have a series.
Yeah, and that's just the perfect example of what this Boston team can
Like
do.
I said, I'm going on holiday in about like a week and a half, and I need some suggestions. I got to stockpile some videos.
The fast SMG
I can get them out.
off guard, and it just felt like they were gonna pay for that. They were gonna have their aggression really be paid for on the siege, but not at all the case. Tell you what, man, I feel like when it comes to champs, like we just have all
Hey, True Blue, the man himself. True Blue.
I mean, realistically,
A veteran of this YouTube channel. He's known of this channel for a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, Boston versus Toronto, a current 1-1 scoreline. As when we come back after the break, we are headed to a very interesting match.
My room's just start.
After this.
Obviously, it's dark outside as well. Man, I can turn my. I can turn my brightness up. I don't know if it'll make it look good though. Well, that looks weird if I do that. Like a ghost right now. That's alright. If I turn the contrast down a bit as well. There we go. Doesn't look too bad now. Maybe react to old COD matches or COD compilations. That would be an easy video to do. Yeah, but you see me, Sam, yeah. I never really like to do things easy. I mean, I'm all about the hard grind, you see. Like I was here streaming for 9 hours, up to 5 AM. And I mean, the content, I don't want to make like throwaway videos or like just filler videos. I want to make like videos that like actually mean a lot to me. I can put effort in, and people when they watch it, they can recognize the effort. I mean, that's how I'm gonna grow like a fan base and like grow like a community, a foundation. Yeah, Lana. What? Hard grinds get easy when easy grinds hard. Hard grinds easy. Hard grinds get easy when easy grinds hard. What? Wait. Hard grinds get easy when easy grinds hard. I can't lie, Sam. You've absolutely bamboozled my head. I've got no clue what you're talking about, bro. What, you know what I need to do? I need to fix this dev error on my Call of Duty so I can actually like make some actual COD like gameplay content. Because people that watch me must think like, I don't even know how good this guy is. All this guy does is tier lists and, you know, bracket videos. I need to show more. I don't know either, it just sounded like the right thing to say in the moment. Yeah. And as well, like them like reaction videos, they only really work for people that already have like an established like fan base, like the pros, like Temp and Zuma. Like, I mean, for sure, if I do get up to that like point level, I'm definitely gonna make like a second YouTube account. Just, you know what I mean, that's extra revenue on top of the already revenue you get from the first channel, you know what I mean? Literally just get it chopped up, edit, boom, post. People watch it, views, money. Right, I'll think about something. But if you lot do think of any good ideas, drop them in the chat. Off season's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard to make content. Think of ideas and stuff. And of course, like, I can always look at like what the other pros and stuff are posting. That's how I get like most of my inspiration when I can't think of videos. But maybe like for sure I could do one video where it's like reacting to COD Champs, like the final. That can be a video because like that's something people might want to see, just because it's like a Champs final. You know what I mean? But other than that, I don't want to milk it too much with like the reaction videos. I've already done one before and it wasn't like a proper one anyway. But yeah. But it's all like I think Optic plays after this. Oh, it'll be FaZe versus Seattle then.
Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting Zenny.
Probably 12 PT.
Howdy ho, Galen Center. I tell you what.
Oh.
What a great game that we have going on right now. Day 2 of COD Champs 2022, and the crowd is fiery. It's an elimination game going down between the Boston Breach and the Toronto Ultra, and we just saw a smackdown happen on the Desert Siege, a clean 6-0 from the Breach, and now
Loki shot this around, didn't it?
At our scuff play of the game, and Jay,
Boston's
it's
on the
really
left.
not a particular play
On the right.
to point out, but it's just the
Then I do this.
that we saw from Vivid and Hero.
It was just the young guns, man. Obviously, the first round, Vivid gets that ninja defuse. He does not slow down. Every time Toronto got a first blood, he was there to equalize it every single time. And then when he's having such a hot start, it allows Nero to turn up to a whole
Optic are gonna make a run, I reckon.
this round. Finds himself really close
Make
to
a
that
run.
glide, but you can see the energy. A little player came on the bottom.
He'll make a winners run as well, to be fair.
For this young man.
Yeah,
Right there, they were
he's
just
starting
playing
the right.
perfect search and destroy. Yeah, everything that Toronto were trying to do simply did not work.
He's not noticed already, Stam. True Blue's a Optic fan.
Has that auto in hand. He likes to get aggressive with Bants and Kleenex. Yeah. Usually leave that sniper.
Sam thinks Boston Breach is the best green team.
And unfortunately, the game plan did not work. They got 6-0 smoked.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation if you're Ultra, because again, that is your third S&D loss, third straight S&D loss here at COD Champs.
Yeah, Sam likes Boston Breach.
If you can even get through this game, which probably will be in a game 5, just the way that I think it's going to go. Regardless, at the same time for Boston, you just saw your 2 SMGs, your 2 run and gun players who they have absolutely adapted around, just have a lights out performance.
You know what I'm gonna do, Sam? Yeah, if Boston win this next match, I'm gonna swap it over.
Allow for those guys to carry, but now being at a 1-to-1 scoreline,
Real control.
Berlin control, Jay. How do you
What
feel
for
about
Toronto,
both these teams on
Josh?
this
You're
map
saying?
specifically? Is there a favorite, you think?
Oh, there's
I don't
definitely
know.
a favorite. At least in my opinion, it's going to be Toronto Ultra. They have played this map a total of 11 times. They're overall record of 8-3. They are second overall on their attacking rounds. But
Been grinding
this Boston
this.
Breach team, the way that they came out yesterday versus LA Thieves, winning 3 attacking rounds, they're the #1 attacking team.
I can see them winning 3 odds.
Yeah, well, attacking will be put to the test as Zero hits the ground early. And Vivid stunned, dazed, and absolutely demolished as Toronto slammed the door straight in Boston's face. However, Methods with just a crack of light manages to find 2 and keeps this push alive for the moment.
But Warzone use like Twitch for like the Twitch rivals and that, like for their tournaments.
That's Methods with the pistol. He finds the third. The challenge is not going to be ready for that gunfight versus Kleenex, but first tick is already in that beat. You see the SMG being aggressive towards top flat. Vivid. Huge gunfight that he could not win. So Toronto Ultra just going to give him that beat point. Blake with the 2-minute hold at A.
Toronto will hold for the moment. Boston did win a few nice gunfights. Ultimately will be a 50-50. Coming in now toward that B zone. Favors Breach as they remain on this objective for a while. Stop of the time, and now grabbing an extra minute on the clock. It'll now be up to Toronto to try to lock this one forward. 3 ticks still to go before Boston can call this round theirs. And Cammy finds himself in a great spot, eventually challenged. Toronto with a little bit of light. We'll see what they can do. See if they can set in somewhat of a spawn trap. This Vivid's able to find the first.
That's a big kill onto Insight. Now that opens up that train alley. Allow Boston Breach to be aggressive through train side. Nero finds that huge kill onto Phoenix. So there's going to be two players on point for Toronto. Inside does take down one. One player is committing towards the flank. Should be able to win this gunfight onto Vivid.
But they got the B cap, which is like pretty standard.
So far,
If Ultra can keep him off A, it's like ideal for him. Like end this round. Wow, TJ won that. How?
Could make his way through the window. Thankfully for him, his teammates are finding everybody else. The board wiped away, and now it is Boston back to the drawing board once more. Minute on the clock.
Just have to take your time. Try to
Good
find a couple
sneaky.
kills.
I'm not
Band
having
still
seen
has not been taken care of. He finds himself on a 5 spree. As long as you're Toronto, just keep the trades efficient. In your favor,
trade.
Try to sneak his way
Got
into
more
that
traps here now.
Should be able to catch Vivid, but Vivid with the snap, able to take him down, shut down that streak. So now, you know that Boston has to try to push this pressure. At least through train side, but Toronto Ultra just allowing that time to tick down, keeping the kills very stacked.
And you can just see the dominance being based off
Train
the
side's open now. Vivid's making the play.
However, Boston on this very map made some
Trigger
magic
discipline,
happen
trigger
despite
discipline.
not being in the life advantage versus
Here we
these.
go,
This
here we
is where they
go.
can start to strike. Kleenex able to find
Vivid
one.
needs some
But
help
limit
now.
the forces out of Boston. However, Vivid, the sole man in the point, will keep this time halted for the moment.
What? What was that hip fire rig?
Type of shot. Great work from him.
Them hip fire bullets just. Yeah, okay.
Will pick up from where he leaves off. Time continues.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is that his team shot him, or it was just Vanguards. But my MP40 never done that. That's all I know.
At least try to find two, but as long as they trade, the second tick is going to be here. All of Toronto trying to put that pressure. Only 20 seconds left. Vance with that opening two-piece is going to be.
Vance has been playing really well. Really, really well. He wants to see Champs final for the third time, I'm telling you.
Not going to be mad about it. You're able to get 5 segments done on that very first round. If you just hold strong on defense, which is usually a struggle for them, 10th overall on the defensive side on this map, you should be able to potentially set yourself up just in case it goes to that round number 5 for that defensive side.
Yeah, like you're, a little frustrated. Hey, we didn't get the last tick, but at the same time, given how that round looked, being in a 9v15, they said it should get 5 ticks in total throughout the round. I feel like you'll take it. Boston Breach lose the round, but do great work. All things considered. Toronto now will start things off in their very first attack. It will be a 3-1 split. Great early gunfight victory there for Methods and Insight. It's a little awkward from time to time when those two enter into an engagement. However, great work from Breach off the rip as Kleenex does get dealt with. And Toronto forced back to their spawn.
That's great work right there from Breach to find all 4 kills, maintain map control, and Vivid, the sole player at that B point, is winning every one-on-one gunfight he needs to continue this clock on the countdown. It's now all-out pressure from Toronto through this trade side. It's going to be an all-out battle. It's a big win. Trades go back and forth. 2 players left here from Boston, but now it's all left up to 1. What can TJ do?
Yeah, TJ's going to go big. He at least has to find 1. 2 would be great, Vivid. Able to find 1 in the meantime. Allows the job to be a little easier. TJ, mid-reload, still wins the gunfight, and so
Nero went from having a huge map 2 to having a bit of a slow start in this map 3.
Vivid is just going back and forth, like right there when TJ was the
Vivid's still doing his thing.
Vivid
as expected, as always.
at least assist his teammate. Now 20 seconds left. Toronto have not been able to complete 1 segment yet, but they do take care of Vivid. They take care of TJ. Now the 4 stack is going to be here. B is going to go really quick.
Toronto's like, fine, I guess we'll hop on the objective, and you're going to continue to silence us over at A. Fine. We'll eventually hop on a full stack. However, the constant flanks, the thing that got that round number 1 ever so close was this very play. That's all 4 down, and only 10 seconds left. Toronto begin to scramble off a spawn. TJ is here, and you can see the smirk that he has on his face. Eventually does get dealt with. 6 seconds on the clock. Continues to fry. Falls off the spree, but it's Vivid who will pick up from where he leaves off.
Oh my god, wow. Great bait and switch.
Shut down.
Yo, Jack, what's happening? What's happening, Jack?
That was just great work right there from Vivid. And
What is happening? Jack Bag in the building.
In fact, they were able to always cause problems at that
How are we
B
doing,
point,
Jack?
but just putting himself in great positions. You take that 1 gunfight, you force him to slow down that pressure towards B. And then even when we
Nice
thought
Jack for the sub was all
Toronto
boom.
get those 2 kills,
That does
it's
put
gonna
us
force
on
that. It's gonna go
188
really
subs,
quick.
doesn't
Nero
it?
does not give up on
It
the
does.
play.
Let's go.
Next
We're
sees
12
the
off
flank,
now. 12 off
finds that
200.
opening 2-piece, stalls enough time
Appreciate
for
you, Jack.
to eventually get back in it.
Appreciate you.
And they shut them down on that defensive side. 1-1.
How you doing, Jack?
If you're Boston too, like You get what, like 4 capture? Like you're in a great spot, regardless if this heads to around 5.
Listen, Sam, I know you love Boston, bro, but I don't think they love winning as much as you love them. Do you know what I mean? Here to pick up Sam Welsh. I love that Jack. Who do you think is going to win this Jack? Not just this control, but the whole series. You got Ultra, or do you think Boston's gonna take it?
Turret light toward the backside of the office does get dealt with. A solid opportunity there for Breach. Ultimately, nothing will come of it.
Sam's the only one that's got faith in Boston.
That's what Toronto thinks. That's not the case yet. They're still lingering over at A.
Yeah, if I'm Boston Breach, I just want to get those seconds done at that B point, basically guarantee that round number 5 defense.
I haven't been watching COD. Fair enough.
50 seconds remaining.
Fair enough. Whenever people say that, I have to say fair enough, because this game is even though I think the majors are really good in this game and they're really entertaining. I'm actually convinced here that someone's like manipulating the game in some way to make these you reckon Boston's gonna win, Jack? Interesting. To be fair, Ultra, they've not been good enough this year to get anyone's respect. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm convinced someone in the back, someone's manipulating, I don't know how, but they're manipulating the game in some way to make Game 5s happen. To make the game seem more interesting, so people watch it more. Has to be a thing. Has to be.
Last player closest to this point is going to be Methods. He does take down one, but Toronto Ultra, they're ready for that pinch.
Huge kill. Insight's behind you. He's behind you. What? Hello? Wait. It's me, I'm doing it. Yeah, you already did it for Boston, though, aren't you? That's how Boston almost beat LA Thieves.
If they get off that objective, but that does not look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Still lingering, though, are the Ultra.
Ultra just giving up this beat point. They're up by 3 lives. They need to just hold strong on defense on this push towards A.
Good read from Kleenex.
They could potentially still put pressure on towards B.
Vance, this guy has been so impactful for this Ultra team. Oh my god, Vance.
Vance is not slowing down in towards Quasi. He's able to find 2. Kleenex with the 3rd, and they're able to extend this time by a minute, but look at how many lives are remaining for both squads.
Yeah, that's an auto, mate. Don't want to child that. Wait, Methods is a little bunny hop. You gotta remember as well, yeah? Methods wants to win this game because this is the team that dropped him last year. Rightly so, because Inside did improve the team a lot in Cold War, but Methods is like, he's vengeful at the moment. He's vengeful.
You look at the work that they did here on attack. It's going to be a round victory for Toronto, but another round if you're Boston that you leave. Not all that angry about it.
Yeah, they just need to win this round to secure that defense going into that round number 5, because I'm pretty sure they're up by like 9 seconds. So far, the objective minds for the Boston Breach is there. Just slaying is not. That's 2 rounds in a row on the attacking side where you simply do not have any more lives remaining to contest either one of these points. But if you're Ultra, you could potentially close it out here. Like I said before the map even started, number 1 attacking team versus the number 2 attacking team. Toronto Ultra have to show why.
Yeah, like normally on Control, we're like, yeah, you know, it's possible. It could get to a round 5. They could win the attack. But on Berlin, anything is possible. That is all that you need to know when it comes down to Berlin Control. If this is your first time watching it, anything is possible.
Well, it wasn't a 3-0, Josh. It wasn't a 3-0.
Toronto go back to more
Could be a 3-1 though, in the Control.
More passive strategy, making sure they get that B zone, the easier of the 2 under wraps. They've also yet to die, which is also going to help them out.
If this goes to Game 5, I'm convinced someone's doing something dodgy in the background. Surely that's never happened before in an event, let alone a champs where every series was Game 5. There's no way that's happened before. There's no way. Ooh! Why does someone done put this on more damage? It sounded dangerous.
So Boston Breach, they hold strong, at least initially. Still, Kleenex here, he gets taken care of, all off spawn down.
Yep, all players gonna be off the spawn.
Yeah, all the Ultra just going up top, wrapping rounds. Huge 2 from Vivid, huge 2.
Ooh,
he almost won that.
Eventually do get dropped. Same thing can be said
almost.
Toronto, 3 members strong now through the street. And Vetoes has got all that information now awarded to his team. This could be the play that Toronto have been waiting for. It's a great start to what could be a collapse today.
It's a great start. Now all of Boston Breach have to put their focus on their flank. Vivid and Vetoes combined for 2. Inside takes his time to get that kill onto TJ, which is going to open up that train alley. But Vance finds himself on a buy spree. Just slowly dancing around this point, trying to take his time, open up a couple lanes for his teammates. He can pick up this glide bomb. That could be the game changer where Toronto have the ability to close this one.
And take a look, Playmax is also going to be here with Vance. They're both on the flank. They're both here. Both the SMGs for Toronto. One of them does get dealt with. And so will Vance. Sweat off the brow if you're Breach. Toronto had something.
Nero eating bullets. Eating.
Great little strategy in mind, however.
How is he not dead there?
Time continues to tick away. A minute on the clock now. And it may be on the Cammy to try to lead the charge. All 8 players aware of what the strategy will be. Can Toronto find this opening pick? The answer will be no, but can the numbers still favor them? It's been breached up
what's
to
going on?
Cammy, the soul man,
Oh my
alive,
god,
but
he just
he'll
got
get
boxed
beaten
up.
down. Great little shot there from Vivid.
They were just dancing around that window, trying to hit free fires left and right, but Vivid right
Insight's
there
going
says,
up
"I don't
top.
even need my
So is
gun,
Vivid's.
just pull off the fist." Fist the Fury to get that kill as he's not going to slow
Vivid
down.
got one before
Finds
got
that
taken
kill
down
onto
though.
Cammy. And with only 25 seconds left, Boston Breach just have to hold aggressively through trains. Methods, the farthest player, pushed up 27.
Hey, Methods is on one right now.
Taking over
I'm telling you, that Methods is taking his personal.
3 down. The flank is going to be here. The stack is going to be here. Boston Breach, you have to get to this point.
I don't think the Boston are aware of how many players are in this objective right now. Look at that progress bar begin to
What's
fly.
number 3 doing?
Methods
TJ sleeping.
for 1. 2 more players left inside of this objective as Insight
need this one.
desperately
Wow.
his teammates, but Breach will get the 3 down. 1 more push at this possibly if you are Toronto, but they continue.
Well, surely Ultra still gets defense, no?
Boston should be able to get
Hold on.
to this round 5.
Hold on.
5 of the clock.
Aw.
And there we have it. Round 5 indeed.
To be fair though, on this map on control, it don't really matter if you got defense or
all
offense.
these players to come off spawn, no one attacks towards top plat. That's probably what you're expecting if you're Toronto Ultra. Let's just hold down the preamps towards top plat, get a couple players off the cutoff, and then potentially just have 1 player committing towards that flank. But all 4 Boston Breach players decide to not attack from that angle. They work through the middle of the map. Methods with the initial kill and then stays alive long enough.
Boston have got defense, Ultra have got offense.
Boston Breach, they stay alive, forced to round number 5. Since they dominated on their attacking rounds, they definitely have this defensive side.
And what a
Kleenex bouncing about.
Sits in the balance now. This is going to be somebody's last control.
Right
This is going to be somebody's last control of the season. Yeah. Crazy to think about it.
Yeah, they're probably happy if it's the last control, mate.
Going back to the
Wanna play
basics.
shit more?
As
What
we said,
the hell?
Getting that B objective captured nice and early, however. With that 1 player being on the
I'm not even like shocked that Kleenex in that jump, but how did he not kill him?
Few players forward, 3 strong. Now
On the door, and he's gonna need his teammate.
Area Vance looks to strike. He'll take down 2 with the teammates sitting inside of the objective. Benjamin has done
Vance has
exactly
been
what
so
his
good in this
teammates
series.
needed him to conquer, needed him to accomplish. Here come the nades. The
Ooh,
tacticals
good nades.
tossed out.
Cammy, 1, 2. Oh my god, Cammy. Oh!
Nearly makes it all 4, but here's Vance.
Yo, I'm telling you, Cold War Cammy. Cold War Cammy is here, people. He's woken up.
Halfway complete through this second segment. They have multiple bodies here.
Cold War Cammy, I'm telling you. On smoke.
Kleenex combined for 2. That's going to be 3 dead.
Cold War Cammy, Cold War Bance.
He's going to try to commit towards this flank.
Cold War Cammy.
Done. Boston Breach now have to hold down this B point for 2 minutes, down 10 lives. Toronto Ultra.
Capped
just
A,
turned
but
up
not
to a
B.
whole different level.
Oh, somehow.
Hello?
Wait. Oh, hello.
Whoa.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, let's get out of action
You're looking good in the round. You're looking good in the round. We'll give him that. But you walk away with those gunfights.
Nero's having a shocker.
Look at the live
18 and
score moment.
35.
21 to 12. Right now for the Ultra. This would be
Absolute
a
shocker.
heroic effort. If Boston were able to lock this one down, 2 more ticks is all you need for Ultra. If not, just claiming all of the lives. Every
Here we
Breach
go.
has got to make these lives count. A 1-for-1 trade as Nero will hit the deck and come off of respawn, hoping that his teammates can make sure that this defense is secure again.
Yeah, if you're Toronto, simply just playing TDM right now, put yourself in a
Toronto just playing this so well.
every single time. 17 and 9 in lives remaining. They still can win it off the objective. Second tick is already done. The third is about to be here. Of Methods and Nero combined for 2. That's going to be 3 down. Last player
They got locked down.
It's going to be Kleenex.
Can they hold now? Cammy gets 1. Traded.
Cammy gets taken care of. They shut down that aggressive push, but
Probably not got to try to work this together.
slow this down. Play for your kills.
Does he know he's got?
Make sure that we get this one finalized. A great gunfight victory.
Lost on TJ. Oh, they've got it. They've got it. Nice. Let's go, Ultra. Let's go. Let's go. One more map. One more. Come on. Yeah, it looks like me a little bit low key. That's not a good thing as well. That's the worst thing about it.
Knowing that they now have the advantage in this series.
I think you're right. I shouldn't watch Boston anymore. You know what it is, yeah? Just in your head, Sam, think that as you're an Ultra fan. Maybe it might give Boston the thing. You know, watching the next match so they win. But then what happens against the Game 5? You gonna watch Game 5?
That is where the struggle comes in. Right there in that final round, Toronto Ultra, they put a lot of pressure initially over towards that B point, but once they were able to get
watch Game 5. How about just what shot is I mean? Just that one eye. It won't know. It won't know you're watching.
Work towards that A point, but then when it really got away from Boston is when they allowed Cammy off spawn to walk up that alley.
3-1. We said that, Josh. We said it was going to be 3-1. Sam doesn't want to listen to us.
Even if he gets that kill, it allows a bunch more players on the side of Toronto Ultra to get in that position. They win the gunfights. They close down that A point. And it's very, very difficult to just hold down B, especially when you're down by 10 lives. Toronto Ultra prevail with teamwork and now go up 2-1.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Just another ruler, another gauntlet of a control. Such a back and forth.
Oh, such a good map from Cammy though.
Defense to start, it was offense opposite to close.
Such a good map.
My goodness, man. What a crazy performance out of these two teams. Like we said, Toronto now sit in the driver's seat up 2 games to 1. And that has got to make you very, very nervous, buddy. If you
This might be the best chance I've seen in 10 years.
Fan because, hey, you're heading to Berlin.
I mean, in terms of like the maps being close and stuff, like for sure, like I don't think there's been a chance where like it's been this close in terms of the amount of Game 5s and how, you know, the clutch moments, you know what I mean? But then again, you only have 8 teams, and Champs isn't like how it was back in the day where you have amateur players and you'd have some, you know, crappy pros. The CDL is the best of the best, so the game's always going to be good. That's one thing you got to like respect the CDL for. It's the best of the best in the league. Top talent. The games are just always lit, always lit.
Finally able to see a glimpse of it, at least in that control. It has been
that's why I like this,
so
yeah.
far for Toronto. Can they make it?
A lot of people like to criticize the CDL, and of course, the CWL was great. Don't get me wrong, but
at the same time for Toronto, like you really want to close out this Berlin.
You gotta remember, man.
That last S&D win,
CDL brings us some money.
I don't know if you want to see this Boston Breach team another search and destroy just 30 minutes later.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's Bocage as well, so that's going to be scary.
Yeah, money.
Even though Boston Breach, exactly how they were on map number 2, are dead last.
Not like Pod don't have enough money anyway.
On both
Got
of the
plenty of money.
Maps, they came out with a different kind of game plan. It's definitely Champs. This is where you're going to lay it all out on the table. But right there, at least based off that map number 3, one player that I definitely need to step up. This is his first Champs. You're trying to make an impact. You're trying to make a name for yourself. Unfortunately, he does not do it in that control. Nero has to be the player to really set the tone. You see what he did in the Search and Destroy. When he starts roaring, when he starts feeling himself, the game is a lot easier. He struggles in that map number 3, even though they force it all the way to around number 5.
So far in my bracket, I've been perfect. Other than the first Seattle game, I was 1 map off. I still got the game correct though. And the LA Fevers and Boston game, I was still correct again, 1 map off. So I reckon if I can get the rest of the bracket correct, like perfect, I've got a good chance at being the top of the leaderboard.
Apparently he's been like the LAG Academy team throughout last
year. Got a good chance.
Who are these players? And we saw firsthand the very reason why the Boston Breach
So basically you win 100k, this is how it works. So you win 100k if you get a perfect bracket, and I think if no one gets a perfect bracket, whoever's got the most points, whoever's closest, wins $10,000 or $5,000. I think that's how it works.
He's going to have one of his best maps today versus a Toronto team on the other side of the stage, Jay, that has seen situations like this plenty of times.
Yeah, if you're Toronto Ultra, you've been in this position before. Up 2-1 in a majority of these series. Obviously, last year,
You see, with me, yeah, if I ever was in a position where all I needed was the grand final to have a perfect bracket, I wouldn't tweet it, I wouldn't mention it, nothing. Because best believe the colleague gonna see that and they're gonna be like, alright, we have to try fix this a little bit. But they probably know anyway. They probably see it on like a chart and be like, okay, this guy is one series away from perfect bracket. Let's switch it up.
Like Cold War champs, like last year when he was doing that on a raid, like just an explosive player. Cammy having a great
love this
series
thing.
for the team right now. We'll see if he can carry that into Berlin. But what could be the final map of Boston Breach's season? They've got to turn up.
Hey, they might. You never know.
Desperately trying to get to this game 5 and take a look at the stat sheesh. In comparison, Methods leading the way right now for the team.
Not about enjoyment, man. I'm telling you. There's a lot of corruption in the competition. Where there's money, there's corruption.
And focus up. Berlin hardpoint. Here we go.
And I'm pretty sure with Toronto being Team B in this series, they're going to give up that good side on this P1, but pretty sure I had a great conversation with
Methods having a really good series. You're right there, Josh. Like I said, he's got that fire within him. He wants to beat his whole team. They dropped him. He wants to show him that, you know what? You should have kept me.
Kleenex was sniffed out. However, hello, also Bance is going to be here as well. Boston have done their VOD research. They were aware of that push off the rip. And take a look, actually. Toronto, because of that investment on the flank, now they've flipped the spawns.
Yeah, they have flipped the spawns, but Toronto Ultra have not been able to get any time. Huge one-on-one. TJ's able to win it versus Vance, so that's going to be 3 dead. Basically a flawless hold. Coming in from Boston as TJ
Oh my. Kleenex went from missing all them bullets and then just killed him like that. What a nade. Where was that thrown from? Where's Methods? Number 2. Oh, he's kind of close.
Really good hard point for them, but they only
Well, Nero's got to make up. Got to make up for that awful control he played.
Off the rip. I think that was player number 5 in Cammy. He was the first one to try to engage. He had 3 Breach Pip members right in his face. He falls. And these are some very important gunfights early for Toronto. Back-to-back headshots as they come firing their way here into the library. A very timely pinch at that. Great work for Ultra because this one could have gotten out of hand early. Break when they have to, but Boston still just right around the corner from jumping back inside of the hardpoint.
Now you just want to maintain those spawns.
I hate when that happens. At the break for the wall and doesn't break fully.
Those spawns for that P3 to Boston as they get
Methods 5 and 2. Ryan.
If they can pick this one up, but more bodies here for Boston. Breach, the trade comes in from Nero. Stay alive, try to soak as much time as you possibly can, knowing that you're going into this P3, which can be a money hill, as TJ finds that kill onto Kleenex, but now it's all down to this rotation. If you're Boston, just have to hold your gunfight on this water side.
Yeah, this has just been clean. Like P1, P2, P3, very well organized and structured so far from Breach. Toronto continue to be on the back foot.
That's 3 down, though.
But here comes their opportunity. They will try to block the spawns. That job is going to be successful. Come firing to the back as Kleenex. He'll walk away with that gun engagement. Again, Toronto doing it the hard way, but it is their way indeed.
They hold all this time in the back end.
For him as Toronto starting to bring this one back.
And that's exactly what happened to Boston Breach yesterday. They were winning a majority of these rotations, but they could not win the gunfights. They lose the spawns, but at least they're able to execute the break 4 now. That's going to be 3 down. Last player up is going to be Methods, closest towards that fire position. All the rest of Boston Breach going to spawn out, start to hit that early rotation, but it's going to be Cammy. He gets taken care of, so Boston should be properly set up off this rotation. Toronto Ultra with a great hold to get them back into this game.
Much needed one at that. Still 20-point advantage, rather 10-point advantage for Boston coming in now toward trades. The biggest thing for Toronto, right, is they've got quite a few players spread throughout the map. They've got players.
Kleenex so far, maybe one of the most consistent players I've seen at this champs. I've seen him have like maybe that one bad map. Every other map's been Ryan.
Everybody wins their gun engagements. Last player in the back is also going to be dealt with as well. Toronto not holding the spawns, but relying on the breaks. And we are inbound for what could be a lead change.
11th overall in hold percentage is Boston as Toronto Ultra are making this one look easy. Insight on a 6-3, finds a 7, earns himself the glide bomb, and this is where the game starts to get away. If you're Boston Breach, you just have to hold one of these money hills. Cammy the cutoff man cannot find 2, but in the final 20 seconds, Toronto are not going to allow Boston Breach to get any time off of this P4. The spawns do flip, so this remaining 15 is theirs.
How often do we talk about that for Toronto? I mean, a team that has struggled mightily in hardpoint throughout the season. Look at it be a team who would just master rotations. I have no idea how
PJ
TJ is winning a majority of these fights. But on the topic of breaking, that is what Toronto has done so far throughout this map. The reason why they hold the slim advantage that they do. We're down early, but now sit in the driver's seat. P5 time currently going their way.
And right now, if you're Toronto, you just want to soak as much as you possibly can. Give yourself a nice, comfortable lead going into this P1. You do have a glide bound to work with just in case you're going to any of these rest of these hard points. As Kleenex finds 2. Still just playing to keep Boston off of this time. In the final 30 seconds, if you're Toronto, you eventually have to get aggressive, at least through train side. You want to try to flip these spawns, but also they're going to be here. They're going to attack this aggressively through trains. They're winning the gunfights, but the spawns do flip Insight with that 2-piece. Is able to take control of top plat, and it's not getting any easier for Boston. They continuously are playing from the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, we can just tell the strategy is totally a flip-flop. Like Toronto now no longer working off the back foot in every time. If they need to win a gunfight, they absolutely are. 17-10 from Kleenex, 17-9 right now from Insight. They had that glide bomb to work with, and now they sit in a pretty position over at P1. Toby eventually handled, but Vance reads the spawns, reads the positions. Oh,
Vance.
Beautiful work.
Benjamin Vance getting hot.
Continue to roll right now.
Oh, Vance, come on.
Gunfight, but to no avail. Breach is working and having to
I'm gonna mess a 2-piece and just die like that.
Yeah, this is so difficult.
Where's the excitement? Where's the hype? Ooh, Cammy. We'll see you soon, buddy. Again, this guy spawned up and has popped a 3-piece.
Being in the face of his opponents is causing them so many problems. Toronto Ultra.
Vance.
Fancy
Castle.
But the flawless hold on this P1 is now going to allow them to have a 70-point lead going into their best hill on this map, P2.
Raise, we're actually 12 subs away from 200. Doing bits and bobs. Bits and bobs, bobs and bits.
Maybe it's the Breach just unorganized, or maybe somewhat frustrated given how that hill has gone. One player from the back is going to be Cammy.
At 188 now.
To decide it all. Great work from Vivid. Able to cut him down. Toronto trying to be crafty, trying to be surprising. Hero from the skies is able to find 1. Toronto numbers still continue to favor them, but 3 straight in the feed. Cammy still knocking on the door. Wants to make Breach's life that much more difficult, considering Boston working from the back foot continually. Methods with 2. Cammy still here. A 1v1 in the point, but it will be Methods who's able to claim it. Back and forth we go. Boston winning the gunfights that they need to.
That's a great hold right there from Boston to get themselves back into this game. And you're Toronto Ultra. You did not allow that spawn to flip, so they're going to be early towards this P3 hardpoint. Boston Breach only going to put themselves down by 20 points now. But you have to win these gunfights off the rotation. Insight and Bands combined for 2, so you're ready. Starting off on the better side if you're Ultra. Time is in their favor. The split is going to come in from Boston, but Nero finds 1. He's going to get traded. Now there's no more presence towards that water side.
No more presence. And Insight, who's continuing doing the gunfights, the rest of his teammates fall. They're still going to have those close spawns. So here come Ultra. Breach have got to be ready, but Cammy opens things up with 2. Last player alive is going to be Nero, and because of those spawns, Toronto continue to see success. Breach working off the back foot, run again into the crosshairs of Cammy. Doing the work, the God of Glasgow, putting Boston on skates. Ever closer to that 200-point mark, but thankfully for Boston.
Boston getting a scrap. This game's getting tight.
Toronto, because of that push, Jay, now have spawns for new.
Yeah, Boston had to execute a break on towards this P3 because you know Insight does have that glide bomb to work with. Going into this P4 and P5, that could be so useful. So still a 20-point game. Have to win some gunfights off the rotation. That's going to be 3 down once again. 1 player setting up for the pinch is going to be Insight. He gets taken care of, but he allows his teammates to now lay down on this hill, properly set up for some much-needed time.
And they've got to be organized, right? They've got to be organized with this push. That's going to be 2. They realize it could be an opening. There could be an opening, but here comes Insight. Here comes Insight with the streak. Boston silenced again, but they are still here. Toronto locking down the seconds. An open hill for a moment. The force is limited, but Kleenex decides to extend himself forward. That's going to be wide.
Wow.
Oh, Kleenex will put away the second. In this game, this lead continues to be out of reach.
Wow. What the Kleenex get that kill without getting traded?
10 seconds remaining on this P4. So if you're Boston this time around, I know you held
There's a woman in the crowd just screaming like a crazy woman.
at least towards top plat initially going into that P1. You have to soak as much time as you can. Not allow Toronto Ultra to play for kills on this P5. They're going to be here initially for this time, but you see Cammy already the route man, going to push his way through waterside, going to potentially try to flip these spawns, but right now Boston, they're just so far spread around the map, just playing for these kills.
And when you do look at the time, I mean, it is still very possible, Jay, for Boston. Consider that they had that spawn for next. They get some good time at P5.
Let's go Ultra, let's go Boston.
Back into this game, Toronto begin to send a few players forward, thinking about the long game. They're happy to have that P5 time, but they'd much rather have that rotation for new. More specifically, Vance, man who we talk about so often, one of the best in-game leaders in the game, trying to do that right now for the roster. Thinking about the future, methods, there to drop them. Breach still here, and still with that spawn, it's 2 go away.
Those are big gunfights right there from Boston. They did not allow Toronto to get any time off of that P1. They were able to maintain these spawns towards top flat. You cannot allow Insight to make this play. He's working his way up through the back alley. He's getting the point.
Boston can win off this time.
Able to find that kill, so now spawns.
They can still win off this time.
Still in favor of Boston Breach. 2v2 going to be here, but Toronto Ultra.
They Ultra need to contest for like 3 seconds. Good trades.
2 versus 3. Toronto with numbers, but they got to move their way in. They've got to
Hero.
move their way in. Boston
Alright.
will reclaim the lead only for a
Boston can no longer win. Neither can Ultra.
Oh.
This is massive time.
Toronto retake the lead, but everybody is firing right now. The sense of urgency has
Shots.
been made aware for Boston.
Alright, Ultra hold this time for sure.
They are still here, and Vance will jump inside of the objective. 15. Very
Wow, good kill, TJ. Kami's come in. It's Cold War Kami, 34 and 22. Telling you, Cold War Kami.
These gunfights are so big. Kleenex is able to start it off with the one-on-one versus Vivid. Methods with the trade, but there's more bodies here.
Cold War Kami is back.
Boston Breach, they're gonna at least stall a couple seconds for their teammates to get into
God.
play, but Ultra, they're winning the trades.
They're winning the trades for the moment. Kleenex trying to be careful with his position. He'll strike. He will strike.
Hey, I said it, people. 3-1 Ultra. I said it. I said it. I said it. I know COD. Yeah. Let's go, Ultra. Unlucky, Sam. Unlucky. Hey, there's always next year. There's always next year. There's always next year, bro. Let's go, Ultra. It's always next year.
The newest addition to the CDL. Their first ever COD champs go out top 8.
Just unfortunate right there for Boston. They set themselves up to get back into this game, but they just simply could not win the trade gunfights. Cammy goes
Is there losers bracket? I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. Not too sure about that. Nah, he knows, Josh. He knows. He's just trolling. He doesn't want Boston to be out, so he's asking if there's a losers bracket. Hey, Sam, who are you gonna support now then? That's a good question. You gonna support now that Boston's gone?
They did put on one hell of a show all year long with such an unknown team. Remember, this is the squad who came in with scraps. The last team formed at the beginning of the year.
So I've got an 100%. That's a good shout, actually, Jack. Great shout.
Just gotta look at it like we're going up against a team like Toronto Ultra who have been in this position.
Group of veterans.
Yeah, it's tough.
Great
it's
shout.
tough when you're playing against a team like that.
One of the longest lasting teams that we have in the entire.
On the Mutineers Crack and Bounty tournament comparatively to today. Ironblood Gaming, you know, I said it coming into today. You look at the individual talent
Great shout.
in search and destroy of this.
You're gonna support me, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not playing that champs though this year, am I? I'm not playing that champs. Phase 3-1. Alright, let's get the predictions then for the next game then, shall we? Let's do that. What's everyone saying? Seattle versus FaZe.
Not an easy name to take down in S&D either.
What did I have as my prediction?
Roster only for stage 4.
Let's see.
What would they be if they started off the year with this team? How far could they have gone? I don't know. Hopefully we
I had Seattle beating FaZe 3-2. Look, there you go. Look, where's the what the perfect prediction? Perfect prediction. Perfect prediction. These guys, I don't know how they got a second map. And then, yeah. Almost perfect. Just 2 maps off. God's sake, but yeah. Alright, let's listen to this. Let's listen to this interview.
What a star-studded performance you guys just had in that series. You know, you come out, you take the respawns, the S&D.
This Cameo's frying.
But ultimately,
Cameo's doing his thing.
how you feeling after that dub?
No, I'm feeling really confident. It was a good win.
Got the shades on as well.
So
Vibing.
definitely a good win. We're looking good in respawn, so I'm happy with that. I think we do need to do some VOD review on our search, to be honest, because it's looked poor the last couple of days. But if we work on that and we keep playing like that in respawns, we'll be spot on.
All right, there you go. And the respawns looked absolutely fantastic. And we know you guys got some of the best teamwork in the league. You come out here, you win a kickoff classic, but it's been a rocky ride since then. What do you want to do to win the first event of the season and the last event? What do you want to change?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I think we just need to be consistent in all game modes. Then we'll be spot on after that, you know? And it'd be unreal if we managed to get the win this event, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely would be unreal. And you guys got so many fans in this venue. Got the whole front row here dressed out in purple. Anything you want to say to these guys that's been cheering all day?
Shout out all the fans supporting us here, wherever it is, online. We love you all, and we'll try to do our best for you.
It's not a busted mask.
One more time for Cammy and the Toronto Ultra. Desk, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, commiserations to Boston Breach. Congratulations to Toronto Ultra. They continue to advance further into the tournament.
Toronto Ultra. I knew they were going to win 3-1. That was such an obvious prediction.
What you expected, didn't expect?
I'm going to go piss quickly, people. Go get a drink. Go get some hydration. Go to the toilet if you need to. As I mean, there's not a lot of action. And if you're in the stream and you're not subbed to my channel, please do sub. Try to hit 200 and drop a like on the stream as well. Share the stream, do all that, people. Right? Just show some love, people. Right? Show some love. It's free. Right? Be generous. Good karma will come back towards you. Right? Want to go piss? I'll be back.
I mean, the SMGs on the side of Boston Breach were completely shut down throughout this series, unfortunately for them. I mean, when you're able to shut down Nero and Vivid, you're going to have a good time. And we get into the back-to-back runs. The Control is probably the most important map throughout this series. Boston had an opportunity to win that, throw it away. But even at the end of the hardpoint there on Berlin, like they had control of P1. Bans time and time again gets those huge impactful kills. He gets a kill through side door, and they end up getting control, getting the majority of that time, and still having favorable spawn in the rotation of P2. So, you know, it's a couple mistakes here and there for Boston Breach, but these guys should have their heads held high, man. They fought very hard against a tough Toronto Ultra squad.
Especially when it comes to Cammy, though, I have to say, like, I feel like we got teased a little bit as he started to catch some momentum. We were like, Cold War Cammy is now making an appearance once again. Well, they had a little bit of a drop-off, and now that they are back on land, now that they are backs against the wall, we saw that Cammy again in that game 4. 36 and 22. I mean, Cammy was absolutely taking over. Kleenex across the board. He was continuing off from the momentum from yesterday. So it's great to see if you're a Toronto Ultra fan. Obviously, that search and destroy is not optimal, but this is a team based around teamwork. They will always play off each other and usually make the right decisions. So I think they'll clean it up come tomorrow.
And one thing I want to touch on as well, how good their search and destroy has been in the past. How often have we talked about how good they've looked? Insight specifically has been one of the best search and destroy players in the game. If they fix that, they have a good chance this weekend.
Well, they're going to have to pull their socks up a little bit firmer here, and we get through our game break presented by Prime Gaming. They are the stats on screen. This is how Toronto looked against Boston in that previous series. We do say a fond farewell to the Boston Breach here in the Vanguard season. We'll see what they can do on Modern Warfare 2. But until then, guys, plenty more COD to be played. It's champs, baby. It's getting lit. We're having a good time up here in the desk. You're having a great time down there in the Galen Center. And you at home, I hope you're having a good time as well. And I hope, sincerely, that you have linked your accounts, both your Activision and your YouTube. You can be earning all kinds of fun rewards, whether you're a camper, a spawn trapper, an ego chowler, a first blooder, or a wall banger. We have got a calling card for you. All these goodies and more available this weekend. Plenty to be had. And again, don't forget, more fun and games tomorrow with the MW2 reveal teaser. All sorts happening, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be something special. Tune in Championship Sunday as we will be unveiling what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview. All that and more coming up this week here at COD Champs. And it has been Spicy as hell. Spicy as hell,
It was
man.
the first non-game 5, and it was still absolutely insane. So, you know, I want to continue down the trend in game 5s, though. I was sitting here rooting for it because I just want to see who can, you know, turn up when the composure needs to be at its highest.
Well, composure, everything's been at its highest so far, ladies and germs. We're going to go take a very quick break and get ready for the next matchup today. It is bound to be a treat as well. Seattle Surge, Atlanta FaZe, all that and more after the break.
I'm back. I like this. Let's go, Sam. Let's go, big man. Why do you turn off your camera to a piss? I don't know, just come. Not my face cam, and I've got family around, so I don't want people doing silly things. You know what I mean? Alright. Let's watch some of this.
Quickly while Mohawk overwatches the play, but I mean that play 100% comes through from Nicky D, right? I mean he's able to come out from University.
Ultra Academy at NA.
That cross initially.
That's what we're looking for. What scrappy?
Is how that play's executed for Toronto NA. It's just losing Beagle on trying to go for that aggressive and early B bomb plant. Charlie has to be the one to pick up that bomb and try to extend the round via the bomb being planted itself, but being called out, being isolated as well. Ironblood doing a great job at just making sure the post plant setup never comes through.
Ironblood now.
Yo, I'm going to bed now because Boston's out. Have fun. Hey Sam, as always, bro. Appreciate you coming through, showing love with the guy. I'm sorry that Boston's out.
And he's going to pick up one.
Hopefully you come chill with us tomorrow when Boston's not in it. Listen, I'm telling you, Sam. Yeah, I don't know how much you watch CODs.
Good luck with this one, mate. 1v4.
Championship Sunday, Championship Saturday, especially champs. It's different. It's different to Friday and Thursday. So
I know that they're in red and black right now, and those jerseys are
if you're not busy tomorrow, come through, bro. Same time as always. You know what I mean? Like always, Sam. Appreciate the love, man. Have a good sleep, bro.
Scrappy. Those are the mind games that you come to expect from Thomas pulling out the boomstick. Played the first 2 rounds of the AR, and then immediately went to the Kar 98K to isolate the play across that B lane, and immediately just correlated for Beagle to be able to cross in the BS and D side itself, come up through the stairs to be able to take down Exceed, meaning the bomb dropped essentially in no man's land. Very, very good round coming out from Ultra NA there on their defense.
Toe for toe at the moment. Are these two rosters? Ultra NA just going to play this one passively. We talked about the over-aggressiveness that we see from Ultra time and time again. This time it's most certainly not the case. They're trying to bait Ironblood Gaming out. That first kill will come through from Classic. Nice trade from Assault though. But still, Ultra don't have any real estate in the round just yet.
Waiting to collect that bomb. Information will be mutual, though Ironblood not exactly in a position to be able to punish that. Scrappy still watching this B lane with the sniper under pressure. That's going to be from Exceed. Force him to reposition, and Brack will get the final blow.
How much more is Brack going to be able to get? Well, nothing, considering Ultra moved away, but Hixie might be able to get the timing, and he will against Mohawk. Doesn't get the second one versus Exceed. That's the good news for Ironblood Gaming here, is now they've got a transition. The bomb will go down, and it's going to be a flank play coming through from the Ironblood boys. Brack, of course, will need a weapon to pick up. Exceed spot out. Assault though, and all just whips the head off his former teammate. And now for Hixie, 1v2. He's inside uni. He's been here before. Might be able to catch these players off guard, looking for Exceed. Not going to see him just yet. There's the first. Now, doesn't even get the kill. Oh, he does, but he should be taken out by Brack shortly here. There you go. The trade is through. The defuse will follow shortly. And Ironblood Gaming there, they make the numbers work.
Yeah, really, really tough there, especially with the numbers, as you were saying, to be able to make that happen. Because if you are Hixie, you do have to check the bomb eventually in a 1v2.
No, not yet. In a minute, I think.
At least where Exceed was able to find that kill, and maybe Brack had already made the rotation up across the B lane over towards A. Just was not the case at all. Exceed, Brack doing it quite wonderfully there in the 2v1. Just stacking up together, at least playing the trading game. We'll keep this entirely even. And this is all off of them. I mean, the last time that Ironblood played this map mode combination was against AIM. They lost 6-1. They're looking quite good, at least on the rebound.
No. Can't lie, man. Like, as much as I love like challenges and stuff, I can't even watch that. Like, lack of like just production, the lack of just care, just so like just boring. Like, I don't want to watch it. Like challenges.
With a scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Like just like the COD League, by having music stream, like is more watchable. I mean, lack of production is just there. It's just pure gameplay.
Claim yours now at
So boring.
gaming.amazon.com.
So next year they actually paying out some attention towards challenges, but it's a big game now, big boy game. FaZe versus Surge. Yep. Dubstep vibes. Louder. Chill out a little bit. We back.
And take a look at
look
the
him.
incredible
Look
fans
him.
here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles. They are having a blast, and so are we. Lando joined alongside by Nameless and Ali, as well as Jay Stunn. Buddy, we just came off of a very interesting match. Normally I ask the analyst who comes over the desk, how was that cast? But I kind of know how you feel, but tell the folks regardless.
Yeah, we did the cast together.
Yeah, we did.
But now we find ourselves on
Not
the
a game
desk.
five. Not a game five,
Not
right?
a game five.
It was lit, though.
It definitely was lit. The only thing that really showed right there was Toronto Ultra's teamwork. Like the fact that they were able to walk out with all 3 respawns and lose the search and destroy. You heard Cammy in his interview. We got to go back and do some VOD reviews because that's unacceptable.
It's gonna be a banger. It is.
Like Boston Breach, who
The
usually
next 2
struggle
matches
in
are
that mode,
no.
you cannot afford to lose 6-0 in search and destroys. When they got 3rd overall at the major, it's cause search and destroy. 10-game win spree. They need to get that back on prime form.
Yeah, 0-3 in search destroys for Toronto. But now we got to focus into the big boy matchup that we
So weird, yeah. Toronto either like really good at S&D or they're really good at respawn.
Versus Seattle
Never
Surge.
both.
I believe we have our maps and modes ready to go. Let's go and take a look at how these Vetoes went. Let me tell you what, Nameless, this has been one of the
3-2
best
Surge.
rivalry
3-2 Surge.
matchups throughout the entire
Surge
season.
are in FaZe's head, I'm telling you.
I mean, these guys have played each other so many times. They have 30 maps played against each other throughout this season.
Wow.
That's the most between these guys. So, I mean, looking at this one, the Tuscan hardpoint, Tuscan control, that's really where Seattle was getting it done against Atlanta FaZe. They were dominating them in the control across the board, but that Tuscan repeatedly, then also that Tuscan
FaZe
hardpoint.
is in
But
Surge.
FaZe, I mean, they're confident. They're going into it. Obviously, for Seattle, they got to get rid of Gavutu, both things across the board. So, you know, it really comes down to, has Atlanta FaZe improved that much in that Tuscan?
Yeah, and that's one thing, too, right? When we talk about Tuscans, I mean, that was like a BZ's playground yesterday, Ali.
It absolutely was. That's why I'm interested to see why Seattle has decided to square up with them, because that's where they started their reverse sweep in that 3-0. So I get it to a sense, you know, it's better to just kind of go at it on a map like Tuscan, but I almost would have liked maybe a Gavutu or a Berlin for the likes of Seattle Surge, just because Atlanta FaZe know they're confident on that map, and like you said, at BZ's playground, he was looking absolutely disgusting yesterday, and as the series went on, he just got better, and that's worrying if you're Seattle, because to match up on the other side, Mac has been struggling, and that's who's going to have to match
He has been struggling. Mac's been
pretty sure
awful
this is the
so
first
far in
time
champs.
as well that Atlanta FaZe decided to get rid of Bocat's hardpoint versus Seattle. Usually that's the map number 1 every single time. And they said, nah, I'm not taking no risks
Alright,
this time
deep on the
around.
chat. Josh and anyone else in the chat.
We're gonna go out there and play our
Match
better
prediction.
maps.
FaZe versus Seattle Surge. Atlanta FaZe Cold War champs winners versus Seattle Surge Major 3 winners. Who's winning? My prediction. FaZe 3-1, okay. My friend on the phone, Big Man aka True Blue, thinks it's gonna be 3-1 to FaZe. I'm saying 3-2 Surge, I don't know. This is gonna prove to me if FaZe are in their own head or not. Surge win this, FaZe ain't gonna win champs. FaZe is in their own head, and you know, they can't get over these mental blocks. So FaZe win this, they prove me wrong. They're the team that people have been saying they are the whole year. Hey, let's see. What are you saying though, Josh? What do you think you think it's gonna be? Oh, you already said, didn't it? 3-1 FaZe. Alright, fair enough.
said, they are straight squaring it up when it comes to that map 3. But I am a little worried on the likes of the Seattle side because Abizi had a .275 KD in a search and destroy yesterday, and that was the Berlin, and that's going to be map 2 in this series. So that Tuscan's already going to be rough, but map 2 and 3 are heavily favored on likes of Atlanta FaZe right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun match to watch up. Like we said, when it comes down to this game, this is, a rematch from like Major 3. We've had these teams match up so many times throughout the season. We've talked a lot about Atlanta FaZe. Now let's shift the focus towards Seattle Surge. I have a feeling a lot of the conversation is going to be around one player in particular, and Mac. But Jay, how do you feel about Seattle after the dub they got yesterday versus London?
Well, you feel great. Obviously, you have the Rookie of the Year on your squad. Pred is just a man on a mission. He's always going to go out there and get his. But every time they play against Atlanta FaZe, Mac always steps up to a whole different level. But also Sid. Sid and Pred are a dynamic duo. And then with Sid being that former substitute player for the Atlanta FaZe roster, you know what they're going to do. Had the chance to interview the young man, and
I feel like this game's got to be game 5 though. I feel like,
one mistake that could
I don't know.
potentially cost them 60 points. You cannot afford any mistakes versus this Atlanta squad.
I think what has made Surge so good against Atlanta throughout the season is they can match their pace. Like if Atlanta tries to make it mixy, get aggressive in Surge rounds on control, try to push the the harder point off rip, like Seattle is ready to go.
Some sugar in me, man.
Victory, Mac has to bring more slang. 0.88 since start of stage 4 as a 1.08 versus FaZe this season. Just think about it. Like the Tuscan control, time and time again, he gets the big 2-piece when they needed him to. Remember that crazy comeback, and then keep finding improvement in Search and Destroy. 6-3 win on Berlin S&E yesterday. Snapped the 7-game losing streak. I feel like Berlin used to be their Search map, and they lost it so much throughout stage 4. Like this is a team that they've always been like solid at Search and Destroy, but it just went straight into the dumpster throughout all stage 4, losing a couple close hard points.
It's gonna be defeated series. Hey, let's see.
But yesterday they were able to snap that losing streak.
Pred's not there. Pred's sniffing a lot of cocaine. He's getting cracked. He's getting ready.
Between these two teams,
not Pred, sorry, Mac.
Two particular players. We announced it earlier in the day. The MVP facing off against the Rookie of the Year. It's the battle of Celium versus Pred. Ali, do you think those guys are going to square up a decent amount across the map?
Absolutely. I mean, it's no better like setup.
Well, not across the map because Celium will just kill Pred, won't he? Because he has an AR.
Walled it out on stage, but obviously Celium a little bit with the edge here when it comes to the KD apartment. I mean, obviously they're in two different respective roles, but it's going to be Celium versus Sib to me. And Sib, we liken his playstyle a lot in the way he's kind of taken over the scene to Celium. So seeing those two go at each other is always a treat. And then, like we said, Pred and Sib are going to be going at it. So I think it's going to be a battle across the board. Atlanta FaZe has a little bit more of an edge, but should we see the Mac that we usually see against Atlanta FaZe? Could go their way.
I mean, when we talk about series like this, like the mental edge, Seattle has it. Like for sure, they have the mental edge against Atlanta FaZe. They've beaten them so many times in tough series where like it looked like they're about to lose it. They come back, Mac makes a big play. So I think all the stats and stuff, when we look at Mac's individual performance, it doesn't matter as much in a series like this because he's done it before and he's confident. So this one should be just a special one, guys.
I think it's fair to say this one is going to be a very intense battle.
It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit.
Game 4, 3-1 victory. But Jay, before you give me your actual prediction, does this one go 5?
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
100%. This is
100% it's going to go 5.
I just think that both of these teams are powerhouses. They're going to be able to match up, square up with each other, like Ali said, on every single one of these maps. The biggest thing that I want to take away, though, has to be accuracy and search and destroy.
It's going to start on night. I'm in it, I'm pretty sure.
You have to give some clutches to your squad in order to take that Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and we know when these teams faced off against each other at the Major 3, clutching is what it was all about. But now it is time to get in our picks for this series, a gauntlet of a game. Nameless, we're starting with you, buddy. Atlanta or Seattle?
It's tough. Like, I want to pick Seattle on this one, but, I'm going to stick with my pick. I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. I think Atlanta FaZe take it 3-2. It's going to go all the way down to the wire, man, but I just have faith in these guys. I think they're going to come correct today. But Beezy's playing like that. Like, they're winning.
Yeah. Ali?
You know what? I'm so shocked by that. That took me out of left field, to be honest.
Mind blown, right? Yeah.
For me, to be honest, I just said that twice. Wow. Seattle versus Atlanta FaZe. It's always a close one. I'm very worried for like Seattle Surge just because of Mac, but I know he's going to bounce back. I have to go with Seattle Surge in this series. I think they have Atlanta FaZe's number, and as long as Atlanta doesn't get the
peak viewership on day 1 of CDL champs was 160,000 according to Daniel.
Do you really?
Say.
Wow. I don't.
Which is the general manager of the league.
Your pick.
Interesting.
My pick, I think this is going to be a difficult series. Obviously,
all I'm saying is the next game, LE Thieves vs Optic is going to beat the peak viewership.
That provides wonders to this team.
The whole of this event apart from Champs Final, I reckon.
1.42. You need Simp and RCD.
Even if Optic ain't in Champs Final, because obviously Champs Final is always going to have the most views. That's like obvious, but
I think I'm gonna go with the
there's so much storylines going into that Optic vs LA Thieves game. Cannot wait for that.
A lot of it is going to reside on Mac. I think if he has a great series, then Seattle stand a great chance. At the same time, are you going to see that same performance from Abizi and Cell, or can the rest of the team really start to perform? That is the question. But I'll tell you what, man, this is going to be a phenomenal series. Like when we talk about grueler games, what could really define the entirety of the tournament when we talk about the bracket? This one absolutely is going to stand among many of the other ones going down to the winner side of the bracket. As we said, loser of this game will go down to that loser, or that elimination side. Loser is not out of this game. There's a few things to keep in mind. Any extra, special little things you guys want to talk about when it comes down to this game? Any last little tidbits?
Well, I mean, you don't want to miss it, right? Because when you watch the stream as well, you're in the championship pack. And I tell you what, you see all those calling cards? For me, I think I'd be the one that was a camper. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be in a corner of the map somewhere shooting you off. And I wanted to actually ask you, Orlando, which calling card you think you are?
I mean, can we pull them up? I got to take a look at these. I got to take a look at
it's a different one.
Okay.
Only two.
This is actually kind of tough. I guess when it comes down to like the champs, I might go with the bottom left one. You got to rock all the teams, Jay.
Yeah, the only thing is Minnesota, unfortunately, did not make it.
It's all right.
Oh my, that's enough I noticed. So they've got the wrong AR for champs because no one even uses the STG, and they've got Rocco who's not even in. Bro. Rocco's not even in champs either. Like, come on, man.
Oh my goodness, it's excellent. Just a matter of game 5, it's a matter of reverse sweeps. It's going to be a very, very fun game in front of us. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Seattle Surge. That's going to do it from us. Now it's time to send it over to Blaze, who's ready to introduce our squad.
This is about to be lit. All right, listen.
Thank you so much, Lando.
I'll get some sugar. I'll be back. So I need to get hyped for the next 2 games. All right, I'll be back. 2 seconds.
Y'all ready for this one? It's almost like a battle of land and sea, and the first team coming to the stage is the pride and joy of Atlanta. Let's see what FaZe is all about. Los Angeles, make some noise for the kings of the land. It's Atlanta FaZe. Give it up for Celium, Arcides, Abizi, and Sim, Atlanta FaZe.
These guys have won the World Championship before, but this year they haven't been able to get a victory. And one of the teams that has been in their way all season long, it's been the Seattle Surge. Abizi has struggled time and time again facing this squad, but yesterday he was a new animal. I'm expecting him to pop off today. Let's bring out Seattle, guy.
Yeah, it's time to bring in the boys from the West Coast. Here comes the storm. I welcome you, Seattle.
I'm back. I'm back. And ready for the hype, dude. It's gonna be so lit, man, I swear. These next 2 games are gonna be so lit. Surge are doing it, man, I'm telling you. Surge are doing it. They're taking out FaZe, taking them out.
Los Angeles, make some noise and let your voices be heard. Here comes the Seattle Surge. Give it up for Sid, Accuracy, Mac, and Pred, your Seattle Surge.
Into the deep we go with a team that is never satisfied. They have the good luck charm against Atlanta FaZe Classic behind that main stage, and they have to have their number this year. I'm looking at the Iceman and his children to pull it out this series. They go top 3 should they take it, but they got to take down the Atlanta FaZe Blaze.
take us along through this journey. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Wait, so Merc and Maven ain't even casting on the optic game.
Let's get into it. I mean, this has been a crazy matchup all year. And Joe, when you just think back to the round one for these teams, you've said, you know, your experience as a player, like sometimes there's that round one, that tough, grueling matchup where you're down in the series, you bring it back and win. That can propel you the whole way. Both these teams gonna have that.
Well, everyone had it yesterday, right? It's like usually, like look at Seattle, right? Just at Major 3, you know, they had to, you know, beat in New York in that Game 5, round 11, then they go on to win the event. Like usually, I don't know, just kind of gets the blood flowing, gets you on point. But yeah, everyone dealt with that. They had deep series, get the nerves out. It's obviously the World Championship here, but both of these teams knows what it takes. Seattle, they're trying to get back to glory. Atlanta FaZe trying to find you know, back-to-back victories.
Yeah, and listen, we've been casting a lot of FaZe the past couple of events. We have, and you know, it's been. You think back to the Optic series, the last major, BC just took over. You think back to what we casted last night, BC just took over. It's like we're seeing glimpses of that again. And this is a matchup he has struggled. Is it sort of as simple as that? Like, what a BZ are we going to get in this matchup?
Well, I think you obviously have to give props to the speed on the other side of Seattle, right? In terms of the rookie Pred, but also their third guy, Matt. The Desh was really touching on it. He has not been what we saw earlier in the year, but he loves plenty in space. I think it's just due to the pacing, how quick they play. He's got to get locked in. Because if he's locked in, that slows down BZ in Sim. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, you love what you're seeing out of a BZ, but you need the other guys to step up. That's when the reverse sweep started. It was Simp and RC.
I know FaZe isn't in their prime where they were winning everything, and you know, people not maybe scared to play them. They have the mental edge, but even if they were, this just strikes me as Seattle team like they don't care. They just don't care.
Doesn't seem that way. They seem to be locked in on what they have to do. But you know what? We're sticking with Tuscan in map number 1. We saw it yesterday from Seattle Surge. Pred just took over. They were able to win that first map where he just fried everyone. And we're going to get a...
Wow.
I know. It's Maven's fault.
I know.
He stepped on a wire.
I hear you guys. We're going to get back into it as fast as we possibly can. I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, we can't match Malaysia yet. Oh, okay.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Don't say it.
I apologize. Probably jinxed this, but now we'll wait another brief moment before we get into it. Thank you for your patience, everybody watching at home and here in the venue. But we can chat about this a little bit more. I mean, I think we're just really excited for it because yesterday I touched a lot on, you know, for FaZe at least, like that matchup versus New York, that was probably the toughest matchup in round 1. You get a win there. I know they've had trouble with Seattle, but it's like you can see top 3. You can taste top 3.
Seattle, yeah.
No, it's absolutely true. But like this is another just grueler, which whoever wins this, I mean, you just got a real shot. I know you got Optic, you got Thieves on the other side of it, still teams and losers.
Other people other than Joshua in the chat, who you got winning this? Got FaZe, you got Seattle. Got it being a 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. What have you got it being, people?
Teams can play up to 3 matches, right? They can have a very long day.
If you start losers, you'd have to rip off 3 to get to the final, right?
You can get all the way there, but you'd see.
I personally think it's going to be Surge.
I mean, you're obviously heavy.
I can only see Surge winning this.
Atlanta FaZe. S&D has been the key for Seattle Surge. Can they turn that around? And for FaZe, that was the one thing where they were trying to get better at it, get back into that form, and we saw it a bit last night.
Yeah, and like one of them you did. You saw some question marks, I think, in the game 2, but in the game 5, you really saw those plays on Berlin where they were able to get back to it. And that would be, what was it again? Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan?
Yeah.
Just basically back and forth.
Those things would be FaZe.
So we saw their prowess on Berlin, but if you're Seattle, you know, you get to watch that maybe last
I don't know,
night,
Josh, man.
look at what they were doing right. And FaZe do.
I got a lot of faith in Seattle.
I mean, there's a lot of similarities in their break off. Like, it's definitely something I feel like you can prepare for in some ways.
Joe remains. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
We're alive.
See, that name's very familiar.
But yeah, I mean, for this team, I think the Desh kind of talked about it.
Is that Joe Remains from World War II? Is that Joe Remains?
The back half is where it gets a little nerve-wracking.
As if that is, yeah, that is.
Question mark or circle. Because usually they play Bocage. 100%. You know,
Wait, no way. This is this Joe from World War II.
Just maybe something that they've wanted to work on.
This is like probably the first person I ever met in competitive Call of Duty. The first person ever.
I'm really surprised we don't have a.
There's no way.
No, certainly. But okay, I want to kind of ask you a little bit. Maybe something we don't talk about or think about a whole lot, but in your experience as a player,
my God, I knew it.
Stage, maybe this happens. Like you're getting amped up. It's a big match. Then there's a reset, and you have to wait a couple of minutes. Like, what are you guys chatting about? Like, what are you thinking about?
I was weird.
Yeah.
How you doing, Joe?
I won't lie. Like, I would basically say I would start talking to the ref and just. I would say some of the weirdest things that you could possibly imagine, just to kind of relax everyone, get people laughing. We see that a lot of the times, right? You saw it just now from RCDs and Abizi.
Hi Ninja, you doing good? Been a while since I chatted to you. A couple of years, for a fact. Who was the other guy we played with as well? Wasn't name like, wasn't it like Monkey Ninja or something like that? Monkey Ninja 1, 2, 3. I'm good, bro. It's been grinding COD. You know what I mean? Back then I had the dream to go pro in COD. I've still got that dream. Been working my way up slowly but surely. And now I'm trying to push my content, trying to do better things for the brand, so that when I eventually do get to that level, I've got a better chance. You know what I mean? Yeah. What have you been up to then? Have you still been watching a COD, or is it only recently that you're come to watch COD?
Alright, we get into it. We're going to start with Fred's POV. What a demon he could be on this map, and it is not an easy matchup to be a demon.
I'm pretty sure I was like 16, 17, and you were like 15, so you're probably like what? You're like 19 now, I think, right?
So it's some calm and clean time inside of the hard point for now, and Civ just wants to keep it rocking and rolling. Up to a 3-0 start. Talent-wise, this guy is just sensational. It's fun to watch.
No, I mean, one of the smoothest shots in the league. But now, maybe a break opportunity for Atlanta FaZe. And two are going to go down.
I said Seattle was going to win this. I told you.
Gunfights like that is a good thing if you are a FaZe fan. They're going to get right onto that point. You can split this time here. You're going to be in a very good position. Sim just trying to dodge these bullets, but with 10 seconds left, are we going to rotate? We're going to just push on through. It's not going to be a push on through. As the nades start to hit, all four go down for FaZe. A nice start here at Seattle Surge.
I've still been watching, not been playing, not really got anyone to play with. Look, you've been watching like every year, like Modern Warfare 18. Alright, I knew you were one of them, 18 or 19.
He's ready to get twisted. He's able to
well, you watch every year, like Black Ops 2, Black Ops 4, MW, Cold War.
You get what, about
I watch all of them.
15 seconds there, and then Surge get in quickly. It's an excellent break.
Yeah, it was really unlucky for FaZe. I'll just be honest. You had like one player left, and I don't think FaZe knew where he was, and he actually got a back spawn for his entire team. So, yeah, I mean, just, you know, Vanguard squad spawns come in for Seattle Surge. That turns into a break. As well, we know what crowd.
Max started off hot.
Who they want to win this Surge up 25 points.
Yeah, I mean, just due to the dominance of FaZe for really since this team came together, they're gonna be dealing with
That's
that.
good.
Right?
Then
Like,
you've been
the villains in a way.
been in touch with COD then.
To your
That
performance
we like
in
that.
recent years. More often than not, crowd's not going to be on their side. Abizi able to take that one. Fred instantly with a trade. That'll be 3 in a row for him and out to 6 and 4. Now we hop out to the third person.
Make sure if you guys haven't already, drop a like on the stream, boys. Yeah, please if you can. Helps helps get the stream out there. I think it does anyway. Pretty sure that's how the algorithm works. More interactions, more views, likes, all that stuff. Watching the titles, always remembered.
They are there for it. They always play at a very high level. As Atlanta FaZe are going to rely on a couple of breaks to try to get back into this one. And well, they do a very good job to get right onto this point. But I think a key yesterday with what we saw was their P4, their Churchill. That's where they found so much time.
But so far, it's just a story of like breaks. Both teams have been so good at coming on through. Speaking of good, it's Simp that now rallies to 3 in a row. Difficult gunfight for Abizi on the other side of it, but able to snap and take that with 36 HP remaining. As they look to rally into this south side of Church.
Alright, let's see then. Let's see what these teams are capable of then.
It's going to be Celium looking to get inside and get nasty. MacArthur up to 9 and 5.
That's a cool name. Yeah, I mean, just MC.
I don't know any other MacArthurs. I'll be honest.
I have none. Yeah, I mean, yeah, MC. He's on what? A couple of kills. You have Simp on 5 in a row now. A nice break here at P4. Again, this is where they found a good chunk of time yesterday. They're going to get themselves right back into the game. They're able to find
Abizi and
20 seconds at that
Celium
behind the break.
and Simp. All did nothing. I mean, that is all FaZe, isn't it? RST is just, you know, making the good plays, making the game easy for his team, making kills when he needs to, then the other 3 just go off.
Simp gonna hit that glide bomb. That's gonna be huge for them rotating over to P1. It's like, you know, if you're able to read the map and get the spawns you want, then you know where they're gonna be coming from through that front door. They just gotta get to that position, and they do it so well.
Abizi just took a.
How tight this game is right now.
That didn't look comfortable for him as he has gone off the map. FaZe now take the lead, just up 6 into the point. Go Surge. Max POV now. To see the angles he is watching just through the fire and flame. Bullets coming in, nades are hitting. He's able to stay up just 5 HP. One bullet and he will drop.
Matt, huge 2. 3. Can he get 4? Oh, Mac. Selim had to shut him down. Had to ruin his party.
So while that was going on, while that was happening, Selim actually picks up the pinch on Sib. Sib was going for a top mid jump. He wins that gunfight. Then he cleans up.
What you plan to do at uni, Joe?
13 and 6 to 3 times multi-kill to get them into this P5.
It's crazy. It's just Vanguard. A game where you'll watch somebody get a 3-piece like that, nearly 4, and then you look into no control of the hard point. It can be absolutely ludicrous at times, but now Surge, a lead change of their own, as they will get back in front. Still holding the streak in the back pocket will be Simp as we focus on over to first. We now hop to Selim. And here comes
They're playing aggressive like Cold War again, yeah.
Maybe alleviate some of the pressure off of it.
Wow.
That helps a whole hell of a lot. Clears out the left side of the
That's the first double vibe I think we've seen this major.
If you are FaZe, you take control of the lead again.
100%. I mean, they're just thinking right
IT management.
This is the best place to use that glide bomb. They had the rotation, but he's still gonna
Sounds good to me. I mean,
but Seattle Surge, they're gonna take this all day.
as long as you enjoy it at the end of the day, that's what that matters, isn't it? Enjoy it, learn it, make social network connections with higher ups and people that maybe know more than you or they know people. Then use that to just make a lot of money, bro, and enjoy life. And just try to do what you love to do and try to be the best at it. Simple as that.
RC's going to send it one more time at it. Sib's able to win that, and that's going to secure the final or 10 seconds. FaZe want to send one more person at it, see if they can maybe win that one.
So weird, like Surge is like a super inconsistent team. Like sometimes they play really well, sometimes they play bad. It depends on the team, of course, that they're playing against and how they're playing individually. But no matter what, they always have a good game against FaZe, and it's insane because like FaZe is not a team you have a good game against. Like these guys are that team. Like Seattle ain't scared of them. They don't feed into that. That FaZe is the best team in the game. BS.
They're desperately trying to get into the point. Let's go to Elicit with Seattle Surge.
Ramside time, self. One's plan 2, okay? Okay. Middle one shot, beat down. You 100 broken, beat out.
You guys gotta play that kid.
I'm looking for, I think he's top broken.
Huge kill.
Top broken. He stopped? Top broken, one on the stairs. All dead. Top broken curse, I don't know where he's going. He just jumped me, you got him? I'm waiting.
FaZe have got a little bit of a lead now. Number 8 behind you. Good nades. That was a really good nade from Astis. Oh, they've spawned behind them. No way.
Yeah, accuracy gonna hurt. I got time. He had a rough start. He was like 0-5. He's sitting at double negative, but he's got nearly 2 minutes in the point. So he's trying to get it done around the objective. Unfortunately, no trophies to the title, so he is going to be taking nades all over the place. He gets dropped out of it.
Good kill from Axie.
Nice little crouch.
Good 2-piece. And then the last guy's top as well. Yeah, good reads. This, I'm telling you, these two teams is always back and forth. Always back and forth. And we love it. We love intense, clutch gameplay.
You know, the end of that hill, where they found the scrap time and then the break over to P4, this time Surge don't allow it to happen. You have a lead change come in once again. It is just back and forth between these two teams.
So it's like, can you make this a little messier if you're Surge this time, right? Like, can you not allow them to get in their comfort zone in Church where they've been so good?
I think Scrappy's going to replace Axie next season. Or on Seattle Surge. I mean, maybe. I'm pretty sure Scrappy is like not a main yard. I'm pretty sure he's like a flex. From what I remember. So I definitely don't think he's going to be an ultra though. I know he's on their like bench now, but to be honest, you know who I can actually see him joining? Like if FaZe, like for example, now lose this against Surge and then they lose again and lose the bracket and they go out, I can see FaZe dropping RCs and picking up Scrappy. Imagine how insane that team would be. Selim, Scrappy, Abizi, and Simp. Obviously, Selim plays mainly R now. I think, anyway. Maybe Aussie does. I don't know. Stadium was playing Mania at one point. Stadium can play Mania anyway. The only thing is, I don't really see Scrappy as like that dirty work type player, which Arsty's like, is making smarter plays basically, making less selfish plays on the team. So maybe Selim and Sim are probably have to try to share that, or maybe even Abizi. So close here. Pred's gonna have to go huge here. Preds gets one. Oh my god, Preds! This is why this guy got Rookie of the Year. Nice. Still one more. Who's at number 2? Arsties. Oh my god! No way Matt killed him. No way. No way. Mac! No one's that new. No one's that new. Number 8. Pred. Oh my god! No way! No way! No way! No way! He's by himself! No! No! What is going on? Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? What? What just happened? What just happened? Pred is insane, bro. What was that? Like, honestly, I can't even lie. I don't think I've ever seen anything that crazy in my many years of watching COD. That was insane. He legit got like a 5-piece to win the game. Matt gets 2, right? But Preds gets 1. I'll send him. So the team killed and Matt gets 2. And Pred slides in. Wow. Wow.
There's 3 dead on the hill, and it's down to the rookie once again. And I'm not sure what happens here, because you're going to see Selim.
Simp just gets smoked. Slides in, kills Arcetes. Mad. You have to respect it. You have to respect that. Even if you're a FaZe fan, you got to respect that. Wow.
Just getting started. But that was, wow, that was fun.
Wait, what I'm saying is, Pred for sure can definitely earn Champs MVP after that, just from that play. That's the best play we're going to see at Champs now, I'm calling it. There's no way anything can happen better than that.
I swear, I didn't even notice in the moment that the
this is what I'm saying, man. Like, this is actually what I'm saying. This game is not even like a top 5 Call of Duty, and these moments happening. Imagine if the game was like a top tier COD. Imagine.
What did you say yesterday? You said somehow, some way, FaZe find a new way to lose that.
Mad.
Yes, I mean that has been their like MO there so many times this year. It's just like new
Hey.
and creative ways to lose it. And I mean you can't.
Like I said, man, I've got Seattle winning.
I mean, it is the place from Pred and Mac 100%, but it's like
They're gonna win.
had a chance to do it. Let's watch Pred. We're gonna see it from his POV. So that's the first one. This is the second one. He's just
People thought I was crazy for putting some of the FaZe players in B tier, saying, you know, I think they're in their own head.
controller on the ground. I don't know if he went to hit that, but that dude did whatever he wanted.
I mean, it's just what? I mean, that insta read just to check the quick corner.
Yeah, do your thing,
It's
man.
not like the craziest, but he picks up a Beezy. Beezy was there first.
One on the
safe.
as well, right after the first kill, just turning inside of you, turns back around, gets ready for the next gunfight. And I was just going to get
Might be even be up now, though.
Everybody was on point, but you know what? Beezy towards the end starts to drift off, and there's the key, right? He has struggled in this matchup. Fred and Mac. They just clutch for Seattle Surge.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question. Arcees, I mean, he's leading the way in damage across the lobby. So you get what you want out of Arcees, but a BZ, it wasn't that beast mode that we saw yesterday. He didn't have that takeover.
I mean, I think that, I don't know where
safe.
that line really went south. I think it was the last probably 30 seconds.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Didn't
Wow.
really find any kills over that stretch. And,
wow.
You know, it's just, he's like the guy that's
Wow.
more comfortable kind of flying.
My God, bro. Pred just done a madness.
He's the one kind of waiting in a corner, and I just feel like that's never where BC shines.
Pred
when he's
just done a madness.
Just gets smoked, and Pred, absolute dad mode.
Okay, that was map 1.
Yeah, all right, we got more to go.
We got to take a deep breath. A little woosah in and out. But we're going to Berlin, search and destroy. Another map, I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, where they have been playing it all year. It has been better, though, since the start of Stage 4 in Champs. I think it's around 6 and 3. We saw it yesterday. They were very decisive. It was, I mean, just so many clutch rounds on offense. Right,
I'm still mind blown, honestly.
And then they would bring it back, taking their time.
I want to stay still mind blown. I can't believe that happened.
That will be the key once again.
Wow.
Yeah, you just gotta like, if you're Seattle, sort of take a deep breath and slow it down after that insanity. If you're FaZe, you're obviously frustrated. You need to regroup, brush off that map 1. The pace now slows. We get to a search and destroy.
I mean, they saw the VOD, right? This is basically what we saw. RC is watching the cross of the bomb. Then when is the wall bang going to come in? Yeah, he's just checking for it, trying to find the angle. Maybe going to go back to that position. But it looks like Sib's going to find the first blood on RC's. There was the wall bang that we saw, but it's not going to come in.
Now, could you bring this back in the 3v4? And this is what FaZe did really well yesterday, right? So many rounds where they were down in numbers, they brought it back. But Fred, accuracy, they want no part of it. So last up,
I just said just free your face.
No kills.
Just free him.
FaZe, 3 in the round for Sib. Dominant out the gate here from Seattle.
Yeah, and if you're FaZe, I mean, obviously, this roster has kind of been through it all the ups and downs. They've had so many just close losses like that. They have to just kind of regain, forget about it. But if you're Seattle Surge, you're running with this momentum as much as you can in Sib. Just finding those one-on-one gunfights. Guys, so good, so clean with the shot.
It's a little bit different, but I mean, remember the map 1 they lost yesterday if you're FaZe. Like, it was like they almost brought it back from down 100. It was a gut-wrenching couple of point loss. Like, they've been here. You saw it happen. They also lost the map 2, though. So. Find an opening now into the site. It's accuracy, playing for info deep.
Bro, that's crazy. I actually cannot believe that Pred just done that.
Well, gotta clear everything. You see all the nades just clearing the corners, and while this is going in, it's Pred on the pinch. I think maybe Arcees is watching that cross and calling that from his position, and that's exactly it. So
I'm assuming Champs MVP has to be like the player on the team that wins, right? Like Champs.
Sib is getting aggressive, trying to find
But hey, Seattle wins Champs. There's no way Pred don't get it.
I think he does. He's going to give the calm, he'll go for the challenge as well.
Easy. They both just get around the edge. You get a tag or 2 in if you are Sib.
But the entire time, Arcees has been repositioning, giving so much information to his team. They might not beat kills, but it's a ton. But on the bomb, BZ's able to win it. There's
That was
the
close.
trade. So it's down to accuracy.
The Iceman.
Actually clutches these.
He's had so many moments.
Well, they're probably like, where the hell is Arcees, right? Like, we haven't seen him all round. Usually he's in the spawn.
Able to get the info there. The challenge around the corner, though, to BZ.
Made that kill, that was doable. Made that kill, it was doable.
Probably the best chance to maybe play spoiler when you're down a number. Sib had a chance there mid-map, but it was not an easy situation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, you know.
Hey people, listen, if you're in a stream and you're not subbed, drop a sub first of all. And drop a like. And just appreciate, take this in, truly take this in what we're watching right now. Pred doing a madness. This is Atlanta FaZe vs Surge. Right. This is one of the best matchups in the CDR. there's always just great moments from these two playing each other.
RC's a little bit more aggressive on the A side of it, but the pressure's going to be going the other way. Sip with some info. Now lurking up is going to be Abizi, and he's saying, I got some tags into him. He's trying to find the opening. Abizi's going to get swarmed, though. He's able to take down the first gun fight. He actually gets both. As Abizi, just an animal on the point. That'll be 4 in a row for Abizi.
Then he dodges the nade as well. I mean, like a magician. But Sim, though, finding the timing you would think, but Abizi knows that that was open there for the trade. Now on 5 in a row. What was a dominant round 1. Now back-to-back, very cool, calm, and collected for Atlanta FaZe.
Abizi obviously a chance to get the ace and a chance to keep this streak going. I don't think he's going to be the player that runs into it, though. It's going to be RC set up deep. And he gets a bullet to the face, and he'll reposition for now. Get the call out to the team. Accuracy's headed out towards fire.
He's checking himself.
Chance for the ace now. Can't quite finish the kill.
Never mind.
Set it up, though. Did he?
Never mind.
I think he got all 4 there. Might be a okay. Cell was on the bomb side. Never mind.
Oh,
I thought Abizi was still in there.
I was like, how did he get that? I don't think he shot at the end. I'd be impressed.
He dodges this nade.
Yeah, this is his POV.
That nade doesn't hit him. Just the collision with that, that box, able to get away from it.
Or that's the only thing that hit him, and not a lot of bullets did him.
But Cell and Abizi, 8 kills on the map. Simp and Arcity's trying to find their first kill. And it's pretty much the same thing on the other side, where Sim and Accuracy versus Mac and Pred, right? Just trying to get on the board.
Sim just looking for an angle at that snipe. Cell, we've seen him from this position, just with the jump peek, just checking through the crack to see anything he is able to find. Abizi, auto in hand. Trying to find another one. He's able to do it.
Good shots.
A first blood and a 6
Good shots out of Abizi.
He was trying to rebound from a rough map 1.
Sib just needs just a little more of an angle. Hold on. He sees him. Oh, I've seen his flashlight as well.
Take your shot, and then I'm gonna just try to put as many bullets as I can. Bomb being planted. That's gonna be Simp. With that bomb is Abizi. He's rocking that auto. We've seen a little bit more, looking for number 7, trying to find the glide, but he's in a reposition.
Abizi just got killed off streaks as well.
To take him down. But we're doing 3-on-3.
Yeah, that's a big one. At least you stop the streaks from coming in, but now you're able to get the retake within this round.
Huge kill.
Lovely gunfight there. Accuracy will fall. Sip now. Pistol snipe combo. Just trying to get some. I thought he was going for a swim for a second.
Slippery one wet.
Just trying to find him, but gets one, tracks back.
Any round that FaZe gets first blood, they're closing them out.
Now up 3-1 as they continue to look good in search here on Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of, very spread round from Atlanta FaZe, but it's Abizi who finds the opener on to Pred. And I will say it was Pred and Mac who, they were the ones who destroyed Atlanta FaZe on map number 1, but they have been shut down here so far.
I mean, it's one of the fun things about, COD esports versus other games, just the variance of modes, and just a change of pace. Like, it's just kind of nuts.
Guy turned into a super.
How many people watching this right now?
Yeah, right.
90,000. That's crazy. Only 90,000 people watching this. Only 90,000 people got to see that play that Pred just done.
Everything changes, man. It's tough. Just props to our players. Not an easy thing to do. But now ace-like control. 2 surge. Bomb looking to get planted. Easy.
Cell gets the wall bang. He gets the wall bang on that bomb plant.
Oh, he's able to hit it from fire?
Yeah, he's able to find it again. Finds it right through the wall. So bomb not going to be planted. You have Abizi right through the middle of that. Yeah, I mean, how do you go to A, right? Like, it's so difficult just getting picked apart by all these autos. And now Pred's like, all right, I got an MP40 on Berlin.
It's just perfect. It's like the Cell gets the timing right, because if he does, he gets a kill. Like, it's unbelievable.
Well, and that's on RC's, right? Again, the info game from their leader. We saw it in multiple rounds. He's doing that again. He cannot just get picked. The one round they lost, he got picked by Sim.
And Pred just maybe hoping to get a kill, get something.
Hoping all 4 run at him inside of that room.
Yeah, right. Get a little twisted, dance on him. Not gonna happen. It's Cell.
Pred's 0-4. This ain't looking good for Seattle.
So what? Cell up to 5-2.
You need that guy to be frying.
And here it is. I mean, yeah, this is.
You need Pred, the rookie of the year, to be frying.
Look at this, dude. My controller's going through a wall.
Hey, we're saving things for champs. That's one. That's one of them. I knew it was gonna happen. If someone was gonna have it up the sleeve, it's that man right there, the MVP.
And you can see the plant, like, they're trying to, like, get as close to they can as hugging it. It's like that angle's off. But, I mean, you saw it happen last night. You got to be ready for it. But what are you going to do sometimes? Sell. MVP for a reason. Accuracy takes RCs out of it. So you're just talking about the importance of getting RCs out of play. Less information for this phase side.
Salim loves this little angle.
And now you're relying maybe on a BZ and Sim to get aggressive down this street. That's exactly what's going to happen. Mac is inside. Mac's inside.
Good kill from Mac.
The bullets that coming onto a BZ make that a lot easier.
He had
2-on-4.
He had like half HP. He got ripped good.
But this is where, you know, FaZe were clutch last night, and these were rounds. When the bomb was down, there were still 50 seconds left, and they were able to pull their way back into it. But Sim with a big gunfight win on the Sim.
Now, Cell, what are you going to do? They know right where you're playing from. They're starting to move on up. Some tags in. He's getting ripped as he's trying to find a new angle. The shots get
There we go. There we go.
Seattle, there you go.
There we go, Seattle.
You get around, you bring
it's more like it.
But first bloods, that has been the success for both of these teams. In the 2 rounds that Seattle has won, had the first blood, and all 4 FaZe have 4 first blood. So we'll see if that trend keeps up. And who's able to find it in this round number? What are we on? 7.
Mac looks like he's on drugs. I'm not even going to lie. That guy looks cracked out of his mind.
I'm curious, just like when they get back to offense, like what are you going to try to do? Are you going to go for it again and just hope the timing's off when the cell peak comes in?
Right, I mean, they were able to find RCs, that's one key, and then, yeah, just sort of the timings around it. If they're able to find RCs, then Celium has to back up. He has to watch so many different angles.
They've got no one in there, just got someone watching A from far away.
I mean, I don't even know how he got that kill on the Civ. They were able to find the team shot or whatever, but he finds it.
Yeah, I found myself saying that a lot. He's still just putting shots into it, seeing if he can get a tag on it, checking to see if he's on it, but it's the timing thing. Now he's going to hop it. You can see you're just sort of a guessing game if you were Cell, like just trying to hit the wall bang when the plan is going through. But now it's going to come in.
The other 2 players are over by Broken, right? There's nobody else really over towards A besides Mac. And Pred's gonna get found out. Pred not having a good game at all. He is still on a donut, and that's a nice read by Atlanta FaZe because a little bit unorthodox, right?
That's one way to humble Pred. You know what I mean? One way to slow him down. Let him go from doing what he done to
they were over towards mailroom.
getting a donut.
Yeah, it just feels like Cell can get a kill anywhere on the map from fire. Like
it's a spot, I guess. It's his home.
Yeah. A round away from tying us up at 1-1. And we know they can be strong here. It's just where else is the search and destroy wind's going to come from? Not that you're out of the woods yet. Surge a chance to bring it back, and they've had a lot of heroic come from behind victories, but the search has been the question mark. But here on Berlin, you've been solid. Sib. SMG out in this round up close and personal on the site.
In what Pred's doing, I mean, we've seen in multiple rounds where he has that MP40 out. And when we used to see a BZ struggle on this map, it was that, right? When he would just get isolated, picked apart, and it's almost just the way that this map has developed, maybe he should just pull out another auto, right? The one player, or just put him over towards that B side if that's what he wants to do.
Good pick.
Yeah, no, 100%. But it's RCs with 1, Sip with another 4v2.
Is Pred still on the donut?
Advantage now to take the map.
Does he still have 0 kills? Oh, not anymore.
Pred, though, first kill in the round. Can he pull off something miraculous?
This is best case scenario. Bombs down inside of mail. He's got the MP40 in there.
Chasing him.
Like Siv's gonna give that call out. Siv's gonna run at it, right? Just he's got the MP40 as well.
And I don't think they heard him charge back at him, but then they just.
I don't know what's happening right
now. They just hit it as well, and Sib's sort of like, all right, where'd everybody go?
Sib's got to go 1v3. I don't think he does this.
And now Sib at 1v3.
Yeah, they're gonna.
So little time to work with. Bomb gonna be wrapping all the way over towards the A side. They'll get the plant. Now Sib's got to pull off something miraculous in this 1v3 to keep their dreams alive. Going for the melee. Hip fire will hit, but the trade is there.
1-1. 1-1. They've not given up their fight yet.
I mean, some great plays from Avizi, especially in the early rounds. Celium just being a dork.
I said it. I said it. This is going to be a grueler. It's going to be an absolute battle of titans. FaZe versus Seattle is always a fun game. Always. Is anyone new in the chat? Drop your prediction in the chat. Who do you think is going to win? Seattle, FaZe? I mean, because we already know what Joe Romain thinks. already know what Joshua Wessel thinks. But if you're new in the chat, go drop your prediction. Let's see. It's always fun to predict things, you know what I mean? And like I said, if you haven't already, drop a like on the stream because it does help get the stream noticed more, you know what I mean? Because people, they're typing in, see their watch party, and they don't know whose stream's the best to watch. They don't know who's bringing more entertainment. And of course, over here, that's what we're doing, but yeah. They are easier. It's easier for them to find the stream if there's more likes on it, so drop a like if you haven't already. And yeah, subscribe if you've not.
Those just spiral out of control. But they switch up pace-wise, number of rounds, right? Even that last offense, very slow.
I'm gonna be back.
That's when they found
2 seconds.
just switching it up. I mean, their search and destroy looking better.
Well, we are tied up 1-1. It's an incredible series here in our winter semis. If you missed the map one, you've got to go back to the VOD and check it out. We were losing our minds. The crowd going insane. It has been nutty stuff to kick off day 2. So much action to come. We're getting ready to go to the Tuscan Control where FaZe, they have had their moments. Outside the loss of Thieves, the last event, they have been lights out on Tuscan Control, and that is coming up next after a quick break.
I'm back. Do it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Let's get it. Up. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's happening with the audio. someone hacking the stream? I'm convinced there's someone out there hacking the COD stream.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/cd.
All right, we get ready to continue on. Amazing match so far. One of the best hard points of the year, followed up by dominance in the Search and Destroy map 2 from FaZe. We're going to watch the closing moments again of that hard point. If you missed it, watch it all. It was nuts.
No, it was. Yeah, I mean, just so many plays on both sides of the map because that's what Seattle had to do. It was Mac on one end, then it was up to Fred, and then Mac rotates on over. But there was still a chance for FaZe. There was. There's a 3-dead moment that comes in right here behind the nades and a team nade. The rookie of the year, just making the reads, just allowing himself to just take his time, listen to the comms, and this man goes Super Saiyan in his pop-off moment.
Just 4 big ones down the stretch from Fred, and you see it there. Just an animal. I mean,
That wasn't even intentional then. That email at the end wasn't intentional.
Just a terrific moment in a young career. Like, he's got a lot of moments ahead of him. We were hearing about that guy early. You know, I'm not as familiar with the APAC scene at times, but it's just one of those names, like sort of when Simp was coming, you just kept hearing Fred. Like, this guy's the next big thing. My God, was he this year, and was he in that map 1? There are incredible things in this young man's future.
Yeah, but map 2 brought it back down to earth, right?
Sure did.
Brought back down to earth. But now we're going to a touch and control. And yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they have been fantastic here. We saw it at Major 4. They were 5-1. They won it last night. But they do not have a win on this map over Seattle Surge on the year. I mean, if you look at Major 3, the final, this is where, you know, Seattle Surge, they have the advantage. They've beaten them a couple of times on this map before, so they're going to be feeling confident.
Yeah, they just look so good as of late. I mean, outside of that Thieves loss where Kenny just went God mode.
There we go, map 3.
Terrific here, but yeah, I mean, you said it. I was kind of surprised when you looked at the stats. Like, Seattle, they won it the last couple times they played, so not a gimme. Well, none of the maps are going to be by any stretch of the imagination within this.
All I know is the hard point is going to be super close. The map 4. Hard point between these two is always crazy.
Just look up and it's all like, year. Same with Dashy as well. I know that, you know, that was obviously the big 2, but here we go. Map 3 underway, and it feels like Control is always that game mode, the swing mode. And the teams that have won the majors in the past, usually they're winning a lot of this.
For me, it's just like, can you keep the pressure at least
Jesus
down
Christ.
when you're on offense? If you are Surge, because this
Fred try hit with a flying clothesline.
You start to let a BZ and Sip start to roam and find those openings. It's very, very tough to play against.
Yeah, I think this man right here,
I love waiting for it.
He is the key to watch. It feels like when, you know, Atlanta FaZe is playing their game, Simp is roaming, finding the openings, the timing is basically just pissing people off on the other side of the stage.
That's why I kind of like them just sitting and waiting for him. Like, you know, he's going to be roaming.
Seattle making some good picks to catch that point. They got A.
Now RC's from mid. He will shut down 2, but it's a 2-man push through the backside. You've got 2 players here defensively as well.
And that was pretty quick over at A. Usually, you know, for FaZe, they're finding the openings, getting 1 player off of it, just wasting time and lives for the offensive team. But Seattle, as you said, were able to find those picks. They get done with the first objective, but the difficult one over towards B. A lot of time to work with, but it just feels like that time goes away quickly.
I don't want to put too much stock in 1 kill, but I really feel like Fred just waiting patiently getting the kill on Simp was a lot. He just gets the kill there. He starts roaming. That probably doesn't come away as clean, but heads up play there from Fred.
Mac may have found an opening Church Alley side, and this is it, right? You get the 4 play. Okay, I was gonna say you get the 4 players in an offensive position.
That's the thing as well on Control. If you get like a 3 kills or 4 kills in a row straight away,
he's on 4 in a row, and Sim just roaming around in the
makes a big difference.
Finding the kills. Now RC's maybe
Opens up the map.
Hello. Well, it's not going to happen there, but yeah, I mean, Simp, just as soon as they got the clearance, he's just sending it towards the spawn, just trying to continue to stagger this, just not allow them to get comfortable and into a setup, and they're struggling to get it right now.
Just trades. Every kill's getting traded.
taking down one.
Ooh, apart from that one. Apart from that one.
Abeezy's put him on skates, and it's 2 there for Abeezy.
And that's where FaZe is just so good on their defense. It's those areas, right, over towards Plat. They do not allow, 3 or 4 to go down on their side without a couple of trades. They make it messy for the attacking team, and sometimes they just dominate as they are right now. So now 45 seconds left. You're down 7. This time it's going to be RC's trying to find the opening.
Yeah, just they rarely go 3-4 down. And if they do, the few times it happens, it seems like their nades are really on point, especially RC's when it comes to hitting those and getting the retake. But you still have a chance now if you're Surge. You're down in lives. You've been staggered yet again. Sip and Abeezy are finding the opening. Celium's locking
Looks
it
like
down.
a solid around that phase.
And it's Sip that's coming through with a bit of help, but Sip able to take that one. Celium answers right back.
As I say, if you want a chance in this round, you need both, I think, Sib and Matt to stay alive. You're going to allow accuracy now to work up the map through P5, but yeah, they're just staggered. Again, just the trades. That's what Atlanta FaZe wants.
That one that would have been insane.
Well, this is a dominant defensive round for them. And now we're going to see in round 2 what they do on offense. Just sometimes that second round just seems to go their way.
I mean, I think you did a really good job just getting A pretty efficiently if you're Surge. I mean, FaZe, a lot of times you'll see them up 4 to 7 lives. It was, what, like a 1 life difference? There wasn't much there. But there was really just one moment, I think you were about to call it out, and then it was 3 down right after that. But like one time where you really got into a position.
You get radio control, you get Plat control, and then it's just like boom, and that opportunity goes away.
It's just crazy, but like 2 minutes, and it's just against this team you're hoping for. Like
Not going to be 3-1, Josh. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not.
Yeah.
3-2 Seattle Surge, bro. 3-2 Seattle Surge.
Sort of the idea from this, just 2 players.
I think FaZe will take this controller.
There's the trades. You're going to have Sim just kind of lurking over towards B. If he wins that one-on-one, he does not. I think then they wrap back to B. That probably would have been the play call. Instead, they're just going to probably put a player on A, pause that clock.
It's been a great start from RC's. I think he's sitting right around 8 and 4.
This phase, they're looking pretty good. The way they're like training every kill, super efficient.
He's a guy we'll keep our eye on over the course of this series. But it seems
they're moving nice.
Kind of good for like, all right, get A. We'll try and hold just like we saw as Abeezy just cameras the hell.
They'll get off the point. They're going to get off of it. Yeah, they're like, you know what? We have multiple kills. You have RC's all the way in spawn. Let's see what we can find here. If there's an opportunity to work towards this B zone, this is what they do. They'll take a chance. Cell's just going to stay over towards A.
Flank's coming in now.
Yeah, well, it might be a little too late. I mean, they just kind of go. You're waiting for Pred. Now he's going to attack. They're just trying to hunt down RC's.
Yeah, they just want, I mean, if you can find an opening on B, great. How hard it is to do, but they love just try and take a life advantage if they can. When you're getting ready to go towards that B point, it's going to be close in that regard.
Ooh,
Abeezy with some fancy footwork, a nice little snap back. It'll be 2 shut down for him before the next double chow comes in. 8 point just about to finish, and that'll go through. So now you get to 1 minute and 40 on the clock to work with, and you have the 3 life advantage. You have a chance for a transition, and you've got a chance for a better look than really Seattle got throughout the course of their 2 minutes. You've got a shot here to really do some
damage. They're going to cap this, I think.
Gotten pushed up. Abeezy's going to win one.
They might have 3 of them, not even joking.
And you've got everybody around the point. Can you get at least 1 tick done?
Good kill. Wow. Just like that, 4 down, relieve the pressure.
Yeah, nice nades from Seattle Surge. They weaken up those players. Usually that's
what
FaZe have a chance to win the round. They don't even get a take there. That'll start to work their way through. But I mean, hey, a very good look. I think they take.
Not disappointed it'd be if Seattle lose 3-1 now after that map 1. Oh, they turned up. Especially like from Pred doing this thing.
Lives-wise, just still right around square, just up 1. If you are FaZe, BC and RC is kind of waiting for the other troops to rally over. Now to Pred's POV. Looking for the opening, able to win that fight, able to get out with his life as well. 4 HP in a dream, but he gets out for now, gets some information on the push, starting to develop Plat side. And you can see the 2 players from Surge kind of holding the rear flank. They're going to start to wrap back, get a 4-man setup here. Accuracy wins a close range and tough gunfight. Pred still just dancing all over the place.
Ooh, close.
Finally able to get
not close enough.
Down. You just got 30 seconds to go, 12 lives.
Yeah, I mean, actually not having the best map respawn-wise in this series, but yeah, you were
Team
right.
kill.
That
Wow.
first one-on-one was huge. But
That
a teammate
sucks.
is in, it seems like, okay, an opportunity here. He's going to pause the clock, allow his teammates to get their off with spawn.
7 pinching Mac. He gets one. He gets another. Mac gets a third. Another 4 down.
Usually what we see, well, from a lot of the times from Atlanta FaZe,
Fair enough.
A surge matching that.
I love this from Mac. Just send it on forward. Don't allow them to get another 4-man shot towards this. Now they have to worry about him, and Pred, he's able to leak up the map as well. RCs will drop him. That'll be 2 down. Nobody close enough to get towards the
Played, well played. Good round.
There were probably 2 moments where you thought
Good
maybe
round
they were
out of
get 1
Seattle.
point of progress, but they're not able to. Seattle with some great retakes.
Yeah, in the moments where they found 3 or 4 kills in a row, that's exactly what they needed. Nice, cool, and calm from the Seattle Surge side. Just making sure their comms are on point. Where are we nading? Where are we starting to push through? And they found those openings.
So what do you change now if you're Surge and you're trying to get a little more pressure onto B? Is it as simple as, like, you know, you saw what Kenny did against FaZe?
Yeah,
someone just has to go God
at
mode.
times, I don't know if it's necessarily that, but I mean, you're just hoping for an opportunity, right? For the nades not to hit from the FaZe side, or yeah, for someone on your team maybe to find a multi-kill to open things up over towards B.
It could be one big individual play at times. It really can. They had a really nice start onto A in the first round. They're doing it again here. Dude, he's just behind the flower pot and accuracy, hitting the shots.
They're playing the long game. Already a 4-life advantage.
Yeah, this has been great. You haven't died once if you're Seattle.
Just slaying around the map. You still have Mac all the way pushed up. Sims finally able to find their first kill. And Abizi, all right, he was going to go for it. That's what they like to do. Again, just try to get you to waste as many lives as possible over towards A. But they do retain map control as Sim able to find a double.
Yeah, and that 4-life advantage just kind of disappears quickly, but you're still at a slight one. And they're just trying over and over.
He's got to try work to get this B point now.
Take the fights away from the objective.
And I think the key here, like when you watch Atlanta FaZe, a lot of the times their offenses start through P5, right? That's sort of the bottom middle of the mini map on the left side. That's usually where it starts. Where Surge, they've just kind of had to push through the back or through Church time and time again. That's just due to what you're seeing here. They're not clearing out their offensive spawn. They're just kind of ignoring it. And that's kind of what FaZe wants.
Well, it's just a longer route, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're already talking about how you might get 1 chance, 2 chances. You add 5 seconds
in a good position to make a play.
Players are trying to set up.
I'll tell you though, the other route's not working, so you might have to take this one. It's 2 players from Seattle Surge trying to take fountain control.
He's on the bench. You found anything? There's 1. There's 2. Huge 2 piece.
So
Huge 2 piece. Absolutely
P5,
massive.
They were able to take out, I think, 1 in a BZ, but then the flank comes through. Now to BZ's POV, we go into the backside of Church. Just getting out for a second as he is 1 bullet as can be. And you got a minute left and still just not a great opportunity yet. When's that moment going to come?
Maybe now. Watch accuracy as he starts to work his way on up. It's kind of a 3-1 pinch. We'll see if he's able to find a timing through P5. Here comes the push for Seattle Surge. There is a trade. It's going to slow things down. Mac going to get down, but now they have to slow this down to try to stay alive. Okay, we'll see if Sim or Accuracy and Pred, if they can do this.
Accuracy and Pred need some help though.
I mean, that's huge. You get a point of progress, which in and of itself,
No
what
way.
we've seen so far is massive. Seattle able to strike first onto the B point.
Max read it. No, Abizi the cheese stood on his head.
1 player left and you get it, but you do the damage. You at least put the pressure on the face when you think about the next offense.
Yeah, able to find that tick. Some tough timing for Mac. We've all been there. That collision.
Yeah, right.
They have time to touch it one more time if they're quick. Huge 2. That's a massive 2. 3. Flood this point. They've got to flood this point.
All year long.
Gotta go now.
Some heroic plays.
Anyone touch it?
Celdus gets 1 instantly to
Reds.
slow that push
No.
down for a moment. By time they get involved in the action, everybody's back
Well
out.
defended by FaZe. Very well defended.
Goes insane over the final stretch. So time
Very,
will
very,
win,
very
but
well
if you're
defended.
Seattle, you got a bit of progress done. So you do that. Yes, you take the 2-1 edge of your FaZe, but now when you're thinking about maybe a round 5, who's going to be offense, who's going to be defense, the pressure is on FaZe.
I think there are some chances for FaZe on their first offense where they could probably put multiple on it and probably get that ticks right. So that's the comms. I think they're leading and slaying right now, but knowing they at least have to get 1.
Exposed. I don't know if you know people in the chat. I don't know if you guys know a streamer called Exposed, but he used to play COD back in the day. He does like those betting streams now. Apparently, he put $450,000 on Optic Texas to beat LA Thieves. Like, got $450,000 Optic beat Thieves. Like, what?
There's already the first bit of progress. That pressure I talked about basically gone. Can they get 2 ticks done? They continue to win fights around it, trying to dodge all the nades. One's going to hit a BZ, and the shots will come through as well. There's the clearance, but you get the 1 point. So now you think about just
hey, I hope for his sake and his bank account that Optic wins. But a very, very, very risky, risky investment if you want to call it that. Wow, so they got a B tick. Well done to FaZe. Seattle doing good to get them locked on.
Well, maybe another B hit. Cell, he's kind of leaking out. He's able to win that one-on-one and maybe an opening over towards
Big win by BZ. Big win by Cell. They're getting this B cap.
You leave an opening for them to do exactly this. All right, leave it open. We'll get right back over to B. They will close it out. The B point is done. You got a minute 45. You're up 2
There's no way they got a B cap.
They might just win it here in the round 4.
You've seen this, I mean,
wow.
times.
Big kill by Steve's.
This point defensively, but it's all about that player number 6 accuracy. He has to stay pushed up, but he's off that tree, able to find that first gunfight. But now the trades through the middle of the map as RC is able to come on through with that pick. There's the
RC's huge too.
6 in a row for the captain. RC's popping off.
Man, Josh might be right. Actually, might be a 3-1 to FaZe. FaZe might actually win 3-1. Wow. Uh-oh. This ain't good. This ain't good for Seattle.
We've seen that happen before against FaZe. It's sort of like it's on Cell. It's that first gun-on-one, but I think teams think like even if he loses that one-on-one, like we have time to get there. But they just execute so quick. It's so quick.
I mean, he's giving the call-outs, right? I mean, those players are spawning up and they're going to P5. If Cell wins it, they hit it. If he loses it, they probably just drop Fountain. Rotate over towards A. That's the comms between those teams. But
so, as soon as you said Surge doing a good job on A, and I saw like 3 there, I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
like instantly, I'm like, uh-oh.
You see Cell just kind of.
Who do you trust to win a one-on-one? Cell. Like the MVP. Yes, I trust him to win his one.
Yeah, 100%. He does it. But RC's, man, having a series in the respawns. I know they lost that map number 1. But he's really stepping it up here today. I think you'll love to see that because he has struggled at times.
Yeah, I just think that it wasn't even like a kills thing.
Yeah, FaZe they're moving different, Josh. They're moving different.
Getting lots of information for the team. You know how crucial
This is the type of FaZe that can win champs.
After the devastating map 1 loss, if you are FaZe, you go up 2-1 and in a way that's sort of
this is the FaZe that can win champs.
You and I have casted a lot of Tuscan control for FaZe lately. We just have over the past month, and I've seen all that before. I have.
Yeah, I mean, like I would say, like them and Ops, just the way they sort of play chess around the map. They're just so fun to watch, right? And it's on sort of those lurking players a lot of the times.
Yeah, I don't know if what is it? It's just when you put that much emphasis towards A, it's not like you were in a desperate situation if you were Seattle yet at all. I mean, they got one point of progress. You're just thinking that you have more time. You're thinking the nades will hit. You're relying on so much. It's just like you blink your eyes, B's gone.
And that's where FaZe has been, I mean, the last couple events so good. Winning that one offensive round that they needed to. But their defense has been almost perfect.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm doing everything in my power to make sure they don't get beat first.
Well, that's when it looks, you talk about Vetoes. I thought we were going to see a lot more Gav control, and we have seen more this weekend, but it's just one of those, do you play them on Berlin? Do you play them on Tuscan? Obviously, Seattle with their matchup, like, they've been, we've beaten them here before. Let's play it again, but I don't know if I'm playing FaZe on Tuscan.
No, it's just, it's been different as of late. They're on a very, very hot stretch on this map. Take it 3-1. We have Berlin hardpoint coming up next.
Interesting one, yeah.
All right, talk to me about that.
Well, I mean, for FaZe, they just haven't played a lot of it. It's been one of their vetoes all year long. They've pretty much played the other 3. If Bocage is open, they've been playing Bocage. So
this is the one you saw, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, pretty odd. I mean, when you talk about the talent on this lineup, Bocage, like, I mean, we've talked to them before. They're like, oh, we'll play anyone on it, but I don't know if it's maybe they're starting on the good side, the way scrims have been going. You know, they've had a lot of matchups with Seattle Surge. Maybe they're thinking, let's just not allow Pred.
So you don't think this is like an apocalypse situation, though, where they are secretly good at it and you're going to see them?
Well, no, but they would have played a lot more in official matches then,
You would
right?
think. That's true. That's true. That's true. I was trying to think if they're up to something.
I'm sure they're good at it, but you know, we saw Thieves beat them.
And they are phased. I mean, they're not gonna just leave it at one map being trash at it.
Maybe it's just a matchup thing, knowing that with what we saw from map 1, the way those 3 players can play with the MP40s, the pace, not allowing Mac and Pred to get hot, forcing them to have to use the autos. And I want to see here for FaZe, do you see 3 to 4 autos at times? Because they weren't doing a lot. They were playing a lot of this map with 2 MP40s last event.
And that's, I mean, I think that's something you've been kind of asking to change for a while, just with what you've seen from other teams. Like, just get some more autos on the map.
Simple on auto. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been great with it on Gav.
No, he certainly has. And we'll see if we can do it here. But we're going to take a look at RC's versus Pred right now and how they've been doing over the course of this matchup. RC's has stepped up in a big way. Pred, after the map 1, obviously has not been as dominant. I mean,
my goodness.
Sitting at 1.42. If you told
Excuse
me
me.
1.42 in a series versus somebody on this team, they're winning the series.
Yeah,
they're winning the series.
Normally.
And that's not a knock to him, but just the talent around him, what MC's been doing on the year, and Sim easy. Like, he doesn't have to bring it that much in this lane, but when he does, yeah, the team's that much scarier.
I think it was last year, but it was like, man, when I'm doing well, like we're losing. So.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
So like maybe it's one of those things in the back of his mind, just making sure he has to be in his positions. But right now he's popping off.
Well, it's probably one of those things where you're just too focused on yourself individually. You want to control the minions. Yeah. He needs to control the minions sometimes. I think 100%. But all right, map 4 getting ready. We'll see if FaZe can shut it down.
Come on, Seattle. Come on.
Top 3 and winners bracket final.
Back-to-back wins. Let's go.
Is MC still the lock for the 1-3?
What's the map 5? Is it Berlin? I remember last time when Seattle beat FaZe, it was like Berlin. 250, 168 FaZe. Interesting, Josh. I think it's going to be a tight one. I think both teams are going to have 200 points. It's going to be a tight one. That's for sure.
Is right. On to the point kill FaZe.
Yeah, starting on good side.
Imagine FaZe just blows them out like 250, 98.
Try to split some of this time. Nice win there for Mac. You know, we talked about Pred really.
Why was the audio delayed though? What's that about?
As well after map number 1, and now he's able to find a couple of kills. Abizi trying to just stay alive. His teammates falling around him. What can he find?
Trade.
Not a lot. It's Mac with 3 to start.
And yeah, I think when you're starting on the weak side, it is so big. Like, what damage can you do on this first hard point? In fact, they're able to break through and maybe walk away with a lead change as we continue on. But it's Pred just right up the gut, trying to find an opening. He's going to find that opening right onto the side of Varsities, and he'll continue to fly around mid, look for the next point of attack as he's rallying over his teammate's broken side to try and get to the next hard point. But you end up with a tiny lead here if you're FaZe, but job well done if you're Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the only player to rotate as well for FaZe was Abizi. He gets taken down, he gets caught. Now you have a setup here for Seattle. You have one player in Celium trying to work dockside, but accuracy, locking down the lane.
I was just staring at 1 and 6 up there in the corner. I'm like, someone's got to go eventually.
But when it comes to the breaks, it's Abizi with the MP40 to find that kill. Accuracy trying to get his team.
So far, so good. It's a tight game. Let's keep it like this the whole time. Good trades out of Seattle.
It's really just going to be Surge players up around the hard point.
Need the ARs to have big maps here. Accuracy and Sib. Need to have big maps if Seattle want to win this.
With 20 seconds left, they're going to take one more
Good
push.
kill from Marcel.
But his cell is stunned up. It's going to delay this here for a moment. And they're just looking for kind of exit kills around the hard
Mac
point.
just got a dead slide there. That is pain.
Seconds, and they're actually going to, I think, get a tick or two until they're right back into it. But now we can head over to lobby. Arsenes was one of the first one-on-ones, able to take that as he continues.
A lot of that when FaZe is going again, it's really about map control, right? You don't want that first push for the team trying to break the spawns to start and fire. But that's when things just kind of go crazy, right? When the spawns flip. Now, you have 3 dead, you have Simp already pushed out, roaming, finding them as they're sprinting at him. So at least able to find 1. But again, right, that's when
See, I'll break this.
pushing through the front.
There we go. There we go, Sib. 1 Sib. Sib, this is you. This is all you, Sib. All you. No. Sib just made a massive two-piece and he didn't even get the hill time.
Just a flurry of headshots across the kill feed for Atlanta FaZe. Now Seb with multiple players to dance with. Just trying to stay up. No help coming his way. I mean, the fact you're able to stay up and at least get one maybe helps you get to position if you are a BZ, and he'll have that auto set up deep in the tracks.
I don't know if he pulled that out or if it's just one of those things. I mean, you know, these next couple of hills, P4, P5, you know, the Thieves, they'll run 4 at times. This is where they find a ton of success, just finding the pick, slaying around it with those autos.
Dude, he's just getting hit by everything, but he's been able to stay up for now. Mac, nice little snap.
They hold on.
To take 2 down, and yeah, no, this has been a great chunk of time around the point.
I mean, the first 20, 25 seconds, and they go their way. The nades, as you said, actually able to dodge them all. You had Mac looking over him. Sim was able to rotate back. You now Pred getting in position. You do have a pinch, though, from Sim. Maybe that'll start the opening that they need to just get him off this hill. But, I mean, so far, perfect for Seattle Surge at P4.
Yeah, no, that was incredible.
Come on, Seattle. Come on.
50 points for them.
Yeah, that
55 points.
One of the better holds we've seen. And now Surge's turn to go out in front as the BZ is looking for angles here through the top windows. We get to our P5, set up mid-map.
Actually, he's been having a slow series today, damn.
BZ's probably loving this. He's like, you guys want to pull on auto?
Yeah.
I want to just hang out? This is great.
Well, we sell into the hard point. Doesn't last very long. It's Mac. That'll shut down 2.
Accuracy needs to pick up. Seattle going to win this.
Around the point, but no one
Good
really
shots.
Able to time and accurate as ever. It's Sim that's able to lace 2. Finally, Surge able to get into it. They're looking good for spawns on the left side of the map. They're accruing some time as well. This is a nice big moment for Surge. They got a chance to take a lead.
Yeah, this is the worst.
One thing I realized as well, they've not done a listening, have they? For any of these games.
You would have loved to keep them trapped dockside, and yeah,
Need some more listeners.
2 kills.
They only done one during the Boston game.
A little bit too far pushed up over towards P4. You wanted to keep them back there towards that warehouse, but it doesn't happen.
Stadium's there for the trade.
Too much presence towards mid. Does no one play deep enough to block it?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe just a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit of Vanguard happens. You get a fortunate spawn. You shoot 2 in the back. And that rally that I thought Surge had a chance to make a little bit different, but the hip fire, the gunny to everything. On point for Sib. Now to 13-11, but controlling the point so far for FaZe. To Sim's POV we go. Lovely little bunny hop. FaZe back in the lead, looking to close out this series and move into a top 3. Let's go to listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, listens.
I'm push up right now. Cover me. Lamar, watch out, coach up to some. Lamar, coach are harder. Top fire, man. Hold the core. I'm challenging the cover percent. Gotcha. Okay, play.
These guys sound like they're spitting bars. Like, why are they speaking so quickly? Bidda. Sound like Eminem. Good 2B star, Matt. That's 3 down. Come on, Seattle. Come on. That's 4 down. Accuracy still. When I said accuracy needs to pick up, he had 4 kills and he still has 4 kills. Come on, accuracy. I know the game is more than just kills, but I can't have 4. 4 and 12. You died 3 times with the amount of times if you got a kill. What's that about?
That's been the story of this series. Accuracy 5 in 13, and on a map like this, you need your main auto to step it up.
We'll keep an eye on that as we get deeper into this map. See if accuracy can pick it up, or if the 3 super.
There we go, Preds. Come on. Oh.
We'll go right over to accuracy.
They hold this, get a full 16, they're back in the game. Come on, Seattle.
It's like a players want to get to a free throw line in the NBA. It's kind of get warm, get some easy ones, get the shot on. But you don't have a real easy gunfight against this FaZe team. What makes them so deadly, but there's 3 through the feed. Accuracy, part of that mix as well. Sib through, looking for an angle. It's cleared out.
They spawn lockout down now.
You have 50 seconds on this.
Stadium's taking a long route.
Looking for their openings. You pushed out a bit for the spawns. Real big chance now for Surge to get some time.
They kill out Stadium.
That's the 4 in a row.
And I like this from Pred, right? He just finds a couple of kills, backs up to his teammates, goes right at where the next
Pred's on one. Pred's on one.
There is a trade from
Hey, Civ needs help in the hill.
That means fire is open in Dexu. It's
That's one.
easy, but it's Pred on one side, the other superstar on
He's
the
one shot in the hill.
But a good contest from Atlanta
Goes
FaZe, but a
Axie.
nice rebound from Seattle Surge.
Come on, puts him.
He gets smoked, just tucks away in that corner and plays his life as long as he possibly can.
There we go. They got all that time. That's good.
But another really good hold. You think back to tracks, and now what you're able to do here, those 2 points. That accounts for
Axie, I'm telling you, Axie picks up a little bit in the slaying department. The Seattle boys start doing their thing. They win this. Nice.
These 2 hard points is Pred right off respawn, right back into the mix, and right back to 3 in a row. Now it's FaZe's turn. Can you do what Surge did here last time around?
That would be impressive. I mean, we don't usually see holds like that over at P4. You have one player lurking, though. That's going to be Mac finding the opening, but a nice trade from RC. It's over by Mail. It's the MVP. Celium, a couple of times this map, he's had 5 sprees.
That's not easy.
Maybe looking for a glide to help get them to the top 3 winners final.
Well, Surge released
I just got the best timing.
So already a much better job here on the break with Self. That's 6.
13 bullets. He's almost out of ammo.
21 and 12.
I mean, no one's really got any of this time, so doesn't really help anyone get closer to the win. But
Teammates battle back into the point. He hasn't been able to get it yet. It's
that was FaZe. Keep their lead.
9 bullets, and there's the flake through. Once again, 1 kill short is Cell. Having a map, but has not been able to close out the streaks, Joe.
Yeah, okay, so now Seattle, you're set up in this position again, but it was kind of maybe, I don't know, unlucky, too far pushed up. The spawns flipped at P1. They have a chance to find some scrap time, be in a position over towards that first hill to win the map. But Atlanta FaZe know what they have to do. They're going to put the pressure on, just get a couple of seconds here and there. That's going to force panic on the Surge side.
Instead of being able to hold fire, you're starting to have to push forward, but I think due to their position, you're still going to be
huge kills. Austin's top thirds. You don't know where he is.
And look how deep out you were spawning if you are FaZe. Bring it back as Seattle.
They know he's there now.
Huge
kill from Pred.
Pred, can you get hot?
Huge kill from Pred.
There's 3.
Come on, Seattle.
Did it at the end of map number 1. Started to do it here at map number 4.
Rotate to new. Need top number 5. We need top Sib.
Sib's gonna go on a long route through the middle of the map. Try to find an opening, but I think Pred may be on the hunt. But Sib might have found the timing. He might find the timing. When is the pinch gonna come in? It starts with Sib. It starts with Sib. We're almost at a tie game, but it's gonna be 3 dead.
Hold on, Sib.
To hold on to the hill for Seattle. But
Great.
with a pinch from Sib,
Both teams can win off this half point. Alright. Seattle can no longer win. FaZe still can. This is exactly what happened in double half point though. FaZe could win at the weapons. Seattle clutch up. Oh no!
But Sib with the absolute snapper just takes his head off, but you still have the numbers here if you're Surge.
FaZe gonna hit this one more time.
And of course, alright, situation now, what are FaZe gonna do? Are you gonna push this? Are you gonna
Surely you rotate. Why would they not rotate? What's wrong with them?
Looks like a BZ's gonna go for some scrap time. The final 10 seconds, though, he's just gonna rotate. Celium is still there. Celium's gonna find the time. Over towards P2, inside of Mail. It's gonna come down these gunfights. Sip again.
Sib needs to go huge.
When they need a break, he's finding
Gets 1.
He finds 2. Can he find number 3?
Sib! No way. No way Seattle clutch up again. No way. Come on, Seattle. Come on. Come on, Seattle. Come on. There we go. One more. Let's go, Seattle. Let's go. I told you, 3-2. Seattle are doing it. I know my COD. I'm telling you, Josh. Telling you. Oh my god, man. What the hell? Telling you, this is why FaZe is going to split at the end of the year. These losses, they're in their own head too much. It's too much for them. They can't handle it. Oh, they're hearing the crowd saying overrated. Damn. That's insane. It's actually insane.
Winner, guaranteed a top 3. You're in a winner's bracket final. Loser through the gauntlet.
Come on, Seattle. Come on.
You just knew it was coming.
Come on, Seattle.
It's Mac and Fred. I mean, a huge map one. Both of them over.
Actually,
in this map number 4.
even though like Killjoys didn't do good, you start picking up near the end.
Mac and Fred who are dominating, and it happens again.
I think I alluded to it about 6 times over the course of like the last 2 minutes. I was like, you just could feel it was like set up for it. Like it just was. It just felt so similar. So similar to the map 1. I was like, what the hell are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? Wasn't that the same question kind of in map 1?
250 to 248, and map 4 250 to 244. Crazy.
How are they gonna play it? Okay,
Crazy.
Okay, you've got numbers on the other side.
Absolutely bonkers.
I mean, crazy and messy. You're hoping. I mean,
Flabbergasted.
Find the scrap time, but is that the right play? I don't know if it is.
You only got, I think it was like 4 points, maybe.
5 seconds? I don't know.
It wasn't a lot. I mean, if you get the win there, if it comes down to just having to hold for or break for a couple of seconds, sure. But they've lived or died by it all year, man. I mean, what are you gonna say at this point? That's what they're gonna do.
Maybe not do it. I don't know.
I guess honestly, that's an option as well. The maps 1 and 4. They have been ludicrous, but we are not done yet. One final
Crazy.
5 to decide who gets into top 3. Will it be Surge? Will it be FaZe? Do not go.
It's gonna be Surge. It's gonna be Surge. It's gonna be the Seattle Surge.
We'll be back after the quick break.
It'll probably be like round 11 Surge as well. That is insane. I can't believe back-to-back hardpoints they actually choked. Or Seattle clutched up. That's generally insane. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's just so dumb. Like, it's champs. Everyone loosen up. Loosen up. That's all we got to do. And, you know, there was a situation before we even started playing. Hey, Scott, if you're back there, I'm wearing fucking shorts tomorrow. I don't care.
Shorts!
Because here in California,
it's hot.
AKA diarrhea butthole of the United States.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
We love LA, Krim.
Hey, enjoy your 54% taxes. Hey, anyways.
We love LA.
Hey, we all agree that sucks, but let me get to my point, right?
Yes.
Only in California, right, is it 74 degrees outside, and they have the heat on. Yo, it's hot in here, right?
Though.
Is it hot in here?
It's the city of champions.
They don't believe in AC.
Now, is the AC going to affect you if it comes down to win another champs ring?
I mean, I saw Simp. Hey, watch your profanity. Who said that? Anyways, point is, I saw Simp drenched in sweat. Okay, he's a $110 on a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, that guy's got no muscle, no fat. You know,
but his shot is superb,
dude. Too soon.
Any words you want?
I can't fucking beat him, dude.
Hey, but you know, hey, could it be this weekend? You know, you guys got a tough matchup coming up here in the loser side of the bracket. Any words you want to give to these fans and everyone who's been supporting you on this Cinderella journey? If you get another
I got some words. Yo, Nate Shot gave me confirmation. There's gonna be a new LAT merch drop. So, like.
Oh.
Yeah, go line up. What are you guys still doing here?
Hey, you heard
by the way, yo, Skump's in the 3rd level. He said he's doing autographs.
Are you gonna do autographs? I think you are.
Wait. I just want to see who goes.
Nah, well, they hearing it for you, okay? They here for you.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Love you guys. You know.
There we go. Everybody, give it up for Krim 6.
Hopefully you enjoyed the show.
Krim 6 is comedy, man. Honestly.
It was a good thing that it went map 5.
What a guy Krim 6 is. Alright, well, people in the chat. Why did I say people in the chat? I could just say chat. Chat. Game 5. Matt Pong goes to Seattle in a very close 250 to 248 game. Pred goes off. Map 2, FaZe dominate. Map 3, FaZe dominate. Map 4, Seattle again. Clinch another hardpoint. 250. 246 this time. Or 244, sorry. So 6-point difference. It's now game 5. Are FaZe in their own head? Are they overthinking? Are they thinking I'm going to lose to Seattle Surge again? Going to be losers bracket? Or FaZe going to clutch up? What do you lot think? I'm sticking to my guns. I'm saying Seattle's going to win. I know they pretty much had lost both hardpoints, but listen. It's not about how you win, but it's about if you win. And they did win. That's all that matters. You can win every hardpoint you've ever played 250, 249, but you're still winning it at the end of the day, aren't you? Still winning it. There we go. What are you saying, Josh? I know you're in a chat anyway. Listen, other people, if you're in the chat as well, don't be shy. I mean, as long as you're subscribed to the channel, which is free, and you're supporting me, you can type in the channel. I mean, who do you think's winning this game 5? FaZe? Surge? That was bright, bloody hell. The bright lights. The bright lights. There's a couple Surge fans in the crowd. A couple Surge fans.
Surge where it's a lot of auto fights. This is where a sub can make a play, but you see it right there. Since stage 4, FaZe a lot better. But you know what?
Seattle's S&D is looking awful.
Because when it comes to map 5, game 5, that champs, okay, never really matters.
I know maybe you can throw like previous stats out, but like within this series, does how the game 1 went to the game 2, does that matter at all? Is that in your head at all as a player? Like, oh, dude, we just won the game 1, then we got smoked, we got to change this. Or is it all out the window? Just game 5.
I mean, the way that FaZe bounced back after game 1, like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, they just did it. They just did this. They know.
Come on, Surge. Come on.
Forget about it. Yeah, no, it definitely helps. Yeah, it definitely helps that you just dealt with that. Like, I'm just laughing. Like, yeah, we kind of suck at our point, huh?
At the end of them, yeah. At the end of them,
yeah. We like start winning by like 100 or something.
If they're up 100, I'm still worried. Every time these two teams play, so our hard point, we are just getting thrown into the mix. It's
Tuscan S&D. Here we go. Here we go, people. Who's winning, Surge or FaZe? Let's find out. Surge starting defense.
It all comes down to this.
Well, we saw FaZe play this yesterday, right? So you have that VOD
in each other. Sib is huge here. He got one, that's huge. He's got one, that's massive.
He got eyes. And Wolf took a bullet from accuracy from this position.
Did he see accuracy there? I don't think so.
Do you have, right? Usually so early in the rounds on Tuscan, you just exhaust those on both ends. Just kind of slows down here, and then what's the play call? And on this map in particular, FaZe, this is where they've at times struggled, right? Just making the decisions where we want to go, how quickly we need to react.
Sort of like where they're very decisive on Berlin, and accuracy has been here.
Huge kill from Maxi. Huge kill from Matt. Huge kill from Maxi. Told you, Josh. Surge is doing it. Seattle Surge is beating FaZe 3-2.
Just that first kill. And then you have the players flank through radio, set up over towards P5. Mac and Pride, they were on the hunt. But yeah, in those kind of the mid-round situations for FaZe on this map have not been great.
I think, you know, obviously he put some shots into Abizi there earlier, and I think they go to check it later. I think he was just crouched behind it. Maybe just feel like, oh, he's rotated out.
Again, if you have an aid or a stun, you probably check it.
Yeah, but
it didn't seem like they had one.
Instead, they go soaring out, and he gets 2. And that's not a guy you want to get going in a game 5. Not the guy who we were talking about freebies earlier. Like, not the person to give him to here in this.
Hey, what? We killed it, Mac. I'm 7. I don't even know there was an angle there. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. So Fred quickly just backing out of that one.
slowly searching for the opening.
RC sometimes likes to snipe on this map, especially on defense. He does have the sniper. When you're down a man, it
Huge
is
pick
tough
from
to
Sim.
retake with that in hand. Watch number 6 now, accuracy. He was just watching the flank. There we go. He was spotted. Fountain side. Now a reposition from Sip. Both of these teams just moving around the map. But
Sim.
the timing goes isn't the way of Sip this time. And he
Sim.
wins a second as well. Can he find number 3? Does not.
Axie.
But it's all on ice, man.
And he's on a
I think he clutches this. Never mind.
Wow.
Wow. Sim went huge that round. Massive.
So I think it was Sid or whoever it was came to kind of peek the edge where Simp was, and I think
Sim was huge that round.
and he turned around instantly. Simp chases him down.
It was like that on both sides. The arrows were just
It just looked like a matter of inches.
through the middle of the map, through the ruins, Fountain side. It was all over. 1 second the other way, goes towards Seattle Surge. Maybe they're up 2-0. But Simp with the reads. He's able to, win that round.
And this is one of those where, like, they did win a lot. It was Berlin yesterday versus New York. Where you got first blooded. You're able to bring it back in a 3v4.
Max, alone here at B.
As we go deeper, like, how
Number 8.
the left base bring it back in those situations.
Fred already in a very good position, but do they know he's there?
Oh, Axie left it.
Broken as well, so Fred's in a good spot. They know the window's open there, so that might be the call, or is it? Just watch that number 8.
No, Pred's gonna get found. Hold on. I got one. That's good for Seattle.
You at least trade, pretty quickly.
But Abeezy's under as well, church side.
I feel like that was a good chance to get a kill and get out and just continue to wreak havoc, right?
It's Lurks on one side, Lurks on the other.
Yep. Abeezy, okay. We're switching POVs as he hits it, but
Felt like Sib hit marker.
it looks so odd, right?
Wow.
That was in a safe corner. He's just
Huge round.
So what, Simp, the difference maker in the last round of BZ going huge here in the mid game?
Well, I mean, just the positioning from Cell, like, obviously he finds that kill on the map, but it's really the trade on to Fred, because if Fred's able to get out with his life, I mean, that's just so tough. Down a man.
You're just worried about him for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, right? Like, and then it's, where do we want to go on the map? Down a player, but they were able to deal with Fred so fast. I thought they would have known he climbed up due to the window being open, but they didn't.
Fact is, they traded it quickly. Now some aggression. Out of space this time. Is Abeezy starting to look forward, and he's just gonna
Huge kill, Sib. Let's go, Sib. Come on. Come on, Seattle.
He had a nade in his hand as well. He had a re-snap so fast.
Yeah, he snapped. I mean, you talk about how good his aim
Number
is.
2 versus number 7. Sees his heads.
Hello, Mr. Mac. Would your head like to greet my sniper rifle? No, he's gonna back down for now. His RC's repositions.
You repping us to B.
Same can be said for Surge. They're starting to wrap this over towards the B side of it, towards P5.
Huge pick.
Accuracy gonna find the kill on RC's.
Oh my god, the timing. Wow, the timing. Body's getting shot as well.
Sick. Just right through. They were wrapping though. I mean, Sip, he's dead to rights anyways, right? He's just opening that up, sliding on through. There's 2 players.
I mean, that's just Sip.
Nice rotations.
Yeah, 100%. I thought he was caught. I really just thought he was going to expect the immediate push.
That was a huge first blood by Sib. Huge, massive.
2-2. Give me some round 11 magic. I mean, we deserve it after the hard points, right? It's been insane.
Had a lot of that yesterday. Just all about the mid-map adjustments. What do these teams want to do?
Axie's having a good map 5. Huge pick. First bloods are coming through for Seattle. Good trades.
Fred disappeared a bit in the game too. They need him here. They need the rookie.
Wow, Preds. Good nades. Good nades. Pred's gonna get his kill as well.
Well, I was talking about Fred needing to make an impact. I didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming.
Sell so fast though. So
Uh-oh.
Reposition. MVP, rookie of the year. 1-on-1. 40 to go.
Watch it, so intense. Let's go, Pred. Let's go. Let's go, Preds. Come on. Come on, Seattle.
My guy plays a lot of NBA. You can see it there in that nade. I mean, drops the dime right in the fountain, able to find it.
Pred just went massive that round. Absolutely massive.
First blood. I mean, Arceus has no idea. He's all by himself
I can see this going to get around 11.
I was in the middle of talking about Brendan just stepping up.
I can see it going to round 11, honestly. Sure, we'd all love to see it go around 11.
4-man A hit from FaZe. The push though is going to be through B.
From 1 and 3 to 5 and 3 in the blink of an eye.
Alright, so knows that B.
Stun though is going to come through from Cell. That's going to be the info. We're going to reposition. We saw Arcees from this spot yesterday. Doesn't connect. He doesn't. It's always a question. If you're going to use this sniper, how efficient are you going to be?
Okay, we get the hot hand out of it. Predator gets dropped, so no longer working towards any streaks, and a much needed first blood now for FaZe.
Mac might chase him. Huge kill. I gets traded though.
Trade though through instantly for a BZ.
Just the fact that Sim's able to stay alive, right? It forces him to reposition.
Wow, he didn't get a kill. Getting down straight, this is a good play. Good play.
You're gonna have accuracy up top broken. He lives for these moments.
Here they go. Cell hit with the stun. A BZ.
Oh, they
lays out Sim.
Just fast. He's not gonna even be able to be in the spot.
Not getting there in time. Not getting there in time, and the free fire's already going through. The fuse is in. To 3-3 we go.
And I think what he was worried about was probably a
He would have to have done a lot there to.
We've seen
Left to have done a lot to have clutched that.
There's gonna be a player up there. But Sim just gets caught. I think a nade hits him. He tries to get out with his life, and I mean, just so quick. Back and forth. 3-3. Again, the winner. Guaranteed top 3 here. A spot in the winner's final.
A chance for a big old bag of cash. Sent on an island. The other 3 working the A side. Nade, just the whole map's
Sid might try to get aggressive there.
Still is, still going.
Yeah. Just
Sid though keeps his. It's a very slow round from FaZe. You have Sim just kind of lurking. What's going to be the play call? Where is the play going to come in?
FaZe are kind of anticipating they're going to push them. See how we're just playing it slow.
Looks like the push probably going to come A side. Can they deal with him? Can he maybe? I don't know if there's
Don't peek, just hold what you got.
FaZe, but they deal with stuns and nades.
We're going to try to go from mid now.
They're going back and forth.
Sip.
They're trying to isolate accuracy right now.
They're going to go to B or they're going to go A? So they're going to go B.
holding strong is Surge.
They want to push through middle to try to get to Sib. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do so. Sib, I think he finds the timing. He does.
Sim found the route.
Wanted to isolate the man at A, and they do it.
Well, the timing there is you swipe away.
Oh, Matt got picked. Come on, Preds. Preds.
Greets him with the bullets. Pred trying to be the hero, but just nothing he could do mid.
Come on, man. Come on. Lol, you got Seattle and FaZe fans just chilling next to each other there. Big chilling.
The attention of accuracy top church, and then Sim just drops bottom fountain, hits the route right under accuracy, finds that first blood.
I mean, that didn't develop till what, like 30 seconds left in the
Come on, Preds. Come on. Need some big moments out of you, bro.
4-3 FaZe.
Telling you, round 11.
The MVP and the Rookie of the Year leading it from both sides. Abizi wants to take his one. There's going to be 2 there.
Get some nades over. Get some nades over.
Onto the horse we go. We're able to get out of harm's way.
Both sides are doing it. This is kind of the default that FaZe gets into. They fight for map control over towards A. Then you have Arcees in the back truck watching the cross.
I was getting lively. As Arcees hit the snipe.
Can Arcees connect?
Big pick from Sib. Matt. Don't peek. Getting it down at B. Number 4. Nice. Good shit, Sid. Let's go. Number 1. Last one live. Hold on. Surely not. Surely Selim doesn't do this. Nice. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Seattle. Round 11, Seattle dub. That's what's happening.
He was also watching the flank.
Well, it's probably similar. Remember, he got caught with the nade. I think it was a similar type of fight. Like, it happened up there close to their spawn. So he's been able to win a couple of big ones and just Those are fights that BZ's probably used to winning. I know we didn't see it, but
Don't know why Epic Games opened. Just randomly decided to open. Hey ho.
You know, in the interview yesterday, he kind of said, Map 5, I was making the calls. It was me. I wanted to take over. I was not losing. A big round there from him. Another rookie. A potential rookie of the year.
All right.
But now he's got
No way. Sybil's weak to a nade and he's still got a kill.
finds the first blood, but Arceus was already pushed up.
He was barely able to physically get there because all the nades that were hitting him. But he just gets through to you, gets the opener.
Let's go, Preds. Big kill.
3-on-2 now and a chance to get around 5 on the board.
These last couple of rounds, just some individual plays on the side of FaZe. One from Abizi, one from Simp. They're just getting cut down. Now you're going to focus on a clutch, the bomb being planted.
They've already pulled off 1 3v4. Can they do it now in a 2 versus 3?
I think RC's get spotted. He's going to back on.
Got nade over.
You saw Sib in that spot. That's when he got naded. You see the call comes in.
One shot. Go, go, go. Fly.
He is very weak. Yeah, 16 HP.
But they're going to try to take top broken away, I think. You can see number 7 Mag just waiting through P5, but it's a middle
One.
alley hit from Pred.
Right there in the corner. No, wrong corner. I didn't see him. No way. No way.
Oh my god. Can he win the fight?
Let's go, Pred. Let's go, Pred. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. 1 more round. Come on. Come on, Seattle. Come on. Let's go, Pred. One more round. One more round. Seattle 3-2 down, but I said it. I said it, and it's going to happen.
It's Sim with 3 in the last round. 3 from Pred. In this one, the rookie stepping up on the big stage.
That's got to feel so good to be a rookie.
Here we go.
They're all going A.
Or do we go to a round?
Mac.
The first bloods. Gets the pick.
Uh-oh. Sell the nades. No way. Oh my god. What is going on? They're just trading kills. This is insane. Get that bomb down. Get that bomb down. No. No. Right, those are winners. One actually, come on. Yeah, go, run, run, run. Behind you. Round 11. I said it. Josh, did I not call it? Did I not say it was going to be round 11? Did I not say it was going to be round 11? I might have to do the lottery or something, man. I might win like millions of dollars. Just predicting everything.
You got Sip and Abizi going for their 4th straight final. You got the power of the rookies on the other side.
It's going to be FaZe on offense, Surge on defense. The success for Surge.
Let's go, Surge. Round 11 records.
Nades about to rain on that. It's pretty much a safety on both sides. Yeah, stun. Nades. All right, let's reposition.
This is so intense, man. These guys' hearts must be beating right now. There's no way, even if you've done this for years, there's no way your heart isn't racing.
Or does one of the rookies on Surge do something twisted to make a play?
Oh, so he's going to check that. Keep looking at this.
They're nervous. We haven't moved from the spawn on either side.
I think my legs are cramping.
He's going to take it. He's going to run. He's not.
Clock now down to 45.
This is decision. How do we deal with these players? Top Church side. This is very passive from the Surge side. There's some nades that were saved over.
This is so scary, I swear. I'd be careful.
Just trying to get that info. Now you can see the reposition in Top Church. And a lot of the times it's on Simp. Simp to find the open.
It's one shot.
They have to be careful at number 4.
They're getting the bomb down.
Sure the plant can come in. On the other side,
no way.
Accuracy versus stealth. Simp with the first blood. Lurking. Can accuracy find
no way. No. No. No way, man. Oh my god, that was so close. Damn. Wow, that was crazy. Wow. What a game. What a game.
So patient and Simp to make the play and find the opening. You said it, it's on Simp to make the play.
But what the difference is you had no presence A side. It was almost
Must feel bad for the Surge boys. That was mad, didn't it, Hood? That was crazy.
no one could start the trades. It was all about the middle of the map fights. Maybe they were trying to bait Simp into church, right? Pred was playing down low, but it doesn't happen. He just gets to that.
Round 11, game 5, and that was a crazy round 11 as well.
They don't check the corner. Simp is there.
Is that one of those rounds where just the
My God.
experience of FaZe has to shine a bit?
Crazy. Crazy.
In the championship mentality of Simp. I mean, listen, man. You know, he hasn't been his MVP self all year long. He's had to play a different role, a little different style, but 10 kills in this map 5. And a lot of the times he was the key. Usually it's a BC, but look at that. 3 first bloods on the round. And a lot of the times it was the openings, the cracking the defense that Simp found.
Yeah, it's sort of like times this year due to how good Cell has been. The fact you haven't won up your FaZe, you forget about Simp at times. He's still one of the greatest talents we've ever seen.
Oh, it's
on display there in the map 5. The 2 hard points, absolutely insane. Surge just did nutty stuff to get those wins, but it all came down to that one map, that one round. It's FaZe that close it out. Now FaZe, who throughout the year has been second place, third place, these top 3 finishes. Well, they're guaranteed T3 now, and they're moving on. But Arcides, how big he was for this team. I mean, you think about the damage he was putting in. You know, 1.43 going through the map 4. He was a monster on the map. We've got him on stage. Blaze, take it away, sir.
Thank you so much, Maven. Los Angeles, give it up for Atlanta FaZe as they come away with a nail-biter of a Game 5. Arcides, I want to talk to you about that last round right away before it leaves your mind there. It was one of the slowest I've ever seen you guys play in the S&D. What was going through your head?
So we knew we had to find the little cracks that Seattle was giving us, and I was like, yo, Chris, you have to work up an alley. This is the only thing that's open. And luckily he got there, we got the kills, and it worked out fine.
It worked out fine as you guys came away with that victory.
Insane, man.
Move on over towards those winners finals there.
Well deserved though, can't lie. Surge making losers run comeback. Yeah, I mean they got to. That's crazy. That's crazy. Waste like Pred in that Madness map 1 and then just yeah.
Really good. I mean, both hard points we were taking over. Just a little miscommunication towards the end. We got 3-piece my Mac. He went huge for his team, but again, like if MC just listened and said and pushed, actually, we would have held the time and it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Hey.
But I mean, mistakes happen. It's a Vanguard. Shit happens.
It happens. Yeah, it is all about how you bounce back. All right. But now you're going to the winners finals. Okay. We don't know who you're gonna play.
You're gonna play LA Thieves.
I'm excited for both. That's gonna be a good series next, right?
Yeah, it is. Yep. Coming up next on the main stage. Any last words you want to get to the fans before I send it off?
Brick, baby, let's go.
Brick, back, brick. That does it for me and Arcides on the stage. Break it down at the desk.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our game break presented by Prime.
That series was the same.
Atlanta FaZe, top 3 guaranteed. Guys, 6 out of our 7 series have gone to a Game 5. We've had 3 Game 5 round 11s. It has been wild. By the way, Lando, Stutty, Allie, Nameless, and just make sure that we're all well acquainted with each other. Guys, we got to jump in to the scuff play of the game, the end of that hard point. Rather, the first hard point. We got to be specific because there was 2 crazy ends. Yeah. But more specifically, the Tuscan. What'd you guys make of this?
Hey. What? Yo, there's no way the official stream actually went down. The stream's been hacked or something. It's been hacked.
Right here, Spawn now
wait, what?
Up the 2-piece. Pred gets another 3-piece. Probably like the best minute of gameplay we've seen out of a player this entire year.
What the hell is Titan?
Still not enough, Lando. Atlanta FaZe came in swinging throughout the rest of this series.
Oh man, you can see what it means. Like Brad was powering up, he was feeling good, and
well,
Atlanta FaZe, Jay, they started to wake up, man.
I know.
What is this guy doing in the stream again?
Those final moments for both of these hard points, miscommunication had to be there. Obviously, when you allow Mac to get a three-piece on that P5, and then off the rotation, you're just playing that tight corner. Pret just goes on another three-piece. That one's
I'm telling you, do you know what it is, Hood? Yeah, people just they're a bit horny late night, so they're just trying to come in the stream.
When you don't have that many bodies off the rotation, that's where they struggle. They allow the SMGs once again to just go out there and make noise, but Atlanta FaZe do what they do best. They clutch up in the search and destroy, show that championship caliber team that they are.
Well, at least when they watch it back, it's like, all right, P5 and P1. Like, that's where we struggle. The last two hills of a hard point is where we make our biggest mistakes. And almost at that point, I'd rather see Atlanta FaZe just be like, you know what? We're hands-offing this P5. We're going to send 3 people to P1. We're going to set up, and we're going to close this game out. Because we've seen that Tuscan P5 and P1 from Atlanta FaZe hiccups multiple times this year. But like y'all said, they close it out in that game 5. And it was 2 in a round as well. Their offensive win rate on that Tuscan is not very good. So for them to win that and then end up pulling out the ice in the round 11, props to Atlanta FaZe, but they still have a long road ahead.
Yeah, they do indeed. Let's also take a look at our game fuel tactical play. As we said, it was wild heroics out of Seattle, and then Atlanta started to make their way back. They won the search, destroy, and Ant. They would go on to win this Tuscan control, really based off of some excellent attacking plays.
I mean, yeah, it's a B push here, and what you're gonna see is RCs and Abizis, they lead the charge here. They get 2 opening first bloods, and they stack the point, and you can see all the players on Seattle Surge, they're located around Church right now, and it's just not enough, man. They're not able to get those kills, and they get a lot of progression on that point. So, you know, for Atlanta FaZe to be able to come out and win an offense is just so impressive. You know, talking about this team going into the search and destroy, another round that could have been the game field tactical play was that slow push that they had. Man. Yeah, it was just beautiful where they're working the guy mid, they get pushed up, kill Sib on the bomb site. Like, it's just crazy what these guys are able to do under pressure where they didn't have the composure before. It was gone versus teams like Seattle. They had it here.
And it was the Tuscan control heading into this. I was like,
I just want Pret to get the ring. Yeah, man, he deserves it for sure. I mean, a lot of other players do also deserve it, but he definitely deserves the ring.
In this series, they pushed that momentum into the game 4. We joke about it being, you know, they won technically a 5-0 series, and it was like a 3-point matchup in that game 4, and then they pulled out the
I want a team that doesn't have many people that have won a ring before to win a ring. I mean, like a Seattle, LA Thieves. I mean, Optic as well. I mean, they've all won a ring other than Dashi, but I don't want FaZe to win it. I don't really want New York to win it. I can't lie, because they're Cryptic to have 4. Toronto could be a good one as well, but then again, I don't think. Like I said, I'm gonna be the first European player to win a ring. So.
And eventually it costs you around Seattle. Just need to play a little more tight in those situations.
And one of the scarier stats for me, I think Seattle went like 8 for 3 in terms of the first bloods, and they still lose the search, destroy, and OT. Now let's see how the bracket is winding up right now, coming into our final match of the day. Optic and Thieves.
My bracket would have been so good if just won that round 11. God damn it, man.
Still waiting to see who they will face off against. Meanwhile, it is Surge versus Ultra toward the lower side. Guys, oh my word, we have got some bangers still to go.
I can't even look at the rest of this bracket. I just got to see this Optic and LA Thieves match. I mean, the history in this matchup alone, it sells itself. It's about to be ridiculous.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's a lot of people who are excited about it. And by the way, you guys have the ability to walk away with some amazing rewards while watching the broadcast. You want to be rewarded for your efforts? Of course you do. Make sure and link your Activision and YouTube.
I got mine.
Earn exclusive in-game rewards all weekend long.
Yeah, I do.
During playoffs, you can earn an operator, a weapon blueprint, emblems, and more. And on Sunday, make sure to tune in to have a chance to win a Modern Warfare 2 open.
Hey, Josh, you're right. You know, I'll hold my hands up. You're right.
Modern Warfare 2. Make sure and tune in on Championship Sunday for a very special segment.
You were right.
Look at what's next for the Call of Duty franchise with a very special guest interview.
I was very close to. I can't lie. Seattle should have won that. But it didn't, so.
Oh, game 5 guaranteed, but I think the green wall got a little bit more ice in them, especially when you go to a round 11 versus a team like Toronto Ultra, you clutch up. All they have to do is just show the improvements in hardpoint. Going up against a team like Thieves, you cannot lack off in your respawn.
Oh, boys, you know the drill. Who's winning what? LA Thieves or Optic? What's going to be the map count?
To close out what has been a monumental day number 2 here at CDL Championship Weekend 2022. Galen Center, you've been wonderful. Now bring down the house and what is going to be a legendary way to close
We'll be back here just after the break.
3-2 optic come from Josh. No, I might need to get like a little like white box or something just so you can see these a bit better. Let's see. What's the reward for a perfect pick and bracket? $100,000. That's what the reward is. If you have a perfect pick and bracket, you get $100,000. And the video I done on it is actually our most viewed video on my YouTube channel, with 1,400 views. It's kind of insane, I know. And I was very proud of that achievement. You know? Very proud. The most views I've ever had on a video. Nameless still has a perfect bracket, he said. Fair enough. Guy's about to get a bag. We've got this. Just like that. We're not like stretch out, there's not like I stretch out. Yes. There we go. Just need it for the team, don't I? Then like that. Made this a bit smaller. Like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. I call a review on those pick'ems. Yeah, fact. I'm telling you, there's some corruption. There's some corruption in COD. I'm telling you, 100%. 100%. Do 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 do. I had the perfect bracket almost. I was just a couple maps off here and there. That's it. Literally 3 maps. 3 maps is what the size of my perfect bracket. It was a Surge London game. I needed to give one more map to London for them to lose 3-2 instead of losing 3-1, because that's what I had. I needed to give one more map to Boston because they lost 3-2 and I had them losing 3-1. And yeah, Surge obviously lost 3-2 to FaZe, and I had FaZe losing 3-2 to Surge. And Surge dropped 2 rounds as well on the choke. So yeah, it was all good. It was all good.
Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Now this, have a look at this quickly, boys. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. Going into this Elite Fees vs Optic game. You ready for this?
Which CDL team is the most overrated?
Yeah. This is the title. Yeah, this is the title of the video. So make sure you
One sec. One sec. Because we need to watch this. Because this is important context for the game now.
Bronson thinks.
Yeah, exactly. Who came to mind first? Go ahead. Don't try to overthink it. Who came to mind first? So you take it a little too long. We know you know. That's what I'm saying. At that point, it's plead the fifth. You think it a little too hard. You gotta answer your head.
Yo, he was looking at you like, Ken, should I say it?
Bro, who? Go ahead.
It's Optic.
Can't save yourself. It's over.
Dear Optic fans, Green Wall, I do not affiliate with Ross's opinion.
Which?
See that? That's kind of throwing a bit of bad karma.
Like that was
a bit bad karma in the wins.
And now it's like deep breath. Now we have Optic 100 Thieves, Joe. Like,
yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people I think in their brackets were looking forward to this matchup. You know, obviously they weren't able to match up at Major 4, but you know, Atlanta FaZe was able to take down Optic before we saw maybe them match up. So that didn't happen. But LA Thieves, they were cruising. Yeah. You know, they just looked so darn good in the respawns. But I'll tell you what, I mean, everyone had a tough day one matchup. You know, both of these teams did, but wasn't maybe the Gavutu that you wanted to see on the LA Thieves side. He's going to have a couple of those.
Well, when I sat down, one of the first things you said is you looked at the maps and you were like, this looks pretty good for Optic, right?
Well, I mean, I just feel like Optic needs to be playing Gav once again, and they're playing at maps 1 and 3 in this series. You know, most teams, they would get rid of it going up against the LA Thieves, and LA Thieves haven't played it as many times throughout Stage 4 because of that. So for Optic, I mean, they lost that Gavutu control yesterday, but they should have won that, right? There is no way you should be losing a defense, and they were in a good position. So I think if they just come with some more ice here, play it like we know that they can, like they did early in the season, they should be all right.
Ali, how'd you feel about the maps and modes when you first saw them?
I mean, across the board, I kind of echo what Ant says. Like, I do like it for Optic Texas. I like that they're kind of pushing their boundaries because it's the joke of, you know, don't square up with LA Thieves on Gavutu because Kenny gets the AR back into his hand when he's been gross across the board. But we've also seen what Scump is capable of doing with an AR in his hand. So I think that will be a very interesting map 1 and 3.
Yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. I just assume we're going to go to a game 5, and like that's how it's going to play out. But I just, this was a hard one, Joe. We were going through our brackets, a week or so back. Like, this is one that we got to. We both had it here, and it's just sort of like, it's tough. It's tough to call.
Yeah, I mean, this is, honestly, this is who I think is going to be the matchup in the grand final. That was my pick, right? I mean, I'm kind of rethinking that because if FaZe is winning Search and Destroys again, that was a big thing. But I just think both of these teams, when they're playing at their best, they're just a step.
They're going to lose. Envoy's the only one with a positive KD.
Thieves, similar to FaZe's, they won 2 searches.
I don't know.
Which is a little bit uncharacteristic for them. Their respawns were a little bit sloppy. They've said it. They had to be better. They survived.
I just got faith in LA Thieves. That's it.
Well, we're going to take a look
I've got faith in them.
As we get ready to go, I think everyone at home very familiar with this roster, the star-studded lineup, and what these guys are capable of. It's just, can they do it, man? You're trying to recapture that magic, Ant. You're trying to get back to that glory of Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, and let's not sugarcoat it. Like, these guys, they haven't been the same. They dealt with a lot of adversity, to be fair. They didn't have their team, and, you know, they bring Illy back in. It's an immediate impact. We see, like, this is the roster that they need. Like, the subs just weren't it for them. They make a run to top 4 from round 1 of losers bracket, and they're back to being the best search and destroy team in the game. That's what they've shown us throughout these last couple of months. So, you know, for Optic Texas and the Game Field Keys to Victory, Alley, what do they need to do?
Well, they need strong hill setups versus Thieves when it comes to Gavutu. Again, Thieves are breaking 31% of the hills on Gavutu. That's
remember the S&D when Thieves beat Optic and Octane went 0-9 or something? Yeah, I do remember that. After that, I just like knew Octane's S&D were just poo-poo. His S&D is super like...
got by the skin of their teeth by a lot of clutching by Dashy specifically. I think when it comes to Optic Texas, what they need to do is kind of rear back and calm down when it comes to these series. I think they get a little bit ahead of themselves, get a little bit panicky, and that's where we see the mess ups start happening. A example in that control. So in this series, I'm hoping they've calmed down, got their jitters out, and will be ready to take on the LA Thieves.
Just a little sloppy at times, which you expect not to be the case.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to slaying, right, when you talk about this matchup, if we're going to play a couple of Gavutus, right, AR heavy, you're probably looking at a guy like Illy. You know, I know that he can be the in-game leader, you know, when it comes to search and destroy. But when it comes to the respawns, with what we saw from LA Thieves, when they're playing at their best, they are tough to stop. You need everyone playing at a very high level, and Illy needs to be that guy, a little bit better than what we saw from yesterday.
Well, let's shift focus now and start to talk about Thieves a bit. And Ants, I mean, they looked, if you were just like kind of watching the minimap at times last major, like they just looked perfect at times. It was scary.
Yeah, I mean, they have, especially at Major 4, but the problem is in the match yesterday, they did not look perfect.
True,
I mean, a lot
very
of mistakes were made, but to Joe's point, everybody's just been having these back and forth crazy series, so you give them a little bit of grace there.
How much do you play like that? Remember, they're about to play, they sit down, then servers go down.
That is true.
It's like, that's got to have an impact, right? Everyone's kind of sitting around. Is it a big deal? Is it not?
It definitely has an impact, but like we said, I mean, when they needed the composure, especially in that round 11 yesterday, it was a beautiful play. Waiting, pushing through mid, and there's going to be another Tuscan in this series if they go all the way to Game 5. For the game field keys to victory, you have to take advantage of a reeling Optic team in control. They're 3-1 on Gavutu control since stage 4. Optic 0-2. They haven't played it a lot. Optic has never been that great on that map, so Thieves definitely have an advantage and then continue to slay together. As Joe was talking about earlier, they were all for positive KD yesterday versus Boston, and that was the story of them at the majors. They're winning. Everybody's having a good time, man. It just seems like they figured it out, and that's what we saw in yesterday's match, at least in a couple of those.
Well, yeah, they are wildly talented, no question there, but our teams are ready. Let's get this rolling down to Blaze on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Maven. Los Angeles, you guys ready for another semifinals matchup? Yeah! Looking to set the stage ablaze with some of that Texas heat. Here comes the boys in green.
It's on. It's on.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the green wall.
Who do you think's winning, Hoods? Josh reckons it's going to be 3-2 to Optic.
Give it up for Dashy, Illy, Shotzi, and Scum, Optic Texas.
Scum and Optic have tasted defeat against the Thieves organization at Champs before. They want to rewrite history. They want a win in this series. Illy has come back into the team, and they have looked so much better, especially in that search and destroy. They've seen what Thieves are talking about with the overrated. They're trying to dominate. Let's bring out the Thieves now, Blaze.
Yes, it is. It's time to bring out the hometown team. Looking to run it up with another W. The heist starts now.
This is going to be insane. This video is lit, bro. What's this song? Yeah. Tic tac goes the bomb.
Los Angeles, give it up for your LA Thieves.
Getting booed, damn. I mean, I'm sure they expected that though.
Major 4 was a story of redemption, now a story of glory.
Kind of have to expect it, don't you? Like.
It's a big one. Who will take it to get into the top 3? Blaze, here we go. Here we go. A stage full of legends here at Champs, but only one can progress and get top 3. I got 2 legendary casters for you. Miles, Chance, take it away.
Oh, baby, this
always nice when the green and the red go head to head. It always comes down to blows. And hey man, game 5s all day. Why not another one here, Chance? Surely it's what we deserve.
Dude, we know it's going to come to that, right? I mean, both of these teams have been lights out. Your Major 1 champions going against your Major 4 champions. These guys have tasted victory. The number of storylines you have running between these two teams, literally from the top, right? You get
It's going to be insane.
Optic rivalry. You have Envoy the Prince going against
I want Optic settle grand final because no matter who wins, I hear Optic.
No strangers to playing against the green wall, and even when the crowd is going against
Optic
them,
3 used to round 11 S&D.
already just
Bloody hell, you get the precise prediction. I like that though.
Clash of Titans, and it absolutely is that. They've both had fantastic runs so far, good form in the competition. Got to hand it to the Thieves though. They peaked at the right time. Now though, Maps and Moes, as we get into this one, we're going to start things off on Gavutu. Berlin Search and Destroy, Gavutu, and then we round things out on Tuscan, because let's face facts, we're going that far into the series.
I mean, look, man, the theme, the tagline from LA Thieves at the start of the year was "Don't chalice on Gavutu." Well, we did that in twice. Their new tagline is, man, hey, maybe Optic's a little overrated, so we get to put that one to the test straight away. But Gavutu to
This is a grudge match.
I'm looking out for these P1s, the opening breaks.
Grudge match.
Have been phenomenal, top notch. They set the tone straight away. But you also have one of the best SMGs in the game on an AR map. He looks to be dominant. It's King Scum. It's Chance. We already know to look out for.
Yeah, the man's been running an AR on Gavutu and putting in the work. Look at the KDs across the board. Everyone looking fantastic. Set your mind all the way back to Major 1, one of the more iconic openings when they played Atlanta FaZe in this very map and mode, and they absolutely whooped them. Will we see that return to glory now as we are ready to rumble? Map 1. Let's get it.
Start with the King, looking for the next ring on board.
This is gonna be insane, boys.
No time wasted.
Lock in.
To get things going, and obviously no gunfight has actually come through. But hey, King around the castle gets chopped down. LA Thieves
Yeah, locked in.
every single time they get it done.
But a big Bruce now, can't get involved. AR and AR battle, we'll see plenty of that here on Gavutu. Really can't get things going from steps, but nades from spawn. A Scumpy straight off the kills. Into the point, but it's big work out of the LA Thieves right off the rip. 16 seconds of climbing, a nice two-piece there from Octane as we are getting things going. P1, always a fun one. The final 20 seconds now going the way of the Thieves.
Yeah, and Octane on a 5, obviously the main factor why their opening breaks are always so clean. And hey, maybe not number 6, but at least that is a good chunk of time off the rip. And obviously LA Thieves set up on the rotation. Draza playing the sneaky angle, waiting for a couple kills to fall into his lap. And hey, the big 2 to start things off. They're not going to flip these spawns just yet, but LA Thieves are applying that pressure.
P2, that's the inside of the boat. Bottom side of the minimap, that's where we now attend our focus. 50 seconds remaining on this one. Envoy's going to be the guy holding it down. For now, it's just Kenny in the kill feed, soaking up time, getting things going now. Thieves with a great lead. No one from Optic too close yet. Here comes the hit, though. It's all Thieves. Spawns are fantastic now for LA.
They flip them out. They get the time. They are doing everything right for the moment. Right from the jump. LA Thieves lining them up to 2 from Kenny and shots.
LA Thieves. They're out there saying, listen, Optic Texas, they're overrated. They're overrated. 6-5 out of 5 plenty bodies being shot this game. Yeah, I definitely don't think the Optic boys appreciated being called up overrated. That's for sure. So far, Thieves have got Optic on lock. Imagine this is just like a Swift 3-0 or something. I'd be so pissed. Draws and Octane having huge maps, 2 ARs as well, which is what you'd love to see. Thieves, of course. Oh my god! Wow! 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 Draws is frying. Wow!
Massive pieces. Time still going the way of the LA Thieves. Don't chalice on Gavutu. That's what they said so long ago, and it still rings true today. Kenny,
Optic, I don't know what kind of start this is, but they're getting smoked. They're getting put in body bags. Put in body bags. Put in body bags.
It's
insane.
Makes a cheeky little play, so he'll collect a little bit of scrap time, and maybe a moment like this can go a long way because his teammates are trying to keep control of the rotation, but it has been Thieves in the driver's seat right from the jump. If they make this break, I mean, they're looking at a dominant win.
This is a good start now from Optic. Time now going their way. Overall's new hard point. Here come the Thieves. They're trying to sneak their way in. It's going to be Kenny trying to make that sneaky play. Draza maybe the front, but Kenny, he's in the back. Can't get any more out of this one. Now over to the contest.
And boy, one, seems the other.
He's going to double dip. He saw Scum.
Wow.
The spawns are still close for Optic.
Dominant so far.
But this could go bad real quick.
Bro, I'm starting to think LA Thieves might have been right. What is this game? Dominating every single hill, every single kill.
I'll do that just so people know what the goal is.
I mean, they have doubled up. 100-point lead on Gavutu, the biggest blowout we have seen so far at Champs. This is electric right now from the Thieves.
Thieves are running the show. Time still going their way. Final 20 seconds here, all good. Rotation to P5, a tough one. Here we go.
Bro, Envoy has 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill. We haven't completed a set of rotation.
That is an insane.
He's just soaking the hill. Also 8 and 2 as well. This is how you need to play against Optic. You need to shut them like down straight away. So the crowd can't get like too loud. You know what I mean?
He is pinned down. He has got nothing. It is Kenny once again on the point. Illy trying to make the break. Forward he goes, looking for anything. A slither of hope. And that might be the opening now.
Oh god. We're hearing Let's Go Thieves.
Optic, 3 kills from their speed. It's the first time I've seen it. I forgot it could look like that, but finally.
How are you hearing Let's Go Thieves? This is embarrassing. I know, Josh. This is crazy. Never mind looking like a 100-point club. That's what I'm saying, Hood. This is crazy. Hey, this is why I have LA Thieves as the 2022 champs winners. They're doing this to Optic. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, this looks like Optic's hard point. Thieves are the ones picking up most of the time. Here come those green arrows surging forward. Dashi, the first man in the feed, trying to get those kills.
Optic fans don't even want to chant because they're just so embarrassed.
The second set of hard points is now upon us, and the Thieves are firmly in control. Come on, boy. Now weather the storm and take on Scump with Shotzi on the approach.
I mean,
Oh my god.
trying to make it work with a pistol and maybe looking to get at least one.
There's actually Thieves fans. Well, to be fair, this is in LA, right? So this is basically like a LA home series. Wow, I didn't want to shoot him. We wanted to punch him. This is bad. This is a 60-point club. This is embarrassing. Oh my god. This is actually funny because you know the whole "Don't challenge us on Gavutu" meme. This is actually like coming to life. This may be like the biggest like or the worst beating in the CDL this year, at least in a major anyway. I don't think I've seen worse than 52. What is going on? Oh my god. Hold on. Scump's got 2 now. This will be the best comeback ever if they do this. Scump's got 1, got 2. Here we go. Come on, Scump. 3. 12 streaks. Yeah, and actually this is the most dominant winner ever, I think, on Vanguard. Yeah, hard point for sure. Yeah. The Thieves was going to get hyped as well. My god. Damn. He got that shit smoked. That shit as well, like, that shit should be like wanting to win this like hard, because this guy just like lost the MVP to Celium.
The perfect rotations. Envoy at one point was like 7 and 2 with 2 minutes inside of the hill. I mean, that's clinically absurd.
Wow.
He had 13
Scump is like the only one who is like, you can even argue is like putting up a fight. Shotzi, triple neg. Illy, double neg. Dashi, almost double neg. Just got put in a body bag. Envoy 3 minutes 23 and the other 3 are just smoking. At no BS, that can't happen on this level. Yeah, honestly, like especially like Vanguard as well. Vanguard isn't meant to be a game where there's like very low skill gap. Every game is like game 5. Every map pretty much is super close. S&Ds and controls are the only ones that like that I've seen that like they've been blowouts on, but I've never ever seen a blowout on hardpoint like this bad. And what makes it worse is that it's optic. Like it's not like a Paris Legion or something. It's optic. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
As every single member of the LA Thieves just ran amok over Optic Texas.
And like, I mean, if you don't punch back straight away, if you're Optic going into that S&D, LA Thieves are going to feel like they can do no wrong. You talk about trusting your teammates, trusting in the play calls that you're going to make. Oh my God. If you don't punch them in the mouth straight away, these guys are going to be looking to run away with it. I know every single game has been a game 5, but
And you know what I just realized as well? Oh my God, you know what I just realized? Exposed bet $450,000 on this game for Optic to win. Imagine him now.
I mean, I would love to see, you know, the reaction there from the LA Thieves guys, I mean, where they said overrated coming into this tournament. I don't know how you feel after that one. You kind of just go, yeah, well, look, business as per usual. We won the last major, we did it in a dominant fashion, and now we're feeling fantastic going into the search and destroy. Kenny, what a performance from him. The other side of the stage, though, I mean, are we in panic mode yet?
I mean, you know,
that was a bad map.
They've been a resilient team. They've won the game 5, round 11 against the obvious, incredibly dangerous Toronto Ultra. And their SC has been their bread and butter throughout the course of this year. If you can win against Ultra, you feel like you can win against everybody. But of course, the one team has been elite.
Well, LFEs is shooting insanely straight right now. Yeah.
Especially at that major, their S&D was also on point. So I don't know, man. I was thinking every single map was going to be a battle. That obviously.
That was insane.
Talking about game 5 earlier, I'm kind of like,
Yeah, like the camera went to Dashi and he just looked like he didn't want to be there. It was crazy. You gotta think of it, like put like be in his shoes. You're Dashi, right? Had a great year so far. You won Major 1. Stuff with team and stuff has gone downhill. Then now look, all them excuses out the way because you got your team now. You've got your practice. Boom. Celium, even though he didn't win a chip, he's been better than you, I guess, all year. He's taken the MVP off you. You just about clinched round 11, game 5 against Ultra to go to this point. And then you've just been smoked like that. Everyone has a bad game, can never count anyone out, especially in this game. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't even be surprised if Ultra just come and 6-0 them now on the S&D. You clinch see the feet in their face, like, yeah. Feet in their face. Honestly, I generally wouldn't be surprised if they just 6-0 them now. The S&D.
Adjustments, what kind of creative strats you have in these rounds. And at this point, I'm just looking forward to seeing what LA.
I want to say shot to you suck. Oh my God.
Let's take a quick look now at the stats. This is how things have looked since stage 4. So, obviously, if you're an Optic Texas fan, the numbers favor you right now. The real question is, do you have the mental resolve to bounce back after quite an embarrassing display in map 1?
And I think the biggest thing as well is just that first blood conversion. Being like the first overall, that is the mistake-free Call of Duty Optic. When their S&D looks good, it is because of that fact. They take full advantage of every tiny little edge that you give them. You know, Illy, he's getting locked in. 3 inches away and ready to go, but you already know.
I can't lie, yeah. That's actually disgusting being that close to him on it. I could never do that.
There's no way, man. There's no way a team like Optic Texas let that happen.
Mental composure moving forward. Hey, they're gonna need it. Look, it is itches like this. Like, what the hell do you even do that? Like, nah, I can't do that, man. Fuck that. I'd fuck up my eyes. And he wears glasses as well. Right.
Where Shotzi gets to work his magic, but from 7 and 21, we'll see if Shotzi has any magic left for one.
Nades up. Quite an even spread.
Imagine like that, and then Thieves 6-0, and then.
It's a good start now from Optic Texas. Now still keeping that pressure towards mid-map. Here we go. We're trying to get something going. A bomb is making its way across the 50-yard line as Kenny, murder on his mind. Whoa!
From Kenny.
Down. It's a 3v2. Optic Texas with the numbers.
Man, number 1 in the game. First blood One conversion. This is that kind of round. They got the Suns on the man in the back, and they are playing smart. They have him trapped in, ready for the gunfight.
Shotzi's snaking. Oh my god. Shotzi's snaking so bad.
Kenny does manage to win that fight, makes it a 1v2. He's been backed up, but he's now hitting another angle, trying to get himself over towards that bomb. The bomb now is going to get
Oh my god.
by the boys of Optic. Them up to get the
But Kenny can actually do this. They're going to be. They're rapping to be. They're rapping to be. Oh my goodness. They're rapping over to be.
Illy was dipping down low to avoid the spot, but look at what he's doing. I think he knows the A is clear. Someone's going to be in the D-pack watching the cross.
Whoa! Spots a little head.
It's a nice bit of crossfire there.
First round from Optic. Bloody hell. There we go.
And Illy's getting first blood. Shotzi there for the follow-up. I think as soon as you get one round, you go, hey, a map loss is a map loss. Doesn't matter if you lose by 1. Doesn't matter if you lose by 194. As long as you make sure you bounce back. Perfect start for Berlin SD.
It's a tale of champions, legends on the stage. Writing legacy since this event started. There are many on that stage who would love to go further into this competition. Here we go once again. Heavy on the hit towards B now. LA Thieves.
Watching the cross, yes, there's the gunfight. Shots ringing out, and Scum knows they're nearby, but just gets caught. They set the trap, and they get that first blood. LA Thieves, mild advantage.
For how long? Illy's eyes over the middle of the map. Shots are in. Nice snap on Envoy. Makes it a 3v3. Optic are not willing to give up that bomb site. Not a hope in hell, as they are suffocating the Thieves. But it all comes down to a 2v3 now, as Kenny looking to take the advantage.
Still Illy, he's making plays, and he gets red. Octane is there, and Shotzi now in the 1 versus 3, and you see the cross. Octane's there. Should be able to get the bomb down, or actually get spot on the cross, hop off the bomb, take the gunfight, or let your team.
They lose this, even if they put up a good fight going forwards. That map point cannot be forgotten. Yeah, it can't. Even if they win this, that map point is still like. I generally don't think that Optic is going to play Gavutu for the rest of this tournament after that. They're just going to have that in the back of their minds. The thing is with Thieves, they play with so much confidence. They have so much confidence.
Illy really has been making moves in both of the rounds, even in spite of that last loss. Only one player on the cross. The aggro over towards A. Kenny's back down to 1 shot. They might send him in for the charge, but Scope is going to fall. And Shotzi hasn't gotten a trade yet. He is dipping back towards his teammate.
Way too slick. He flies out that office, doesn't catch a single soul in there. Now he's got to re-enter. Kenny with the guns up. Spots 1. Here comes the gunfight from Illy. Draza with another huge win. Shotzi with the immediate trades now. 2v3. Makes it a 1v3, and Shotzi is again tagged up in serious trouble. Here comes the aggression, and Kenny. The man closed the round out. Thieves take the lead.
Just guns him. Talk about Illy's S&D prowess. Well, Draza has been a grinder as well.
I can honestly see it. Do not actually see often. Thieves win this map quite confidently, and Optic somehow reverse sweeping them, just because this game is that random.
Making sure they are protecting one another. LA Thieves now back with the edge.
He's got a deeper eye, yeah? So LA Thieves coming into this saying, you know, these guys are overrated. Basically saying, I don't think you're that good. I think you're pretty bad, right? And then they come in and do that. So in Optic's head, they're kind of going from that mindset of, alright, I need to prove these guys wrong. They think we're overrated. They've gone from that mindset to, wait, they think we're overrated. And they just beat us like that. Everyone else is going to think we're overrated. I mean, obviously these Optic players, they're not like, they're too confident, they're too good to actually believe what Thieves are saying. But it's more like, so they've said that and they've kind of made a mockery out of Optic. And then they've done that in front of everyone. In front of thousands. Like, how many people on the stream? 94,000. I thought it'd be more than that. So yeah, they need to make this. They need to win this map 2 for sure. This map 2 is the biggest map for Optic. And then Rambo needs to work. Rambo and Sender need to work magic during the map 2's a free break. Try to get their mindset right.
Dashi's hit the far wrap, and Octane may have just let this one slide. Here we go.
This is going to be an interesting affair. Once we
How does he know
work
he's
out
planting a
what's
bomb?
going
Did he see him?
on, can smell each other from that range. Scump.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It is not enough, and
Dashy's on the donut. Dashy is the one player on this team you do not need to be playing bad, because he's the most consistent player on Optic. And if this guy's dropping donuts and he's getting smoked on the AR map, it's not good for you. Oh my, Draza is disgusting. You just put him down.
Every time you talk about two players on the map, guess what Draza's doing? Helping
Wow.
his teammates. Scump left by himself, couldn't make the play. And Dashy yet to get a kill, left in no man's land.
And it is the teamwork once again. The LA Thieves with the perfect coverage of one another. And those important sides of the map. Dashy still 0-4, yet to really get the ball rolling here in the search. Optic have come out cold. It is a 3-1 so far. Tons of information passed over. It's going to be a 1v1 on the A-bomb site for now. Scum versus Kenny. Middle of the map is all populated for now. As the LA Thieves, the heaviest...
Because you got to remember as well, this is in LA, isn't it? In California, so there's actually a lot of LA Thieves fans there. Normally Optic is used to, you know, having all the fans there, but not anymore. And that's something I realized as well, right? Think about this, and this is like a big thing. Every event for the last how many years, the majority of the fans have been who? Optic fans, right? And obviously Optic's been the most successful organization in COD. They've won the most events. Now that the CDL's come around, obviously MW is a bit different because, you know, it's online. But, you know, Cold War and Vanguard, you've got the CDL and a franchising. You've got fans of Rocker or fans of Toronto or whatever the major is. And last year Optic didn't win. This year they only won one major, and what major is that? The Optic major, where there's more Optic fans. So all I'm saying is, maybe Optic need fans to win. Or maybe just like Optic, they're just not used to being the underdog. They're not used to it. They're always the most popular, the favourites to win. Always. Because a reverse sweep has got to be scripted. I mean, listen. With the games, like the Seattle FaZe game, with the way some of these games have gone, I would not be surprised. Let's go, Thieves.
Easy off the back there. They've gone. Envoy's managed to make his way forward. The bomb's definitely leaning towards B now for the Thieves. Will this be enough? Though as Optic, they have fortified the bottom of the docks. And here we go. It's going to be a battle. Shotzi, the man to get the party started. That's the 3 spree now for him. And he's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Kenny.
The force is strong with that one.
Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. They're actually making Optic look like pub players. I'm not even joking. This is actually crazy. If Kenny won that, I would have woken up my whole family. I don't care. I would have screamed. 2v1. Scump's got a sub as well. Octane will get him. Yeah, wow. Thieves are playing incredible right now. Like, you can say Optic's playing bad as well, but Thieves are playing incredible. Incredible.
Whoa, Kenny. Look at this.
I mean, come on.
He's been doing that all tournament long.
With a big old smile on his face.
Really as well, ever since Kenny got a haircut, he's been frying. Long hair Kenny is not the one. Oh my god.
Never thought I'd live to hear it in my lifetime. The crowd here in the game has said
Hostile fans.
very colourful and fruited with their charts.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to Americans, like they're very passionate and patriotic. Is it patriotic? It's patriotic, right? That's like the word used to like support of your country, and I respect that, you know. But yeah, they need the Let's Go is overused a lot. I mean, what they got to do is like look at how Europe use chanting and stuff, and maybe even like South America and stuff. other places in the world and just, you know, remix it a little bit.
Enough to get him through this spot. This is going to be a tough one.
They know exactly where he is. And hey, looking for the
Hold on. Wow.
Optic take it, but man, it was a pound of flesh.
And Illy's
Wow.
had a devastating fate in a few of these.
Imagine he clutched that.
Gets away with it there.
If I'm Shotzi there, my two teams have just died like that, I'm putting my controller down. I'm like, listen, I don't wanna challenge him. Leave him.
This first blood battle, by the way.
Defense. Oh, do you know what else they do as well? Yeah, Hood. They go USA, USA, USA.
But Optic will seal the round and they will advance forward. Hey, Draza gets himself in the kills. Envoy joins him. Praised out though. Illy's going to try to keep things as level as he possibly can. Looking for his second on the round. It's Shotzi to back him up. 2v2.
Number 3, who's that?
Shotzi is repositioned so quickly. He has returned to help his friend.
You see Illy?
Yo.
Yo. Number 5, Envoy by Shotzi.
This is Shotzi versus Envoy. Both of them dead silence activated now.
And you drop Envoy, Shotzi's who you get.
It's poetry in motion. Two cerebral players.
The timing on this is insane. The timing on this is insane, honestly.
Plenty of time. Envoy with the bomb. Looking to plant something towards B, but again, a wise player will check every corner before he lays it.
I mean, look, Shotzi's going for the hardest read of all time over towards A. He plays the 50-50, but he guesses wrong, and Shotzi should be so late.
Ole, 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 ole. It is hot, hot, hot. We're good in optics, not. Ole, ole, we came to play. Optic is shit, they do not hit. Ole, ole. We are late, late. My God, what is happening to LA Thieves? Or Optic more like, not LA Thieves. LA Thieves are frying. Optic is getting smoked. Ads.
They are playing mind games as well.
This is why I said LA Thieves is going to win champs. I just knew they were going to come to smoke. And you see smoke on Optic like this is going to give them ultra confidence. Ultra confidence.
To go up 2-0 in this series. They have been lights out.
The Thieves continue to
FaZe LA Thieves is going to be a good game if Optic don't manage to win this.
The legend gets 2. Fast plant now. Optic with a snipe. Wait a minute.
Wow. That's because Shotzi got made weak from draws as well.
Can he catch any more?
Oh my God.
And Octane's just going to hold this. He's got the sniper. He is waiting for the flank from Envoy.
Illy now with a reposition. Envoy through the long side of Train.
And they're trying to hit him out. They know Octane's got the snipe. They're trying to put the pressure on and play that side of the map.
Octane's moved the things around though.
My God.
Unbelievable.
2v1.
No other form himself. Champs is chalk. Yeah.
Unable to clutch so far. Has to keep that bomb safe and sound, and he's taking a long.
Did they see him? I don't think they saw him.
For now, Envoy will be one diving on it. Octane's with the coverage. Adachi, magnificent work.
Got it, dodge the snipe. Don't peek
Yeah,
at the wrong
GG's.
Here we go. Dashi
Wait.
versus Octane. Octane checked it.
Wait. That was a clutch. Good clutch.
Texas stay alive.
That's what Optic needed right there. They need Dashi for a big play right there.
Force the coveted round 11.
I don't know how Octane is finding that pick with his snipe. And they pushed out that side, and he goes right back to Stone Steps. But hey, Big Bruce making big plays. Clean 1v2 on the reposition. But still, the problem for Optics exists. Mess up one more round, and he's go up 2-0.
Chelsea 10 and 7. He's done a great job here on Berlin. Aggressive defensive moves out of Optic, but I know.
Drazo, the first bloods.
LA Thieves, they're taking the time on this.
13 and 6 Drazos. This guy is insane. I said this for time as well. I think Drazo is one of the most underrated players in the CDO. In MW, you just about could see like he was talented, but you couldn't really see it too much because that team wasn't that good. In Cold War, when he got picked up to LA Thieves and he started doing his thing, Drazo, you just knew this guy was going to be diffy. Dashy's weak as well. Dashy's dead. Wow. 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 Yo. Yo. That's Charles' girlfriend, I think. Wow. What is going on? This is insane, honestly. This is insane. You got to remember that this is a team that was gonna beat FaZe's streak from last year, and look at them now. What do you mean beat FaZe's streak from last year? As an Optic? What are they thieves?
That was a poetic game too for LF.
Kenny and Razor's that father-son duo, man. Big damage from both of them. Solid work out of everyone on Optic. A rough one from Scum. The 6-4, the final score there on Berlin.
You talking about Optic or you talking about LA Thieves? And what streak are you on about? Because I can't lie, I don't know what streak you're on about.
Hey, we're going back to Gavutu. If there is one map, I was thinking that there was a clear-cut advantage for either team in this series.
And they're going back to Gavutu, yeah. I was about to get 3-0 bopped down into loser bracket. 3-0 bopped down into loser bracket, straight up.
The only potential 3-0 thus far in the competition. Optic, their comeback has to start now. Well, not right now. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're playing Gavutu on control and nailed by it. Here in the winners bracket, it's Optic Texas. It's the LA Thieves. This is the CDO.
Yeah, the win streak from Optic. See. Oh, I've got this as a 3-2 to Optic, so I'm gonna need Optic to win some games. I mean, it doesn't matter, do it. I mean, LA Thieves can win 3-0. I can't get the perfect bracket now, so I just gotta get as many points as I can. So make this a quick 3-0, please, LA Thieves. That'd be much appreciated. Much appreciated. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, guys. I'll be back. Go get some water or something to drink. Like I said, if there's anyone like lingering in the stream, drop a like on it and please subscribe. Please subscribe. Because I'm grinding content, alright? And how long have I been streaming for? 6 hours. Yesterday I was streaming for 9 hours for this watch party with you beautiful people. So please subscribe. Yeah, go get a drink. I'll be back.
is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
We are now bound for Gavutu control map number 3 in this exciting winners bracket matchup here in Champs, but so far it's an ass kicking. The LA Thieves running the show as Optic Texas have yet to really get themselves involved, but plenty of signs of life there in the search and destroy. Let's see if they can turn one of their worst game modes into their saving grace now here in this must-win series.
And keep in mind, at the
I'm
start
back.
of the year, control was Optic's best mode by a mile.
I'm
both
back.
Gavutu and Tuscan, but I think Optic is yet to win a single round on offense throughout Stage 4, throughout Champs, and even the match they had yesterday against Toronto, even when they got the defense for the round 5, they did not clutch up. So this is time. Dig deep, battle it out. I mean, the last time they lost 3-0 was at the Pro-Am to Florida, who had their number. I don't know how many times, even like these players, how many times they've been 3-0'd in their entire career. But now it's Friday, it's Champs. That'd be the worst way to go.
Hey, imagine the scenes there. They just like 3-0 him, and then Jaws in an interview. Then it's like, how do you feel going to the game? And then Jaws is like, I did say they were overrated. I did say it. All the Optic fans were going, boo.
Saving grace. Optic Texas though, dig deep. Remember who you are. Gavutu control. You wrote the book on how to play this map. It feels like a lifetime ago. Now, time to pull out some of that magic.
And, you know, selling the story from the Optic perspective, talking about their control woes. Keep in mind for LA Thieves, first of all, oh my God. Second of all, Envoy has a 1.38, literally map 1. He spent over 3 minutes just hanging out inside of the hardpoint, so that's also the wild. But anyway, for the side of LA Thieves, with the number of game 5s we have had throughout this entire tournament, almost every single time, you don't want to give this one away. You know you can't afford to give up any bit of momentum, especially for not the team you're calling overrated.
Gavutu. LA Thieves on Gavutu.
Two zones, 30 lives either side. Capture the zones or defeat your opponents. The choice is yours, and for now, Kenny's going the old kill route. Finds himself one. Optic are being battered around, opening up here, but they do have presence on the zone. For the LA Thieves, great work there once again. Optic are doing what they can to keep these players off the point. There's a 2-man stack now on A. That should go quite fast.
And already, I mean, you'll take that. Any progress on A is welcome. We have had quite a few just dominant rounds on defense, and this is not shaping up to be one of them. Second pick is already through. Optic trying to get in position just to defend B, so they've chalked it up. Couple trades out and bound. They have ring control. They got Dashy in position. Optic trying to play the long game, but the short game.
It was a long day for Optic. Very, very long day.
For now, looking to get into the soft underbelly of the Optic players. He's in behind their spawns.
I don't even know how I'd react.
Point being captured, we add a minute to the game clock.
Yo, Dylan Cheek, I appreciate the sub, bro.
He has the opportunity to go quite big here, quite large. But for now, his teammates against
On 189 subs, let's go.
Well, there is no recognition from Optic on the map to actually turn around. You see, they were worried a little bit about P5, but
Let's go.
if they're keeping track of players, they have to know.
Welcome to the stream.
Them, it's not looking like
We're currently watching
Optic, we've got a solid
Los Angeles Thieves against Optic. And LA are shocking everyone because they're dominating Optic.
There he is. I mean, you got ring control, you got him in the point, you got him watching the cross, and this is the moment. If you don't
I like to ask this to everyone that's new to the stream, Dylan.
coming through, everybody alive.
What did you predict this game? Assuming you know about the CDL and all this stuff, and you didn't just randomly stumble on my stream. I've actually had a couple people that have done that.
Shots are still good. Pressure now has been alleviated. Optic Texas can now breathe a sigh
A couple people just stumbled on my stream, and they didn't even know about Call of Duty or the Call of Duty League. So assuming you know about COD,
Talk about the most important gunfights on the
see him?
map, but for the moment, Optic is winning.
He's saying with this
for now, hold the line. Scumbeats
game.
can and flush these players out of ring. That's the big play for now. Big one. 2 members of the Thieves down, 2 to go. Big kill. Last man up on this side of the map is going to be Draza. Can they find him and snuff him out, or will Optic push forward? 15 lives to the 12 with the LA Thieves.
Let's go. 189 subs, 11 away from. Let's go.
30% to 2. So Optic right now at the stranglehold. You got Dashy watching the flank as well, and
I don't care how long I have to grind. I'll grind every single sub, one sub every day if I have to.
He's going to have to make
I don't
one
care.
hell of a play with 20 seconds on the clock to make something of this. Dashi, he's dancing the dance on the point. 15 seconds now as Draza, he's trying to make this happen.
I'd actually be so pissed off if I was exposed. Like, exposed put a bet of $450,000 on Optic winning, and they've just been bodied 2 maps in a row.
It is not over yet. And if they can get this second segment, or maybe even further, talk about the most important gunfights. Illy is behind enemy lines, but right now Shotzi got players on the pillar, but Octane falls out of the time.
Jesus Christ.
And opted there to make sure no funny business towards the end. But at the same time, 4 ticks on offense on Gavutu. LAPs, they'll be happy with it.
He'll be really happy with that. And Kenny kicking himself somewhat there in the final seconds. He was a matter of inches away from being able to contest with 1.1 seconds on the clock there. Hard thing to do from prone. Either way, Optic. They soldier on through and they stay alive.
Window
Illy's
chopper.
so insane.
He lives inside of the game, probably moves around with the gunfights, and you got to make sure Optic, this is interesting. They are going for B off the rip. I love this strat call, but if it goes wrong, you do get trapped.
Alright, here, Optic's showing a bit of a fight now, this is good. Because in the first hard point, they showed no fight. The S&D, they showed a little bit of fight, but they still got bodied. And let's see if this is going to be the difference here.
Octane's got to go big. Kenny now to back him up as well. A huge win. As you may have just stopped the play entirely.
I'm not even good at COD, like, can't lie. Only League player I've played this Cold War when I played Xbox. Wait, Hood, was that Dylan account? Was that another one of your YouTube accounts? Or you just answering my question that I asked? I can't lie, that question was kind of, I mean, you can answer it as well, but it was more directed to Dylan. Because I was going to ask him, like, who he thought was going to win this game. Obviously, a couple people that are coming to my stream now, they're not really experienced with, like, COD, so they don't even know, like, who's good and who's not good. For example, yesterday, there was a guy that was watching, like, the Tim Tatman, like, watch party of one of the games. Then he ended his stream, so then he went into my stream. And he was obviously only watching the COD watch party because of Tim the Tatman. But then after he got a bit interested, so he's like, yeah, let me find a watch party if I don't mind. We were vibing, just like me and you did now, Hood. This is so lit, man. I'm streaming people from all around the world, whether they're close or far. We're just vibing, watching CODs. That's what life's about. People having a passion and enjoying something and be able to enjoy it together. Wow. Oh my god, what is going on? LA Thieves are looking dangerous. They are looking dangerous. A capital D.
Bought his team enough time for the reinforcements. And I mean, hey, I like the attempt to try to make move towards B, but there's now a massive advantage for LA Thieves in this game. I mean, 3 total ticks, and I think Optic, it has been a little bit rare. I know they pulled off one against Toronto, you know, just a dominant round on defense.
Run it up.
I think LA Thieves saying anything you can do, we can do better. They are leaning towards this B zone.
Yeah, they're going for it. Shotzi to the man to back it on up, but his presence will be given up. They'll know he's on it. Now it's just a matter of checking it.
Shots.
With a big win. Optic still in a strong position to hit this point ASAP. Kenny with a slow capture. They're on B. It's a one-man hit for now, and Kenny.
Yeah, normally I would be watching some GTRP because I ain't been into COD before. I bought Cold War and I played with
15 and 6. It's a 5-screen now for Octane as he continues to put in the good work.
And he just gets to watch the cross.
Fair
He's
enough.
got a little bit of help from the P1 cut, but now he's by himself and he does.
Yeah, GTRP is quite funny, I can't lie. But do you watch GTRP on YouTube, Hood, or do you watch on Twitch as well? Because I don't even normally stream on YouTube. Like, this is my first time streaming on YouTube. Like, or yesterday was anyway. Like, this is like my first time in general, like even streaming on YouTube. I normally stream on Twitch. Of course, you're not allowed to do watch parties on Twitch. Well, you are, but you can't have the whole screen showing. You have to like just show the mini map and that's it. You know what I mean? Obviously, I want my viewers to actually, if they're gonna watch with me, I want them to be able to see the screen. Because then what's the point? They may as well just watch the stream. So, whereas this way, you get to see it. to get my personality. Do this. Maybe if I put, yeah, do not. I'll do this. Put myself on the optic side, and then maybe maybe we'll give them some luck. Which mainly I watch. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I was gonna say, cause I'm pretty sure most of like the Twitch stuff is like, most of the GTRP streaming is on Twitch. Wait, so how did you find my stream HUD? I like to ask people just so I can get a better better concept of how getting people in my stream and how to kind of use that to help me get more people in the stream, you know what I mean? How did you find my stream? Here we go, shots again. Sunner's in phase actually. Interesting. Yeah, I felt like I've heard of that name before.
Only at the halfway point in this game. Oh my god. Still time for LA Thieves to work.
Maybe that's me thinking of Phase K. Well, I don't think he's a part of Phase anymore, that Phase K, but
they have ring control. The nades coming through. Now they're trying to fly towards B. Dashy though trying to hold him back, but that's not enough. You got Kenny causing enough problems.
Isn't this gonna be the first 3-0 if this is a 3-0?
Oh my good god, this is a big one.
I was trying to watch a watch party because we will be pumping them ads. That's alright, I appreciate. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. I've got YouTube Premium, so this is ad-free viewing. You get no adverts. Yeah, that's another thing as well, right? If you don't have YouTube Premium and you want to watch the stream, you're going to get ads. So that gives even more incentive for people to watch my stream rather than the COD League one. If you don't have YouTube Premium, ad-free viewing, baby. Oof. 1v1.
That's good God almighty, it was a tough one. Look, the crowd is cheering for Optic, but I'd still be sweating. That is a nail-biter round where they are on defense and winning by the skin of their teeth. I mean, the difference between these two teams and like the post-attack towards B at the start of the rounds, LA Thieves are just straight up outplaying them. Now that being said, obviously for Optic, if they pull off an offensive win, they win the game.
Right being on the right is kind of weird.
One of these next two offensive rounds, they gotta make some magic happen.
This time they're not going to B, this time they go straight towards A, and a shot, he gets a 2 right off the rip. Now you got pressure on A. Will they stack this fast? That's the question. Again, the center is now sprung to life.
Chauncey gets caught. You still got a little bit of presence towards A, but Octane's there, so you have gunfights and players all over the map, but Optic just get picked apart. Any progress they had gets stuffed. You lose the mid-map control, and maybe you go to ring. Well, the trades are there.
That's just starting to fry now.
And I think Optic might be trying to force this B zone.
I'm telling you, LA Thieves need to put Optic out this map because Optic ain't gonna be put down without fight. Bro, Draza is moving different.
As Draza now driving the LA Thieves forward, looking to set up the trap, and look at that mini-map. Left-hand side, Optic, their backs are against the ropes. Can they survive this?
Oh, he's looking for number 5. He is looking for the glide. They already got the defense, and if you get the extra artillery in the background, you will take it. You are pinned in your spawn, and this might be a 5 kill to go into this spawn.
My friend is currently dead asleep, and he's a major Optic fan. I've already sent my condolence message with a pic of the first map score. Yeah, I've got a friend who's always a big Optic fan. He's also sleeping. I might have to do the same.
It's gotta be A. No, they can't get on the point, but they can get on A. So now, Operation Capture A as fast as humanly possible with your Optic Texas. 3.8 seconds on the round. Here come the Thieves. This Octane through the front door. Blows them wide open. Final round. And the LA Thieves have secured defense. Optic, this is match point.
I mean, again, looking to bury them on Gavutu. LA Thieves, I mean, this is a match for top 3 to avoid having to play your down and losers bracket. And they're looking for the most dominant series win we have seen this tournament.
This will be the first 3-0 of champs.
No sort of success. I mean, like 2 total ticks, and now they need to get both zones or win.
Hey, what I'm saying is, I'm here for the 3-0. I would not mind going bed, earlier. You know what I mean?
And he can take his sweet time to play for these kills.
The 2-2 split towards either side.
Oh, B is
nice
open
kills,
though.
though.
B is open.
They're on B now. Draza trying to catch him out. Big shots as Illy has been pressured. But that's a 2-man stack for now. And they are shoulder to shoulder inside that boat. The nades are going to hurt. Scum's still alive for now. Last man for Optic. The first segment comes through. And this is the best looks they've had on B so far.
I mean, you call that the best look. I call that an instant retake. Now, admittedly, they did get 1 tick. So long term, that could come into effect. But we talked about it. They still just do not have mid-map control. Kenny, in the meantime, can't get the glide. Another small thing going right for Optic.
Tries the last man up alive. Tags are in. You haven't killed him yet, though. The job is not done. There we go. Optic now with the numbers on towards the A side.
And I think Dashy doing enough over towards B that LA Thieves are going to constantly have to wrap back. That should be the opening for his teammates to make the progress.
LA Thieves with the sweet Optic to short this game. Hold on, hold on. Whoever wins this gunfight is going to win the game. Oh, that's not fair. There's a 1v1 and then he got backup. GG's in the chat. It's GG's in the chat. It's LAT. LAT. LA Thieves are ruining your run.
Stays alive! Oh my god, will Octane catch him out or not? Scum keeps the fight going.
Gosh. Octane is having a map. I didn't even realize. 32 and 20. It's a 3-0. It's a 3-0. Ooh, hold on. Fine. Oh my gosh. Octane's frying so bad he killed his teammate. That's an important gap. Illy's having a shocker. Imagine Illy's like farm is like messed up again.
Ring control dominated right now by LA Thieves. Optic not a good start. Envoy the Prince there to take down 2.
10 lives, 1 minute.
Octane's been killing so many people. He needs to get more ammo.
Trying to apply the pressure, trying to set the trap. The Scum for shots here, having none of it. Octane the last man up on this side.
There we go. That's 2 kills.
Oh my good god, he's going to eat him alive. It's 2 for the Roo.
This is carnage. Straight carnage.
7 lives to win a round on offense. Don't know how you do it. You gotta get multiple.
This is straight carnage. Octane, look. Octane's gonna do a madness.
This might be it. Octane, the next one in. If he gets this,
yep.
There's the glide.
Yep.
Oh my god, it is sensational gameplay from Octane.
Octane is disgusting. This is the Octane of olds. It's GG's, man. It's GG's. It's GG's.
It is an absolute massacre. It's the final 20 seconds now upon us. The final 10 ticking away. 2 lives left for Optic. Dashy fighting tooth and nail. Kills are there. Scump, it all comes down to you.
Jesus Christ. Wow. 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 What the hell have we just witnessed, eh? What have we just witnessed? Wow. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing stuff, guys. Absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Right. So, Chance, where do we go from here? Top 3 for the LA Thieves. And now, Optic, they got to play the New York Subliners in the lower bracket.
And I think right there, LA Thieves.
But then there's going to be Crim6 versus Scump.
I mean, they just dug the graves all 4 down the line to see if New York can finish the job and bury him. But that is, I mean, easily one of the most dominant series we have seen this year. I mean, bro, literally setting the tone off the rim on that Gavutu hardpoint. Don't foul us on Gavutu indeed.
That's
exactly what we saw from the LA Thieves at the New York Major. Incredibly dominant performance. Playing the game like no one else does right now. And a 3-0 team like Optic Texas.
I'm actually just what's it called? What's it called when you can't speak? I actually forgot what that term's called, but I'm that. I can't. I don't know what to say. Speechless, that's it. How the hell did I forget the word speechless? I'm speechless, honestly. That's the worst Optic I've looked all year. All year.
Will test their mental game and their resolve as they will have to play New York, and it's a showdown against Crim, man. I mean, it all comes together.
And subliners are licking their lips too, watching this series.
If we could write this, I don't know if it'd be any better. If we had the ability to like script this, I don't know if it would be better than that, because that was one hell of a series. The LA Thieves have got to be feeling fantastic in front of a hometown crowd. Kenny's on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Los Angeles.
Flabbergasted, speechless. I'm everything.
To the winners finals to play up against Atlanta FaZe. Kenny, that's the first Rio that we've seen in a while. How did y'all make it look so easy?
I mean, yesterday we looked kind of shaky, but it was like some first match type things. Today we just came in, made sure we're playing our lives, playing together, talking to each other. And when we're all on like that, you can see we can dominate like that.
Yeah, and I gave you a little criticism backstage. I said, Kenny, come on, you gonna step it up today? You said, it ain't no thing. Watch me work, and what a show.
It was like Optic is still playing Major 1 versus Champs. I mean, it looked like at least Major 1 they were champions back then. You know what I mean? They didn't even play like it was Major 1. I mean, in terms of like knowledge of the game and that, maybe yeah, but
Going into this tournament, so excited for it, going to prep for it, and hopefully show out again.
There you go. Now looking to go back to back in your home.
that was embarrassing.
This crowd has been cheering for you all day.
Embarrassing.
Thank you guys. We hear you for sure. Trying to go back to back. Love you guys.
That does it for me and Kenny here on the stage. Hey, we got a lot to break down, Desk.
Yeah, but we certainly do.
If you're Optic, that has to be embarrassing.
More convincing series that we have seen. We're going to take a look at our scuff play of the game.
Embarrassing.
The final moments of that as LaRue is going off. But Joe, while we're watching the play,
out of all the three current, like previous major winners, which is LA Thieves, Seattle, and of course Optic, that are at this event, you'd probably argue that. I mean, LA Thieves is probably like above Optic in terms of just because recently they won a major, but just look at the way Boston like played against Thieves, and then like that. Like, that's just, you can't. I'm speechless, honestly. Honestly, I'm speechless.
I mean, those guys, those respawns were insane. Even though they lost 2 offenses.
The annoying thing is, I'm pretty sure in my pick'ems, I had LA Thieves winning this, so I'm not like surprised by that. But I had Optic being subliners, and I can't lie, I don't even know if Optic is going to be subliners.
Just a more prepared team, and when it comes to the Gav, like Optic was 2-0 on the Gav hardpoint. They're probably feeling confident going into it.
Wow.
Hasn't played it as much, but in this series they didn't.
Thank God I'm not an Optic fan, because if I was an Optic fan.
Ali, what was that? Like, just from the map 1, like that was like the biggest beatdown we've seen on the
Crazy.
year.
Blaze said that there was a lot to break down, but there's nothing to break down. There's absolutely, we literally had the stat pull up right before that map 3, and Draws had like a 1.95. Everybody followed behind him was like 1.5s, 1.3s. That's actually, to stay to your point, that is the second worst loss in hardpoint this season.
I stand corrected.
But the first one was a 250-57, 1 point difference, and it was Thieves versus Paris on Gavutu hardpoint. So, give or take.
Interesting. Joe, one other thing you kind of said, Illy, I think your exact wording was he can't get smoked in this series if they're going to have a chance. And, I mean, he got bodied in the map 3.
Well, yeah, the map 3 as well. I think the map 1, I mean, the entire team did. But when you play at Gavutu, like, you just rely a lot on your ARs. I mean, he's in that position. He's just got to be a little bit better. Obviously, there's going to be moments. There's going to be maps like that. I think the thing for Optic is you didn't get to that map 4. If you get to that Tuscan hardpoint, I think there's a chance there, right? It's just they couldn't get there. They couldn't extend that series to get to that back half of the maps where it's a little bit better for them. Again, it just comes down to
well, I don't think you guys expected that, did you? I don't think you expected that.
Yeah, literally plays like S&D tournaments with his girlfriend. He's always grinding. Like, dude, this dude loves playing COD. You can see it here.
Yeah, no, you absolutely can. Now, before we head out for the day and we get ready for the wild continuation of this championship weekend, I want to talk a little bit, just kind of a recap for people who maybe didn't see everything through the first couple of series. Allie, take me through Ravens subliners to kick off the day.
It was a lot closer than I think most people expected. Obviously, we've had Game 5s all weekend, but London,
yeah, look, I'm an Optic fan, but if you play like this, you don't deserve final.
Subliners end up out on top, though. They're still continuing that
Playing like that, you deserve to go out in the first round. That's what you deserve.
They were doing so much.
That's actually not good enough.
It was actually that one series that I was like, Gizmo is proving a lot of people wrong right now. He's doing well, he's playing well, but the ice was just in New York Subliners' favor.
Yeah, Gizmo certainly played well in this series. I mean, finally, right? But you know, for New York Subliners, it's the back-to-back Berlins at the end. I mean, that's how London Royal Ravens lost their first series, and once again here, I think the story really is just the ice on the side of Hydra. He was popping off throughout this entire series. I think in their first game, like we saw how
mind blown.
Alex and Kismet, they weren't exactly.
Well, listen, today's been a good day. I started off, I think, on what? I think I started off on 182 today. I'm up 7 subs. Things we love to see. Got 2 more days. All I need is 11 more subs to hit the target I want to hit. Anything above 200 by the end of champs, great. And then we've got to try to grind, get some videos ready. And yeah, just pump some content out. And we've got to try hit 1k before W2. If we don't hit 1k, I won't be upset, but won't be happy at the same time. But I'm sure by me pushing for this massive goal, I'll push myself closer than what I would have if I was just like, oh, let me just go for 800 or 600.
Boston was hanging there in the slaying department, but it was just the fact that when Ultra got all 4 down, it was in concise precision of when they
yeah, guys, listen.
break. It was always the teamwork, it was always the trading, it was always them.
You had fun today, innit? Make sure you guys are here again tomorrow. Gonna be doing the watch party again. And the day after that for champs Sunday, so like I said, I appreciate you lot being here, honestly. It makes the experience more enjoyable. And hopefully me being here with you lot makes the experience more enjoyable for you too. This series was crazy. Seattle versus FaZe. Insane. Insane.
You know, it's just one of those matches, one of the most fun times I've had watching. I mean, each hard point just came down to the very end, and you could feel it on that second rotation of the hills.
Yeah, guys, listen. It was fun. It's been fun. I'm gonna dip now. I'm probably gonna go get some sleep so I can wake up tomorrow. I've got to try, you know, work on some videos, work on some content, TikToks, whatever. And then 8 o'clock UK time. So for you, Joshua, it'll be 9 o'clock. I'm pretty sure because you're an hour ahead of our time zone. 8 PM UK. I think that's 12 PM Pacific, 3 PM Eastern. That's when the stream's going to be up. And we're going to be vibing, watch some CODs, all that stuff. Yeah, appreciate anyone who watched the stream.